compared to the formation-breaking pestle, which countered all the formations in the world, and the impending rain plate was merely incidental. The anti-space restriction stone's restriction on the Heaven Evasion 7 rotation talisman was even more direct. The prosperity of the martial Tao in pre-Great Calamity times was even greater than it is now. Many a time, when a supreme martial art or a wondrous treasure appears, as time passes, methods to counter it would emerge, Qin Qianhua said nonchalantly. There are many similar cases, so it is not surprising at all. In these 3 years, this Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion has produced a total of 34 rare treasures that have been lost after the Great Calamity. Chen Kuanhua shook his head repeatedly. 34. And this doesn't even include the treasures that he made at the behest of others. Otherwise, I suspect that there would be more than 50 of them. Nearly 3 years had passed since the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets officially opened for business. It would be the 3rd anniversary of the pavilion's opening next month. During these 3 years, the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion had already officially become the most famous business and treasure pavilion of the world beyond worlds, becoming a legendary existence in the hearts of the masses. At the same time, he also gradually weaved a huge network of relationship because of the short period of time. This network was still not solid, as it was more of an alliance of interests. Even so, however, its influence had already spread throughout the entire world beyond worlds. On the 3rd anniversary, the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion made a new move. As the organizer, they held a grand auction for the world beyond worlds. Not only would the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion auction their own treasures, they would also auction off the treasures of others. Because this was the first time they were holding an auction, they would not charge an intermediary fee this time. As soon as the news spread, winds surged and clouds surged as the entire world beyond worlds seethed with excitement. A grand event rarely seen in recent years was about to arrive. From the looks of it now, Yan Zhaoge established the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion not just for profit, but also for fame and influence. Chen Kuanhua had a solemn expression on his face. His elder brother Qin Qianhua shrugged. He is doing this to prevent the earthly sovereign from returning, and the concealed sovereign from making things difficult for his broad Creed Mountain, due to the matter of the dim radiant wheel and his mother. If the earthly sovereign and the concealed sovereign come to an agreement, the pressure on the sword sovereign will be immense. At that time, even if he can protect the father and son, he might not be able to protect Xue Chuqing. Chen Kuanhua nodded slowly. I think so too. This is rather interesting. Qin Qianhua smiled, casually retrieving a jade green talisman and handing it to his younger brother. Receiving it, Chen Kuanhua suddenly thought of something. Big brother, could this be? I did not take the matter that Wang Zhengqing has always entrusted to me. Still, I might as well do it now. An excited look appeared in Qin Qianhua's eyes. I wonder how that Yan Zhaoge father and son will deal with it. Chen Kuanhua inhaled deeply, keeping the jade green talisman. A pity that you cannot personally take action this time, big brother. Previously, you were subjected to the saber-piercing punishment, using your recovery and cultivation as one. It has yet to end. If it is interrupted, all of your previous efforts would be for naught. That is not important. If it is interrupted, so be it, Qin Qianhua said casually. Chen Kuanhua instantly smiled bitterly. Big brother, it is still better to go all out in one go. Let's see how it goes. Qin Qianhua waved his hand nonchalantly. I might take action, or I might not. If Wang Zhengqing takes action, and I personally participate, that would be too boring. I am not very interested in it. If the Yin family father and son can display another shocking performance, I might even join in the fun. His gaze flickered slightly, no longer being so lazy as he appeared very interested. He was actually viewing the Earth exalt Wang Zhengqing as a chess piece in a game with Yan Zhaoge. The earthly young master Chen Kuanhua was not surprised by this. While he felt rather helpless about it, he would not be his elder brother if it was not like this. Thinking of that jade green talisman, Chen Kuanhua knew that the Earth exalt Wang Zhengqing was also trying to make use of his brother. Everyone was taking what they needed. As for the final result, that would depend on their own methods. Recuperate first, big brother. I will send you to Qilin Cliff right now. Go. Chen Qianhua waved his hand nonchalantly. Chen Kuanhua took his leave of his elder brother and left that blessed land, traversing numerous layers of space as he returned to the world beyond worlds. He was cautious in preventing his tracks from being exposed and being tracked to Chen Qianhua's secluded residence. While Chen Qianhua himself did not mind, Chen Kuanhua had no choice but to do so. After returning to the world beyond worlds, Chen Kuanhua hurried to Kunlun Mountain, arriving at southern High Peak's Qilin Cliff. The earthly sovereign had yet to return to the world beyond worlds. The one presiding over the situation here was still the Earth Exalt Wang Zhengcheng. Seeing Chen Kuanhua, Wang Zhengcheng's expression was calm. "Why have you come here, little friend Chen?" "To deliver something to my brother," Chen Kuanhua answered solemnly. Hearing his words, Wang Zhengcheng's expression did not change as he nodded slowly. "It would be great if the Upper Exalt is willing to help." Chapter 1139. Chen Kuanhua took out that jade green talisman and passed it to Wang Zhengcheng before saying, "My brother's previous injuries have yet to recover. He might not be able to act personally this time. No matter. This is already enough," Wang Zhengcheng said. "The piercing saber torture destroys one's qi and blood. It will not be easy for him to recover from his injuries. Take care, Upper Exalt," Chen Kuanhua said. "Kuanhua thanks Elder Wang for your concern on my brother's behalf." He did not ask Wang Zhengcheng what he intended to do next as he said directly, "Since the item has already been delivered, this junior will take his leave first. Please wait, Elder Wang." "Take care, little friend Chen," Wang Zhengcheng nodded, calling for someone to send Chen Kuanhua off. After sending Chen Kuanhua off, Li Juanxin, who was in charge of sending off guests, returned to the cave manor. "Master, could this item have been?" "That's right. Speaking of which, that was over 20 years ago. We asked Upper Chen to act back then, but he ignored us in the end." Wang Zhengcheng shook his head. His willingness to act now is probably due to his enmity with the Yen father and son. Still, it is not too late. There is still time. The old man handed that jade green talisman to Li Juanxin, instructing him on how to use it. After the matter of star-reflecting lake, and having been tricked by the Brocade Emperor, Li Juanxin had already stabilized his mind, remaining as calm as ever. Nie Jingxin, having ascended to the human exalt stage before him, even shocking immortals in battle, did not deal much of a blow to Li Juanxin as he continued to cultivate steadily. The current him could also step through that final bottleneck at any time, attaining the human exalt stage, and attaining the human exalt stage. "Send this item to that person," Wang Zhengcheng said. "Wait for the right moment," Wang Zhengcheng said. "Quietly wait for the right time. When the time comes, it will be the time of a storm." Li Juanxin nodded steadily. "Yes, master." He walked out, pausing after a few steps as he turned and said, "Master, the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion's daily profits are still secondary. The key is that its influence is growing, vaguely showing signs of gathering people's hearts. Right now, it's still too early to stir up any waves. But in the long run, if things continue to develop at this rate, their intentions will be damned." Li Juanxin frowned. However much Yin Zhaoge builds up his momentum, it would still be impossible for him to stand shoulder to shoulder with Grand Master. Still, with the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion clearly tied together with the Northern High Peak now, this momentum falling on the Sword Sovereign's shoulders has instead caused the Sword Sovereign's might to grow more and more majestic. Yin Zhaoge's profit is only secondary. He is clearly secretly pointing his spear at my Qilin Cliff, at Grand Master and you. Wang Zhengcheng smiled faintly. That is to be expected. Looking at the Yin clan's exiled immortal's conduct in the past, he has never been someone who waits passively. If he can seize the initiative, of course he will not let go of the opportunity. If we had been on good terms with him and lived in harmony, he wouldn't have done so many things. It is just that many things do not change according to one's will. Fallen deity Yen and his mother Xue Chuqing will bring immense trouble to our world beyond worlds. We will naturally not sit by and do nothing about it. Even if we feel some pity for talent, we can only set this aside for now. A look of pity appeared in the old man's gaze. This is especially so for fallen immortal Yen. Like Yu Juanxin, He has already heard of the name of the immeasurable heavenly Lord before attaining the human exalt realm. That great future of his has also become unclear now. News from the Brocade Emperor states that Yin Zhaoge has not planted the seed of the immeasurable heavenly Lord within his mind like Fu Ting. Still, that is impossible. Still, this also makes things less difficult for us. Hearing his words, Li Juanxin was silent for a moment before he said, Master, the matter of the immortal court and the immeasurable heavenly Lord. For the continuation of the orthodox lineage of Taoism, there are many times when we have to endure hardship. This is especially so when there is likely to be a turn for the better in the future. If we take a risk before that, we might instead bury our hopes and sacrifice ourselves for nothing. Wang Zhengqing looked benevolently at his disciple, his gaze also filled with pity. The dim radiant emperor and the bright connection emperor, as well as some others, may have been thinking for our Taoism. Still, if they were rash, they would only end up causing endless trouble. It is just a pity that Yu Juanxin met with a tribulation for no reason, due to the accident caused by the Brocade Emperor. Li Juanxin said, This disciple need not worry for this disciple, master. As you say, there might be a turn for the better in the future. If this disciple is unable to live till then, that is also fate. As for Yin Zhaoge, this disciple also admits that he is indeed a rare genius. Still, since he has gone astray, we can only give up on him. This person's capabilities truly cannot be measured by the standards of ordinary martial practitioners. Not only is he shockingly talented in the martial Tao, he has actually caused such a great disturbance in establishing the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion within a short 3 years. Wang Zhengqing smiled. It is precisely because he has caused such a great disturbance that the snow crane might let down her guard. This disciple somewhat understands now. Li Juanxin pondered as he said, creating an illusion that the sword sovereign's influence surpasses that of Grand Master. Creating an illusion that the Yin father and son are incomparably domineering. Only then would that snow crane feel safe, thinking that there is no longer a need for her to continue hiding, that her family will be able to protect her, and that the world beyond worlds will be hard-pressed to continue hunting her down. Only then would she stop hiding and instead reveal herself. Li Juanxin raised his head to look at his master. After all, if she could reunite with her family and enjoy the bliss of a family, that snow crane would definitely not be willing to be separated from her flesh and blood, making it hard for husband and wife to reunite. Right, making use of kinship. While this method might be a little underhanded, it has been the most effective one up until now. Wang Zhengqing slowly shook his head. Still, since Upper Chun is finally willing to help now, this method is actually no longer needed. Li Juanxin asked, Should we try to suppress the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion then? Of course not. 3 years have already passed. Why be in such a rush? Wang Zhengqing smiled. Moreover, fallen deity Yin has caused so many lost treasures to reappear in this world. It is a good thing for our Taoism to prosper once more. This disciple will send them over now then. Li Juanxin bowed, saying. He then thought of something. The Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion will be holding an auction next month. As this is the first time they have done so, I believe that it will be greatly influential. Yin Zhaoge and the others will also place considerable importance on it. This way, a great deal of their attention will definitely be drawn in. If we can just happen to succeed here, things will be much easier for us. Wang Zhengqing gazed into space. I hope so. If this old man's calculations are correct, it should be happening very soon. As for whether we can make it in time for the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion's auction, that will have to depend on fate. Various plans were being made on Qilin Cliff. Meanwhile, within Dragon Butterfly Valley, Yin Zhaoge was making the final preparations for the upcoming auction next month. The current Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion had already completely established itself. Their 3 years of hard work had not been in vain after all. If this auction were to be held successfully, their position as the head of the industry would be hard to shake. Still, Yin Zhaoge now received a piece of news that left him scratching his head. The Brocade Emperor has sent word that he will be participating in the auction this time? Yin Zhaoge looked quizzically at Ahu before him. Do you know which Brocade Emperor it is? Chapter 1140. Which brocade emperor? While Yin Zhaoge's words sounded rather laughable, it was actually a very serious question. The black-clothed brocade emperor and the white-clothed brocade emperor were completely different in nature. Ahu was very clear about the difference, so he answered solemnly, "The one in black." Black-clothed? Yin Zhaoge knit his brows slightly. Whether it was from the perspective of Yen Di and the grand simplicity splendor cloud, or from the perspective of Meng Wan and Fu Ting, Yin Zhaoge and the black-clothed brocade emperor were enemies. All these years, they had been able to coexist peacefully. It was only because everyone had restrained themselves, and the black-clothed brocade emperor was not in the world beyond worlds most of the time. "It's from Ingenious Flying Peak," Ahu said helplessly. "It's confirmed that it's the man in black." While he intended to eliminate Fu Ting and Meng Wan, the black-clothed brocade emperor bore no enmity towards the others of Ingenious Flying Peak. Of course, there were no emotions to speak of. However, to him, disciples were not dispensable existences. They were also beneficial to him. Naturally, he would not give them up so easily, unless those of Ingenious Flying Peak clearly supported the white-clothed brocade emperor or obstructed the black-clothed brocade emperor. As for He Shixing and the others, they maintained a neutral attitude. To them, be it the white-clothed brocade emperor or the black-clothed brocade emperor, they were still the lord of Ingenious Flying Peak from back then. Regardless of who won in the end, Ingenious Flying Peak would ultimately still be ruled by the brocade emperor. While the black-clothed brocade emperor seemed a little hard to get along with, they naturally wouldn't go against him. Besides pretending not to know anything about the white-clothed brocade emperor and Fu Ting, Ingenious Flying Peak would also strictly comply with whatever requests and orders the black-clothed brocade emperor had. Fortunately, before a victor had truly been decided between the two brocade emperors, be it the black-clothed or the white-clothed, they had not made things difficult for He Shixing and the others. Everyone could finally heave a sigh of relief at this. While they knew that the black-clothed brocade emperor seemed to be on bad terms with Yin Zhaoge and Broad Creed Mountain, those of Ingenious Flying Peak did not know the specific reason for this, as they still hoped that they could help the two sides ease their relationship as much as possible. Therefore, He Shixing had personally gone to the Prophecy Pavilion as a representative to contact his master. He also hoped that the Prophecy Pavilion would agree and not fall out with them. What he did not know was that the conflict between Broad Creed Mountain and the black-clothed brocade emperor was virtually irreconcilable. Unless the black-clothed brocade emperor was willing to stop at his current cultivation level for the rest of his life, unable to advance any further. Agree to it? Yin Zhaoge thought for a moment before agreeing. "Yes, young master." As Ahu looked over with a surprised gaze, Yin Zhaoge lightly rubbed his temples. "When things are abnormal, there must be a reason behind it. I want to see what he is planning. If we don't let him come, it will be hard to track his whereabouts. Since that's the case, we might as well let him in." When Qiu Jiahai, who was presiding over the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion, heard the news, he could not help but feel greatly shocked. The black-clothed brocade emperor has come. If things get out of hand and things get out of hand, the auction will not be able to continue. He is an emperor after all. "Don't worry, Mr. Qiu. Her Majesty the Empress will also attend this auction," Ahu explained. Hearing this, Qiu Jiahai immediately felt relieved. "So that's how it is. Then there's no need to worry." He then asked curiously, "Right, where is junior apprentice brother Yen? The goods to be auctioned this time have all been gathered. Why is he still in Dragon Butterfly Valley?" "Young master, he's taking care of the meat left behind by young madam." Ahu smiled innocently. Qiu Jiahai was stunned. "Little meat?" Xiao Ai coughed dryly by the side. "Actually, Mr. Qiu, you might have seen her in Dragon Butterfly Valley before. Little meat is that little black dog." "Oh, I have indeed seen her before," Qiu Jiahai recalled now. Still, he was a little doubtful. Ahu explained, "Little Meaty is a beloved pet that young madam reared in the past. After our clan had established a foothold in the Royal Reed Sea that year, young madam brought Little Meaty up to the world beyond worlds from the Eight Extremities world. Afterwards, young madam left Broad Creed Mountain for safety reasons. In recent years, It has often been young master who has been taking care of it. Feng Yunxing had been out adventuring, and even her own fate had been uncertain. She had naturally not brought little meat along with her back then. At the end of the day, it was just an ordinary little black dog that was not even a beast. Her earlier decision had been proven to be a wise one. Little meat just happened to be sick these past 2 days. As there is still some time before the auction begins, young master intends to take care of it first before coming over, Ahu explained. As an ordinary dog, Little Meat's lifespan should have long since come to an end. Some spirit medicines that could extend one's lifespan were of no use to martial practitioners with high cultivation bases and powerful fleshly bodies. Still, if Little Meat were to be fed them, it would still be able to extend its lifespan by quite a few years, even if it did not follow its owner into the heavens. Therefore, it was still alive and kicking now. Of course, it could still be infected with diseases. In Dragon Butterfly Valley, looking at the little fella before him, Yin Zhaoge tapped its head. Yunxing raised you to be too greedy back then, daring to eat anything. Now you must have suffered. The little black dog whimpered rather aggrievedly, wagging its little tail by Yin Zhaoge's side. It was gradually recovering now. Little fella. Yin Zhaoge stroked its neck, turning and saying to the massive entity on the other side, "After I leave, I'll leave it to you. You better be more reliable." Pan Pan, who resembled a small mountain, blinked his eyes, nodding in a seemingly simple and honest manner. In terms of usefulness or potential, the little black dog was naturally incomparable to this Pichio. Still, at the end of the day, keeping pets had never been just for guarding the house. And a certain glutton who had the ability to guard the house was often not that reliable too. Yin Zhaoge deeply suspected that Little Meat would be toyed with by Pan Pan when he was not around. He did not know if it was a misconception, but a certain fatty, who was becoming more and more human-like and intelligent, seemed to be growing more and more black-bellied. Because Ahu had touched its ear once, this fellow had immediately turned around and ruthlessly rewarded Ahu on the spot. Ahu's tragic cries from back then still seemed to be reverberating by Yin Zhaoge's ears, even after a few years had passed, letting Yin Zhaoge know just how mournful a person could be. Meanwhile, a certain fatty had an innocent look on his face afterwards, looking as though he had done it first. Ahu wanted to cry but had no tears to shed. This little fella, Little Meat, I have been a little too spoiled these past few years, spoiling it even more than Yunxing. This is not good. I should find someone to play the good cop before I play the good cop. Yin Zhaoge seemed to be reflecting on himself, as he very irresponsibly ignored Little Meat's lifeless gaze, tossing it to Pan Pan before leaving Dragon Butterfly Valley and heading to the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion. After remaining in Dragon Butterfly Valley for a few more days, when Yin Zhaoge arrived at the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion in Yuanzhou City, it was already nearing the start of the auction. He had naturally not stayed in Dragon Butterfly Valley purely for Little Meat previously, as he had still had other matters to attend to. Now, however, everything was finally ready. Still, coincidentally, when Yin Zhaoge arrived at the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion, the skies above Yuanzhou City just happened to be filled with purple qi. Seeing this, Yin Zhaoge's gaze flickered slightly. Oh, the Brocade Emperor? Chapter 1141. Arriving at Yuanzhou City at the same time as the Brocade Emperor was not within Yin Zhaoge's predictions. The purple aura in the sky rippled slightly. It was obvious that the other party was also surprised. A black-clothed man appeared amidst the purple sea of clouds. His features were handsome to the point of being incomparably handsome, his demeanor dazzling. It was none other than the Brocade Emperor. Black-clothed Brocade Emperor. His expression was indifferent, and his eyes were calm like water without the slightest fluctuation. He simply didn't seem like a living being that was filled with intelligence. Or, it should be said that they did have intelligence, and they were above the masses. However, it was not agile. So much so that when he looked at others, it was as if he was observing and sizing up lifeless existences. The black-clothed Brocade Emperor was currently looking at Yin Zhaoge. Ever since their parting in the 9 underworlds, this was the second time Yin Zhaoge had met this black-clothed Brocade Emperor, who had switched to the unfeeling Tao. In order to help the Sword Sovereign accumulate power, Yin Zhaoge had often intentionally or unintentionally made his figure fade in the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion. Therefore, while the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion was famed throughout the world beyond worlds, most people were not very clear on the exact relationship between them. Most people were also very unfamiliar with the relationship between Xiao AI and Yin Zhaoge. Still, the higher echelon experts of the world beyond worlds all knew that the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion, which had caused such great waves in the world beyond worlds, was precisely Yin Zhaoge's handiwork. It was all thanks to the Yin family's banished immortal that dozens of long-lost treasures were able to reappear. While the black-clothed brocade emperor did not reside in the world beyond worlds, he clearly understood this very well. He was currently appraising Yin Zhaoge even more carefully than when they had first met in the 9 underworlds. Yin Zhaoge's expression was as per usual, as he did not feel uncomfortable in the slightest despite being stared at by a true immortal. The Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion is greatly honored by the visit of the black-clothed brocade emperor. He cupped his hands in greeting, saying indifferently, "Whatever treasure your majesty has taken a liking to, you can just ask your disciples to come over. For you to personally come, this Yin is overwhelmed by the favor." Hearing Yin Zhaoge's way of addressing him, the black-clothed brocade emperor stopped observing. Still, his expression did not change in the slightest. "Does the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion have what I want?" The black-clothed brocade emperor asked calmly. The corners of Yin Zhaoge's mouth arched upward slightly, but there was no smiling intent within his gaze. "The thing that your majesty wants the most is naturally there. Still, your majesty is destined to be unable to pay the price. Therefore, your majesty should settle for the next best thing, considering other options. That way, you won't return empty-handed." Hearing Yin Zhaoge's sharp reply, the black-clothed brocade emperor was not angered as he remained indifferent. "There is no need to be in such a hurry to refuse. It is still too early to say whether I will be able to get what I want. Still, if the brocade emperor wishes to inspect the goods today, I'm afraid that you will still be disappointed," Yin Zhaoge said as he observed the black-clothed brocade emperor. The other party was unperturbed. "It doesn't matter. Since I'm here, I naturally won't miss out on today's grand occasion. Speaking of which, it's rare in recent years." Yin Zhaoge spoke no further as he nodded slowly. "Those who have come are guests. Please come in, brocade emperor." The two of them descended to Yuanzhou City and arrived at the Pavilion of Heavenly Mysteries. With the brocade emperor's status, be it friend or foe, he would naturally be treated as an esteemed guest before they had completely fallen out. The token plate of ingenious flying peak in the Pavilion of Heavenly Mysteries was of a very high grade in the first place. Having developed for the past 3 years, the Pavilion of Heavenly Mysteries had long since been properly trained in etiquette and manpower. A receptionist led the brocade emperor to a private room where he could be seated. Yin Zhaoge naturally had a place to go as well. Xiao AI, Ahu and Qiu Jiahai had long since been waiting there. Even Wang Pu was present as he asked upon seeing him enter, "What is the purpose of this black-clothed brocade emperor's visit?" "It is still unclear. Still, it can be confirmed that he has come with ill intentions and wants to cause trouble." After sitting down, Yin Zhaoge sipped on his tea as he said, "Still, seeing how he is not making a move now, I feel that he is probably not the only one who wants to cause trouble." The expressions of Wang Pu and the others all turned solemn. "Should we inform junior apprentice brother Nia to come over?" Qiu Jiahai asked. Yin Zhaoge lightly rubbed his temples. "It is still uncertain what the other party wants to do now. It is best for senior apprentice brother Nia to remain unmoved. It is just that I would like to ask him to shift his position and not remain in the region of Thousand Lakes. The southern Blazing Heaven territory is currently not the main focus. It would be better for senior apprentice brother Nia to temporarily move to the area between the central June Heaven territory and the southeastern Yang Heaven territory." Wang Pu and Qiu Jiahai both nodded slowly before Wang Pu said, "The white-clothed brocade emperor cannot be contacted, and there is no news from ingenious flying peak either. With the black-clothed brocade emperor here, the most suitable person to deal with him would naturally be his old enemy, the white-clothed brocade emperor." with the 4 Grands earlier heaven flag currently in the hands of the white-clothed brocade emperor. If no other immortal realm experts intervene to help him, the black-clothed brocade emperor would only be able to avoid him wherever he appeared. Previously, the 2 brocade emperors had competed with one another, spending most of their time in extra-dimensional space. Now that the black-clothed brocade emperor had returned to the world beyond worlds, Yin Zhaoge and the others would naturally think of a way to inform the white-clothed brocade emperor to return as well. Family had said that Miss Fu is temporarily unable to contact that white-clothed brocade emperor as well. Ahu hurriedly answered now. Yin Zhaoge put a hand on his forehead. It doesn't feel like a coincidence. It seems like something must have happened that has hindered the white-clothed brocade emperor. Could this be one of the reasons why the black-clothed brocade emperor has the confidence to swagger over to the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion? Everyone exchanged looks, all feeling as though a great formless net was currently enveloping them. Yin Zhaoge was not flustered as he was just rather hesitant. What exactly is their goal? Is it really here at the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion? In a lower world, a group of martial practitioners was currently congregating, heading towards the wound of the sky that led to the world beyond worlds. The ruler of this lower world was known as the Rinsing Flower Sect. The Rinsing Flower Sect originated from this lower world, later establishing its foundation at Fog Tea Mountain in the eastern vast heaven territory of the world beyond worlds. Every few years, the Rinsing Flower Sect of the world beyond worlds Fog Tea Mountain would send a batch of disciples to that lower world. On one hand, they would maintain their control over it, and on the other, they would temper themselves. Now a new batch of disciples had already descended to the lower world. Meanwhile, the previous batch of disciples who had been stationed there earlier would be allowed to return to the world beyond worlds. The previous batch of disciples was naturally overjoyed. Still, someone was dissatisfied. I heard from the new senior apprentice sister that the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion is currently holding its 3rd anniversary celebration. Sadly, we won't be able to make it in time. Everyone else laughed. Only our chief and the elders of our Rinsing Flower Sect can participate in such a grand occasion. Even if you were in the world beyond worlds before this, what does that have to do with you? Chief and the elders will definitely bring their disciples along to serve them. Why can't we have the chance to go along and broaden our horizons? The first person retorted. Everyone laughed and talked amongst themselves, actually not really taking it seriously. There was only one female disciple who seemed to agree with everyone on the surface, though her gaze was slightly lost in thought. I really never thought that husband Zhaoge and the others would actually be able to accomplish such great things, she thought leisurely, yet sighed. Sadly, I still cannot go see you. While it seemed like the time was already ripe for their family to reunite, with someone in the world beyond worlds able to protect her and give her a place to stay, still, having lived as a fugitive for so many years, this woman was very vigilant as she did not relax at all. This was because she did not wish to bring trouble to Yin Zhaoge and Yin Di, who had just managed to establish themselves with much difficulty. She would rather suffer a little. Still, I never thought that husband would actually be the son of the exalted gold luminary. The woman's brows knit together as she was concerned about something else. The exalted gold luminary is of the same generation as my great-grand master. Doesn't that mean that I'm 2 whole generations younger than husband? What kind of joke is this? Chapter 1142. Li Lin, a martial grandmaster disciple of the world beyond worlds eastern vast heaven territories, Fog Tea Mountain's Rinsing Flower Sect. This was the current identity of the martial Saint Xue Chuqing. Due to her efforts, she had successfully entered the ranks of the Rinsing Flower Sect disciples, who had descended to the lower worlds over 10 years ago, living a low-profile life there ever since. Now that a new batch of disciples of the Rinsing Flower Sect had descended to the lower worlds, it was time for them to return to the world beyond worlds. Xue Chuqing did not attempt to remain in that lower world alone. Everything went with the flow. Too many deliberate actions would easily leave behind traces that would be discovered by those who were pursuing her. The best place to hide a leaf was a forest. If a leaf suddenly turned into a flower, however dense the surrounding foliage, it would still be conspicuous. After all, those who were searching for her had much sharper eyesight than a hawk. He was an ordinary person, quietly being a leaf. If he could stay on the branch, he would stay. If he wanted to fall to the ground, he would fall. After falling and being buried in the soil, she would instead be reborn a second time. The fate of the rinsing flower sect disciple, Li Lin, was already destined to be ordinary and unremarkable. After returning to the world beyond worlds from the lower worlds, she would perish while out adventuring. Apart from a few fellow disciples of the rinsing flower sect whom she was more familiar with, this would not cause much of a stir. There were only so many places to go missing in the lower worlds. The so-called danger zones were limited even for peak experts who could remain in the lower worlds, making it easy to find them. It was different in the world beyond worlds. Countless people were vanishing every day. Xue Chuqing was already very familiar with such a life. In order to avoid being tracked, she could not stay in the same place for too long. Occasionally, she would leave her true name out of the need to set up a diversion. Still, she concealed her name like this most of the time. Drifting from place to place, there was no end in sight. Still, Xue Chuqing was not in a constant state of panic. Even as she remained vigilant at all times, she also had a big heart that sought joy amidst hardship. For example, what she was currently feeling conflicted about was not that she had to continue fleeing for her life. Instead, it was her seniority with Yendi. Ah, so annoying. Xue Chuqing thought hatefully in her heart. I can't calculate it from the relationship between great-grand master and father-in-law and mother-in-law back then. In any case, we are not of the same sect, so we have to talk about our own matters. Yes, that's it. Junior sisterly, what's wrong? Someone beside her asked curiously. Don't tell me you still miss this place. Xue Chuqing, or rather Li Lin, came back to her senses. While there seemed to be no abnormalities on the surface, a faint light instantly flickered within Xue Chuqing's left pupil. I still can't see it clearly even through the river diagram. Xue Chuqing knit her brows slightly. At this moment, jade green light shot into the skies from the peak of a mountain in the world beyond worlds. The green light transformed into all-encompassing radiance that expanded into the surrounding heavens and earth. As it expanded, the radiance faded as it gradually became hard to detect. On the peak of the mountain, a figure raised his head and watched as the jade green light gradually vanished. The voice of a person still seemed to resound by his ear. The owner of that voice was precisely the person who had previously handed him the source of the green light, a jade green talisman paper. It was the voice of the disciple of the earth Exalt Wang Zhengcheng, the earth spirit Lord Li Juanxin. This talisman originates from the Upper Exalt. The Upper Exalt's martial foundation is the origin heavenly scripture of the earlier Heaven 3 scriptures of the Jade Clear lineage, one of the most proficient divination techniques under the heavens. This talisman can suppress and deceive that Snow Crane's acute sense of danger, which is close to foresight, even disrupting her half of the river diagram. My master's divination indicates that the opportunity should be in the near future. Please calculate its general location. With such a division of labor, it will be easier for us to find clues and obtain accurate information. With the help of the Upper Exalt's talisman, even if that Snow Crane moves, we will still be able to track it within a short period of time. It is just that time is limited at the end of the day. If we miss this opportunity, it will be difficult to intercept this Snow Crane in the future. At the same time, if that father and son of Broad Creed Mountain detect something amiss and rush over to reinforce us, while my master has already made appropriate arrangements, we still have to be prepared for the worst. Therefore, we must end this battle quickly and deal with it as soon as possible. Intercept that Snow Crane. Her life and death will be at your disposal. Only my master wants to take a look at the various treasures on that Snow Crane. I hope that you will remember this. The other party seemed not to be afraid that he would take the treasures for himself. Still, he indeed did not have much time to think about that now. To him, the best situation would be to silently take care of Xue Chuqing, without the father and son of Broad Creed Mountain knowing anything about it. Only then would everything be fine. Otherwise, there would be no end of trouble. Sighing, he closed his eyes, silently calculating within his heart. After a long time, He abruptly opened his eyes before his figure vanished from the spot, speeding off in a certain direction. Little Gao Qing might be a little careless, but her grandfather, Gao Xuebua, would definitely remind her repeatedly about this matter. Thus, the chances of Gao Qing leaking the news were very low. The Cloud Conquest Emperor and the others didn't like the world beyond worlds. Even if they wanted to stir up chaos within the world beyond worlds, they didn't have enough resources on hand. Naturally, they couldn't do anything. If Yin Zhaoge had only met Chu Lily once, it would not have been possible to anger the female emperor. I promise I've never leaked any information here, Wang Pu said with a wry smile. So it shouldn't be because I brought the letter. At least, the possibility of that is very small. Yin Zhaoge lightly rubbed his temples. It's probably something else that caused the female emperor to miss her appointment. Still, there aren't many things that she would be concerned about. The female empress, Jie Mingkong, was famous for sweeping away the snow in front of her own door, not caring about the frost on the roof of others. Most of the time, of the world beyond world's 5 emperors, her presence was the weakest. Because there were very few things that could make her move. Therefore, her presence at Broad Creed Mountain's opening ceremony had shocked everyone present. Even when the Brocade Emperor had challenged Mars Halberd in the past, a rare immortal battle in the world beyond worlds in recent years, the female emperor had not bothered about it at all. When Chen Qianhua had kicked down Ingenious Flying Peak, the female emperor had similarly not moved. Only when Chen Qianhua had intended to become the Southern Exalt and had clashed with Jade Capital Crag's Nia Jingshan, which involved Broad Creed Mountain and Jade Capital Crag, had the female emperor appeared once more. It was not easy to make the current #1 female expert of the world beyond worlds move. Whether it is my Broad Creed Mountain or senior apprentice Uncle Yu's Jade Capital Crag, the reason why the female emperor is so friendly with them is actually because of the friendship between my ancestor and the Astro Sovereign. Although it is most likely not because I brought the letter for Senior Chu, Yin Zhaoge pondered and said, I'm afraid that the thing that is most likely to move the female emperor in the world beyond worlds is still related to the Astro Sovereign. Hearing his words, Wang Pu nodded slowly. Indeed, there is more than one person who came looking for trouble. Yin Zhaoge raised his head slightly, looking at the ceiling of the private room as he said decisively, with the black-clothed Brocade Emperor's current condition, he would not be able to set up such a grand scheme. The person who could link all of this together. Xiao Ai and the others suddenly understood and said in unison, Southern High Peaks Qilin Cliff. That white-clothed Brocade Emperor cannot come, and the female emperor cannot come as well. Yin Zhaoge exhaled lightly. No matter how I look at it, this does not seem to be an isolated incident. Instead, it seems to have been planned beforehand. Old Wang, are you unhappy with the fact that the secret pavilion is gathering power for my Jade Capital Crag? Wang Pu asked gravely. Because Qiu Jiahai and the other disciples of Jade Capital Crag were participating, the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion was stirring up a storm. To a certain extent, they were indeed continuously boosting the Sword Emperor's reputation. All along, of the world beyond worlds' 3 sovereigns, the Concealed Sovereign had always kept a low profile, while the Sword Sovereign had the least experience. Therefore, the Earthly Sovereign had vaguely been the leader. At present, the appearance of the Pavilion of Heavenly Mysteries was not enough to change this situation. However, if this were to continue developing, the effects would become deeper and deeper, and it was hard to say whether or not new signs would appear. In the world of martial artists, the feelings of the people were not as important as in the secular world. Still, after so many years, the world beyond worlds was deeply intertwined with one another, as there would inevitably be connections between the upper and lower levels. While it was the upper levels who influenced the lower levels most of the time, when the lower levels gradually formed a whole, their voices would have to be taken seriously by the upper levels as well. If the stances of the higher echelon experts shifted, it would naturally affect the authority of the peak experts. Of course, the prerequisite was that there was no great disparity in strength between the two sides. As the chief steward of the world beyond worlds most of the time, Wang Pu did not believe that the Earth Exalt Wang Zhengqing could not understand this. Still, there is a precondition, Qiu Jiahai said. The concealed sovereign must remain neutral. If the concealed sovereign firmly supports the earthly sovereign, the current situation in the world beyond worlds will not change. That being said, before the concealed sovereign expresses his stance, the Earth Exalt should not act rashly. This is not in line with his style. Yin Zhaoge stroked his lower chin. Therefore, he should not be in a hurry to suppress the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion, unless the Earth Exalt intends to do the opposite, going against his usual style. While this was possible, it was rather small. Then his target. Yin Zhaoge narrowed his eyes. Ahoo! Before he had finished speaking, a look of surprise suddenly appeared on the face of Ahu beside him, as he took out a purple ice crystal and crushed it. Light flickered within the ice crystal, forming information. Chapter 1144. Everyone's expression became even more solemn when they saw the information in the crystal. The Heaven Emperor had undoubtedly come to the southeastern Yang Heaven territory, for the later Earth text buried in the Royal Reed Sea. The later Earth text was buried in the Royal Reed Sea, as Broad Creed Mountain was currently unable to retrieve it. But for the Heaven Emperor who had already pushed open the immortal door, as long as he was given some time, he would be able to think of a way. The Earth Mother Dao ritual had many restrictions. With Yin Zhaoge having established a certain connection with the later Earth text, others of Broad Creed Mountain would be unable to replace him in wielding the ritual, borrowing the power of the later Earth text to resist the Heaven Emperor. The enmity between the two sides was too deep, and there was almost no possibility of turning hostility into friendship. If the Heaven Emperor obtained the later Earth text, it would definitely increase his strength. Such an enemy becoming even more powerful was naturally not something that all of Broad Creed Mountain wished to see. Usually, Yin Zhaoge would just put aside the matters of the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion and hurry back to the southeastern Yang Heaven territories, Royal Reed Sea, to deal with the matter of the later Earth text. Now, however, the black-clothed brocade emperor was right in front of him, making it hard to fathom him. An Earth Exalt making a move is indeed extraordinary. He has considered all aspects. Yin Zhaoge chuckled coldly. I wonder if he and Upper Chin will make a move. Over at the southeastern Yang Heaven territory, junior brother Nye should be hurrying over to handle it. Wang Pu said solemnly. I will immediately return to Jade Capital Crag and invite the Origin Opening Sword out of the mountain. The Origin Opening Sword was the sword that the sword sovereign Yu Jinbei used in the past, the leakless immortal weapon. When Yu Jinbei had left the world beyond worlds for the extra-dimensional void, he had left behind this sword to guard his sect. Wang Pu had not summoned the Origin Opening Sword for himself. At the end of the day, his cultivation base was only at the 9th level of the Martial Saint realm. The current sword master was either the southwestern Exalt Bai Tao or the southern Exalt Nye Jingshan. It would be best if he could deliver the sword to Nye Jingshan in time. If the situation did not allow it, Wang Pu was also prepared to contact Bai Tao at the same time. The Brocade Emperor, the Heaven Emperor, and the Upper Exalt who might intervene. Qiu Jiahai took a deep breath as well. From the looks of it, he is determined to obtain it. If Elder Wang were to personally make a move, he would definitely bring out the Yin Yang Earth Mountain River diagram. The Yin Yang Earth Mountain River diagram was a leakless immortal artifact that the earthly sovereign had always carried with him. The black-clothed brocade emperor's gaze did not fluctuate, as he just looked calmly at Yin Zhaoge. Little friend Yin is actually leaving for such an important event of the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion. In the eyes of some people, some things might be more important, Yin Zhaoge said mildly. I feel the same. That is truly regrettable, the black-clothed brocade emperor said indifferently. I would still like to ask little friend Yen for some pointers regarding the Tai Fist. Ha! Yin Zhaoge laughed. While you covet the Tai Fist, you must have made an agreement with someone to keep this yen in Yuanzhou City, right? I wonder what price the other party offered to move your majesty. The black-clothed brocade emperor's expression suddenly changed slightly. Still, it was not because of Yin Zhaoge's words. His gaze shifted slightly to the other side. His gaze pierced through the numerous obstructions of the buildings, as he saw a streak of sword light flying into the air, about to leave Yuanzhou City, and head for Kunlun Mountain. While he was shocked that Yan Zhaoge actually dared to face the Brocade Emperor head-on, Wang Pu did not waste time on words, as he made use of this chance to return to Jade Capital Crag. "You cannot leave," the black-clothed Brocade Emperor said indifferently. Before his words had landed, dense purple qi expanded with him at its center, traversing space and instantly enveloping the entire Yuanzhou city. Yet at the same time, Yan Zhaoge said mildly, "You can." His body suddenly turned bright at times whilst dim at others, blurry and indistinct. The next moment, light and darkness separated as the blurry chaos transformed into a clear distinction between darkness and light that coexisted at the same time. The boundless darkness retreated, only immeasurable light remaining. After the light had been shattered, there was no longer darkness, as it was like the grand Tao had collapsed along with it. With yin and yang no longer existing, all creation was extinguished as boundless terror assaulted over. The dense purple qi of the black-clothed Brocade Emperor, that enveloped Yuanzhou city, was actually forcibly ripped open. Wang Pu immediately flew out with his sword, vanishing without a trace. At this moment, those who were currently participating in the auction in the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion had yet to regain their wits. Qiu Jiahai and the others who knew what had happened were all shocked. Yan Zhaoge had actually really gone to find trouble with the Brocade Emperor head-on. Even more shockingly, he had really helped Wang Pu break out of the black-clothed Brocade Emperor's blockade. 9th level of the Martial Saint Realm, late Immortal Bridge stage? The black-clothed Brocade Emperor's expression did not change. Still, his attention was already fully focused on Yan Zhaoge, before him, as he no longer paid any attention to the departing Wang Pu. Chapter 1145. 1 VP, Zrdhe was just doubtful and puzzled by the obvious illogical phenomenon in front of him, and he tried to correct it. Still, however he looked at it, the Yan Zhaoge before him was shockingly already a 9th level martial saint, the late Immortal Bridge stage. Not having made a move earlier, Yan Zhaoge had returned to simplicity, his external appearance resembling that of a mortal who had never cultivated in the heavenly Tao. Only when the two sides clashed did they reveal some clues. His acupoints, which could break through the void and see the true God, revolved ceaselessly like the real stars in the universe. Apart from destruction, the stars could also create new life. When a star reached its end and eventually perished, a new star would be born. The countless stars had their own unique trajectories. They revolved as they pleased, orderly, and had profound rules. The cycle of life and death continued, and the martial artist's strength entered a whole new level. Of all the acupoints in his body, there were only a few hidden acupoints that had not broken through the void to see the true spirit. As long as all of his acupoints were successfully open to see divinity, it would mean that he had attained the body of a human immortal, stepping into the realm of supremacy of the pinnacle of the martial saint realm. As compared to when Yan Zhaoge had still been at the 8th level of the martial saint realm, in the 9 underworlds back then, he had naturally undergone a complete transformation. The Brocade Emperor had personally interacted with Yan Zhaoge of the 8th level of the martial saint realm back in the 9 underworlds. Although at that time, he had not yet been split into two and become two people in black and white, his memories were still there. Comparing the two, the Brocade Emperor could not be any clearer about the obvious gap between the current Yan Zhaoge and the one from back then. Still, this caused the black-clothed Brocade Emperor to doubt his life even more. Others aside, he had personally seen Yan Zhaoge ascend from the 7th level of the martial saint realm to the 8th level of the martial saint realm back in the 9 underworlds. Others might not understand the situation, but how could he not? While he could tell that Yan Zhaoge should have only recently attained the 9th level of the martial saint realm, it had only been less than 5 years since that time in the 9 underworlds. The higher one's cultivation realm was, the harder it would be to advance, and the longer it would take. Having reached the Immortal Bridge martial saint realm, every single step forward was exceedingly difficult. Most people would stop at a certain realm for more than 10 years, decades, or even hundreds of years. Were they not talented? Martial practitioners who could ascend the Immortal Bridge were all dragons and phoenixes amongst men, geniuses amongst geniuses. However, the higher the road, the more difficult it would be. This principle was applicable to everyone. Being able to push open the door to immortality, the Brocade Emperor was naturally superior to his peers. Still, he had not been able to achieve this as quickly as Yin Zhaoge had in the past. This was especially so considering how his father, Yin Di, had similarly progressed at a shocking rate. The black-clothed Brocade Emperor gazed at Yin Zhaoge. The father and son of the Yin family are both fallen deities? Apologies for the offense, black-clothed Brocade Emperor. Yin Zhaoge said mildly. Frankly speaking, this Yin is indeed not standing on your side in the conflict between you and the other Brocade Emperor. Both of us are well aware of the reason for this. Still, while I support that Brocade Emperor, I never thought that I would have to fight you head-on so soon. Yin Zhaoge suddenly smiled. If not for the fact that I have other matters to attend to, it would actually be pretty good. A fight between humans and immortals, it would be a great thing. Both sides spoke without restraint, their voices echoing throughout the entire Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. Only now did everyone wake up from their daze. What followed was a daze brought about by even more shock. The fallen deity Yin Zhaoge wanted to challenge the Brocade Emperor, who had pushed open the door to immortality, as a late immortal bridge martial saint. The matter of the Brocade Emperor, having split into two, was still only spread amongst a few people. Therefore, most people were especially shocked at this moment. Even though the upper exalt Chen Qianhua had already battled the Myriad Emperor to a draw with the southern exalt Nie Jingshan, everyone present was still greatly shocked at this moment. Chen Qianhua and Nie Jingshan had both been renowned beneath the heavens for many years, as they were both extraordinary figures. One had been the #1 martial saint of the world beyond worlds for many years, while the other was hailed as the #3 martial saint of the world beyond worlds, despite being a 9th-level martial saint. Whatever the case, the two of them had displayed the strength to contend against true immortals. They were both at the 10th level of the martial saint realm, human exalts. When had they ever been like the current Yin Zhaoge, who dared to contend against immortals, as a 9th-level martial saint? Let alone the world beyond worlds of post-Great Calamity times. Even those of pre-Great Calamity times would not be able to recall such a shocking feat in a short period of time. Everyone's hearts burned with passion. They urgently wanted to know if Yin Zhaoge of the 9th level of the martial saint realm could stand against the Brocade Emperor, who had pushed open the door to immortality many years ago. The urgency of this had already surpassed that of the auction that was currently in full swing. I am not in a hurry, the black-clothed Brocade Emperor said indifferently. Please do not be stingy in displaying the profundities of the Tai fist, little friend Yen. With that, he directly raised a finger, tapping towards Yin Zhaoge's brow. As soon as he attacked, it was shockingly one of the Grand Cosmos 5 manifestations of the Grand Clear Direct lineage, the Grand Commencement Divine Finger. Facing an opponent of the 9th level of the martial saint realm, the black-clothed Brocade Emperor's first move had been his ultimate move. He actually did not underestimate Yin Zhaoge in the least. Back in the 9 underworlds, before he had split apart, the Brocade Emperor had once clashed with Yin Zhaoge of the 8th level of the martial saint realm. At that time, Yin Zhaoge had made use of the geographical environment of the 9 underworlds to condense the body of a black Buddha with the faceless devilish scripture, attaining the illusory 9th level of the martial saint realm, before unleashing Hearts will Thunder to attack the flaws in the Brocade Emperor's cultivation deviation. Still, the Brocade Emperor already had a general estimate of Yin Zhaoge's strength at the 8th level of the martial saint realm. The black-clothed Brocade Emperor's judgment, that did not involve emotions in the slightest, was that Yin Zhaoge, who had improved on that foundation and attained the 9th level of the martial saint realm, really might be able to battle a true immortal as a human. While the two had not truly clashed earlier, they had already exchanged blows in mid-air. The black-clothed Brocade Emperor had sealed Yuanzhou City with his martial qi. Meanwhile, Yin Zhaoge had used the fist intent of his grand shattering brightness fist to rip open a crack in the layers of purple qi, helping Wang Pu to leave. The moment an expert made a move, it would be obvious whether he was skilled or not. With just this exchange of blows, the black-clothed brocade emperor knew that this unprecedented opponent required him to go all out and face him seriously. As soon as the grand commencement divine finger was executed, the world seemed to have returned to earlier heaven, as the concepts of time and space no longer existed. There was only that profound, formless, and intangible chi of earlier heaven that upheld the principles of the heavens and the earth. Facing this finger, Yin Zhaoge too felt time and space being distorted. It was as if he had already been struck by the black-clothed brocade emperor's finger. Still, he was not flustered in the slightest as he raised his palm, striking down with a cyclic heavenly seal. A majestic power manifested. One palm had two sides, one being grand simplicity at the beginning of earlier heaven, while the other was grand ultimate at the end of earlier heaven. As the two sides reversed, the black-clothed brocade emperor's chi of earlier heaven was sent all the way to later heaven through grand beginning, grand plainness and grand ultimate. Chapter 1146. Faced with the pair of cyclic heavenly seals, the profundities of the black-clothed brocade emperor's grand commencement divine finger actually showed signs of dissipating and dissipating. The black-clothed brocade emperor did not get angry at Yin Zhaoge's words. He simply raised his left palm and placed it across his chest. In the center of his palm, yin and yang hugged together, and the taiji rotated. The power of the taiji yin-yang palm was condensed. At the same time, plain-colored cloud chi coiled around the black-clothed brocade emperor's body. It was precisely the chi of grand plainness. The power of Tai Chi rotated and continuously supplied the Tai plainness chi. Then the Tai plainness chi turned into the formless Tai sure emptiness. The power of the grand beginning bright emptiness form shifted between real and illusory as it converged on the tip of the black-clothed brocade emperor's right index finger. From Tai Chi to Tai Su to Tai Sure, and finally back to Tai Chu. The change in reverting to earlier heaven allowed the black-clothed brocade emperor's grand commencement divine finger to see light once more. Under this finger strike, the four forms of nature had fused into one and returned to simplicity. It was boundlessly profound and possessed peerless might. Even though the black-clothed and white-clothed brocade emperor were still inferior to the one and only brocade emperor of the past, the black-clothed brocade emperor was still an emperor expert who had pushed open the door to immortality as he similarly dominated the mortal realm. Now that he had unleashed his full strength, he fully displayed the flair of the number one expert of the world beyond worlds grand clear direct lineage. His right index finger was still pointing towards Yin Zhaoge's forehead. Yin Zhaoge was neither flustered nor flustered as his left hand continued blocking the grand commencement divine finger with the heaven-flipping seal. His right hand clenched into a fist as he counterattacked the black-clothed brocade emperor. The force of the Taiji yin-yang palm was still condensed within the Taiji diagram of the black-clothed brocade emperor's left palm, before his chest, blocking Yin Zhaoge's right fist. Yin Zhaoge's right fist seemed to have been split into two by a formless boundary. Half of it shone with resplendent light, glistening and dazzling, while the other half blended into the darkness and was hard to see. The surface of his fist was covered with a layer of dim light. It was not bright, not dazzling, but rather misty. The black-clothed brocade emperor thought of something, as he immediately wanted to change his move. However, Yin Zhaoge's right fist had already struck the Taiji diagram formed of his palm force. The primal chaos on his fist converged, and the power of light and darkness was born. The boundless darkness transformed into boundless light. Amidst the radiance, the 12 heavenly wheels rotated in the void like 12 radiant gods, illuminating the endless void. In the next moment, the 12 incarnations of the gods of light shattered together. It was the shattering brightness fist. Not only did this punch shatter light, but it also seemed to shatter the Tao of light and darkness. The terrifying power of yin and yang destruction also forcefully broke apart the Tai Chi diagram, formed by the interweaving of yin and yang. Unlike when he had torn apart the purple clouds to help Wang Pu escape, he had only unleashed his fist intent. Now he had unleashed the true great shattering brightness fist, causing the world to change color. Having just witnessed the fist intent of the grand shattering brightness palm, the black-clothed brocade emperor knew that this move of Yin Zhaoge's just happened to counter the Taiji yin-yang palm to a certain extent. He wanted to change his move, but it was too late. As the Taiji Yin Yang palm was forcibly broken through by Yen Zhaoge's great shattering brightness fist, the black-clothed brocade emperor's combined attack of the grand cosmos' 4 manifestations was immediately affected as a result. Yen Zhaoge saw this all too clearly as he mightily exerted force with the cyclic heavenly seal with his left hand, immediately switching from defense to offense as he dispelled the brocade emperor's grand commencement divine finger. The attack of the black-clothed brocade emperor's combined 4 manifestations with its head and tail connected, as one was forcibly ripped apart by Yen Zhaoge, as its structure was destroyed. Yen Zhaoge attacked simultaneously from both ends, launching a ferocious attack from 2 directions that resembled the frenzied tides of a tsunami. "You live up to your reputation." The black-clothed brocade emperor's expression did not change as he suddenly changed his stance. He ignored Yen Zhaoge's ferocious attack as he retracted the Taiji Yin Yang palm with his left hand, suddenly clenching it into a fist before punching towards Yen Zhaoge. Beneath the effects of the grand beginning bright emptiness form, the spatial coordinates of the two seemed to change. As he drifted, the black-clothed brocade emperor's fist had already arrived above Yen Zhaoge's head. This fist of his looked rather strange, as it did not seem like a punch. Instead, it seemed like a crutch had appeared in his hand as he swung it to hit someone. It was shockingly the crutch art of one of the Grand Clear Later Heaven 5 Ultimates. As the crutch moved, it seemed destined to hit its target. This supreme martial art was even more powerful in the hands of the black-clothed brocade emperor, who was a true immortal. Caught off guard, it was especially hard to guard against. The transaction involves not just the earth exalt but upper chin as well. Yen Zhaoge's gaze flickered as he was neither panicked nor flustered as he changed his stance with his right hand, substituting a sword with his finger, as he stabbed out towards the crutch of the black-clothed brocade emperor. The sword resembled an azure dragon that stood out from the masses. As it soared, infinite baleful chi surged into the heavens. A sharp glow shot out from the body of the azure dragon, causing an all-encompassing blood-red light, as it transformed into an incomparably brutal sword light that was filled with killing intent. Yen Zhaoge met the black-clothed brocade emperor's crutch with a slaying azure dragon. Yet this sword contained even more of the sword intent of the prime clear lineage. It was not just the immortal slaughtering sword that killed. There was also the sword intent of the immortal exterminating sword that extinguished the Tao. The sword light concealed with sharpness temporarily stopped the crutch of the black-clothed brocade emperor. At the same time, Yen Zhaoge's left hand continued exerting force with the cyclic heavenly seal. Beneath his palm, the long river of time seemed to be overturned. On one side was the beginning of earlier heaven, while on the other was the end of later heaven. The rotation of creation, life and destruction used the jade clear cyclic heavenly seal as a link, connecting the fist of the grand clear lineage that symbolized the beginning and the sword of the prime clear lineage that symbolized the end. In the end, it turned into one of the most extreme transformations of the flipping sky seal, creation reversal. After analyzing the immortal exterminating sword, Yen Zhaoge had executed a move that was even more ferocious than when he had battled Chen Qianhua in the 8 Extremities world back then. Struck by the violent force, the black-clothed brocade emperor was directly sent tumbling backwards, as even his walking stick was unable to continue. The body of a perfected immortal was difficult to harm in the mortal realm. While the black-clothed brocade emperor looked rather haggard, he was fine. But when the others saw this scene, they were all dumbfounded. Even if Yen Zhaoge was willing to take the people of Yuanzhou City into consideration, the black-clothed brocade emperor would definitely have no such reservations. Thus, the moment the battle began, the Heavenly Fate Pavilion's auction came to an end. The cultivators who came to participate in the meeting, and the other people of Yuanzhou City, had long since fled. No one felt indignant about leaving their homeland. When perfected immortal experts fought, there was no reasoning in the mortal world. Everyone was more concerned about the outcome of this battle. Then they saw a scene they would never forget. The brocade emperor, who had already pushed open the door to immortality, was repelled by Yen Zhaoge of the 9th level of the Martial Saint realm, the late immortal bridge stage. If you are trying to analyze my Tai fist through this battle, there is no need for that, Your Majesty. Yin Zhaoge waved his hand. This Yin does not have to use the Tai fist. While the black-clothed brocade emperor had been defeated, after stabilizing himself, he said calmly, "It is fine. I have sufficient time. I will definitely be able to find a chance." Does the Heaven Emperor, who has gone to the Royal Reed Sea, have the same mentality as you? Yin Zhaoge's gaze flickered as he suddenly asked. If we ignore him, he will be happy to take the later Earth text. If someone does, he will slowly drag things out? The black-clothed brocade emperor said mildly. I do not understand the matter of the Heaven Emperor. Haha. While smiling on the surface, Yin Zhaoge was decisively sending a sound transmission in secret. Ahu, contact my father immediately. The other party's target is not me or the dim radiant wheel, or the heavenly fate pavilion. Instead, it is my mother. They have definitely found a way to lock onto her position. Chapter 1147. Yen Di and the black-clothed brocade emperor could not coexist. His conflict with the upper exalt Chen Qianhua was due to personal reasons. Moreover, they did not have any personal grudges with the southern high peaks Qilin Cliff. There were two main points of conflict. Firstly, Yin Zhaoge had obtained the dim radiant wheel, becoming the successor of the dim radiant emperor Yin Tianxia. Secondly, Yen Di's wife, Yin Zhaoge's mother Xue Chuqing, had always been pursued by southern high peaks Qilin Cliff. As for other matters, like Yin Zhaoge establishing the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion to help the Sword Sovereign, they were merely follow-up issues. Through the black-clothed brocade emperor's reaction and the other party's various arrangements, Yin Zhaoge was now certain that the enemy's target was not him or the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion. In that case, it could only be his mother Xue Chuqing. All along, Yin Zhaoge and Yin Di had been conscious of this. It was very likely that the other party was trying to find Xue Chuqing through them. Conversely, they also had a way to secretly pay attention to the other party's reactions, hoping to find Xue Chuqing's whereabouts through this. From the looks of it now, the other party must have an accurate clue. It was because of this that he had contacted the black-clothed brocade emperor and the Heaven Emperor to split their forces to temporarily stall Yin Zhaoge and the others. There has been no movement from the Northern Exalt's side. He is proficient in divination and was originally neutral. Now that he has suddenly interfered, it should be Chen Qianhua, who cultivates in the origin heavenly scripture. Various thoughts rapidly flashed through Yin Zhaoge's mind. With Chen Qianhua helping to suppress Mother's half of the river diagram, it would be much easier for the Earth Exalt and the others to act. It's very likely that there are others involved. Taoist One Heaven, Lang Qing, or even Lian Zulin. The black-clothed brocade emperor vaguely sensed that Yin Zhaoge had sent a sound transmission to someone else, just that he was unsure of the contents. However, he didn't mind. The people who needed to consider this problem were Wang Zhengcheng and the others. For the black-clothed brocade emperor, as long as he attempted to obstruct Yin Zhaoge here, he would have completed his deal. As for his personal goal, it was Yin Zhaoge's Tai fist. He did not care whether Wang Zhengcheng and the others' plan could be completed or not. While he had already tried his best to overestimate Yin Zhaoge's strength, the results still surpassed his expectations. However, there was a difference between an immortal and a mortal after all. He wouldn't be in any danger, but the scene might be a little ugly. However, compared to the current situation, the black-clothed brocade emperor was more concerned about how he could force Yin Zhaoge to use the Tai fist. In addition, there was one more thing that he had to pay attention to. The black-clothed brocade emperor did not even have to guess to know where Wang Pu had gone and what he had gone to do. This Yin is untalented. My sword Dao cannot compare to senior brother Niez, but I do know some sword techniques. Yin Zhaoge now said mildly. While I am not a disciple of Jade Capital Crag, due to the urgency of the situation, I am temporarily borrowing the origin opening sword. I believe that senior apprentice uncle you will not blame me too much afterwards. Black-clothed brocade emperor. Do you really think that you have plenty of time? At the very least, we have plenty for now. The black-clothed brocade emperor was unmoved. Yin Zhaoge nodded. Anyone would be able to guess that senior apprentice brother Wang would return to Jade Capital Crag to retrieve the sword. There would definitely be people obstructing him along the way. It is just that you don't have too many people to spare, right? Let me guess. As Yen Zhaoge spoke, he did not cease in his actions as he directly sent another palm descending towards the black-clothed brocade emperor. The most likely person would probably be the Earth Spirit Lord Li Juanxin. It's true that Li Juanxin's cultivation and strength are above Senior Brother Wang's, but his speed might not be as fast as Senior Brother Wang. With some effort, Senior Brother Wang should be able to shake him off. Yen Zhaoge struck out with a heavenly flipping seal, which the black-clothed brocade emperor parried with the Taiji Yin Yang palm. However, Yen Zhaoge's great shattering brightness fist immediately followed up, shattering that Yin Yang Taiji. So, Your Majesty, do you really have that much time? The black-clothed brocade emperor's figure spun as he appeared near and distant at times. Since little friend Yen can guess so many things, you must be even more anxious than I am. Hearing his words, Yen Zhaoge laughed. That might not be the case. It wasn't that the Yen family didn't have any clues to search for Xue Chuqing. It was just that for the sake of Xue Chuqing's safety, they didn't want to do so. Now that it had come to the point of life and death, Yen Zhaoge believed that as long as his father received the news, he would definitely not hold anything back. By dispelling the power of the river diagram, Chen Qianhua had made things easier for Wang Zhengsheng and the others as well as for Yen Di. From a certain perspective, Yen Zhaoge, Yen Di and the others had also been waiting for this day. Now it all depended on who was faster, and who could find Xue Chuqing first. The black-clothed brocade emperor said no more as he executed the grand beginning bright emptiness form, his figure turning as he evaded Yen Zhaoge's attack. A lofty true immortal was actually engaged in a battle of attrition with Yen Zhaoge now. While he would leave after just a touch, if Yen Zhaoge wanted to ignore him and leave, his attacks would immediately become fierce and vicious. The black-clothed brocade emperor refused to retreat in defeat, as both sides fell into a stalemate. Yen Zhaoge's expression was calm, his gaze dim and cold. At the same time, on the southeastern Yang Heaven Territory's Royal Reed Sea, the scenes from a few years ago replayed today. The radiance of the originally bright and beautiful sky suddenly dimmed. The sun, moon and stars lost their radiance simultaneously. It was not that night had devoured day. Instead, it was that the sky up above had shockingly turned into the great earth at this moment. Below them was still the sea, and beneath the seawater was the land. Now, however, the original sky had turned into the land as well. At this moment, it was like there was no more sky as only the earth remained. Below was the great earth. Above was still the great earth. The vast Royal Reed Sea that surged for tens of thousands of kilometers now seemed to be situated in an underground world, as it was surrounded by mud. As this familiar scene reappeared, everyone in the Royal Reed Sea unconsciously looked upwards. There an upside-down tree was rooted in the great earth up above. It was verdant and lush, its branches and leaves flickering with green light as they enveloped the great earth above and below. A formless pressure caused the world to fall silent as time and space seemed to freeze at this moment. It was none other than the Heaven Emperor who had descended. He was naturally paying attention to Broad Creed Mountain, in the Spirit Inheritance region of the Royal Reed Sea. Oh, not only is Yen Zhaoge not here, that Yen Di is not here too? The Heaven Emperor was rather taken aback. Still, he was naturally happy to see this. While he was only worried about Yen Zhaoge unleashing the Earth Mother Tao ritual, if both Yen Zhaoge and Yen Di were not here, it would definitely be the most convenient way for him to obtain the later Earth text, without any obstruction at all. Yen Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone would be unable to replace him in unleashing the Earth Mother Tao ritual. For the Heaven Emperor, the later Earth text was naturally the most important. The upside-down tree that towered to the heavens vanished as a Taoist appeared in mid-air. He wore an apricot yellow Taoist robe with a golden crown on his head, and a crane cloak on his body. His face was like jade as he had 3 long strands of beard. This was none other than the Lord of Kunlun Mountain's illusory coming peak, the Heaven Emperor. Thinking that his long-cherished wish could finally be fulfilled, even someone of the Heaven Emperor's mental state felt rather emotional. Still, he suddenly halted just as he was about to stride forward. Gazing back, the Heaven Emperor saw a crevice shockingly splitting open on the great earth up above, that was formed of thick earth. Chapter 1148. The Heaven Emperor's expression did not change, as he silently watched that majestic sword light break through the great earth above the royal reed sea. A handsome young man in black with a cold expression appeared in front of him. It was none other than the current southern exalt Nie Jingshan. Please wait, Heaven Emperor. The sword light retracted as Nie Jingshan stood in mid-air, looking completely ordinary. It was just like when he had appeared in the royal reed sea, during Broad Creed Mountain's opening ceremony several years ago. However, the Heaven Emperor clearly knew that this youth before him had already been extraordinary back then, and was even more so now. Seeing Nie Jingshan's appearance, the hearts of those of Broad Creed Mountain were at least half at ease. Why has Southern Nie come to the southeast? The Heaven Emperor asked casually. I've been entrusted by someone to look after it for a while. Nie Jingshan said coldly. This is to prevent some rascals from taking advantage of the situation to steal. The Heaven Emperor was not angered as he just said mildly. Since when did the later Earth texts become Broad Creed Mountain's private property? But it was never something that belonged to you, Big Dry Emperor. Nie Jingshan retorted. Broad Creed Mountain's later Earth text is of little use. This humble Taoist will be able to display a much greater effect. While I dare not say that I will definitely be able to advance further, I will at least have hope of becoming a profound immortal. The Heaven Emperor gazed down at the surface of the sea. If the three sovereigns know of this, they will probably support this humble Taoist. This is beneficial to our orthodox Taoism as a whole. Heaven Emperor, even if you have 1,000 reasons, this Nie will not be able to convince this Nie. Nie Jingshan said mildly. This Nie has always helped those close to him rather than reason. Hearing his words, the Heaven Emperor finally knit his brows slightly. However, Nie Jingshan did not seem to mind. Moreover, it is hard to say whether your reason is correct or not. There is no need for words between us. At the end of the day, it is impossible for me to just watch from the sidelines because of a few words from you. Or will you just leave because of a few words from me? Southern Nie must be joking. The later Earth text is of great importance to this humble Taoist. I will naturally not let it go just like that. The Heaven Emperor shook his head lightly. Since that is so, we will indeed have to fight it out. Nie Jingshan's expression did not change as he just raised his head and looked up. Please, Heaven Emperor. The Heaven Primordial Great Emperor nodded and strode forward, his figure rising into the sky. The great earth above his head melted, the light of day once more visible. The Heaven Emperor strode amidst space, vaguely temporarily breaking away from the world beyond worlds. Nie Jingshan rose up as well. If they went all out in their battle, it would cause too much damage to the surrounding environment. However, they didn't have to worry about this once they were in the outer realm. Let me see how much of the Sword Emperor's legacy you have inherited. Emperor Qian raised his palm, and instantly appeared in front of Nie Jingshan. His palm seemed to move 1,000 mountains, suppressing Nie Jingshan's body. In the void, there was a formless pressure that could squeeze Mount Meru into a mustard seed. Nie Jingshan watched this scene calmly. His left hand made a sword gesture, and the awakening celestial sword at his waist was unsheathed. It wasn't bright, but it was incomparably majestic. The sword light seemed to have split open the chaotic primeval universe. The chaotic earth, water, fire, and wind surged in all directions and then calmed down. Yin and Yang were separated. When the primordial world first opened, clear chi floated up and turbid chi fell. A brand new world of creation was created. The universe was opened up. In this majestic scene, the powerful concept of opening the heavens and splitting the earth was unstoppable. One sword opening the heavens, sweeping everything in its path. The surrounding pressure that trapped Nie Jingshan instantly disappeared. The majestic sword light continued forward, heading straight for the Heaven Emperor. The jade illusory heaven opening sword lives up to its reputation. Emperor Qian shifted space-time and avoided the sword light. His figure turned and didn't retreat. Instead, he instantly appeared in front of Nie Jingshan. The wide sleeve of his robe opened and enveloped Nie Jingshan. Space-time was reversed in the sleeve, creating a scene of chaos. It was the great mystique of the sleeve. Being enveloped by this mystique, Nie Jingshan felt himself become infinitely small, while the world in front of him became infinitely large. He couldn't help but be swallowed by the wide sleeve of the robe. "Open!" Nie Jingshan shouted, and the sword light suddenly changed. The majestic process of opening the heavens and splitting the earth was actually reversed at this moment, returning to the pre-celestial stage. Nie Jingshan retracted the sword light. At the same moment it bloomed again. Another sword. The wondrous scene of opening the heavens and splitting the earth appeared again. Even the sword sovereign at the same cultivation level can't compare to such a sword attack speed, right? Moreover, there are no signs when he attacks. In an instant, it's like the sword of a flying immortal. The Heaven Emperor had once witnessed the battle between Nie Jingshan and Qin Qianhua. He knew that Nie Jingshan was extraordinary. Not only is his cultivation speed shocking, he is also extremely strong in actual combat. Is this the profundity of the pre-celestial nascent form? However, there were some things that couldn't be seen by spectators. Only by personally experiencing it could one understand it. Nie Jingshan attacked with his sword. Graceful streams of air rushed out. As they intertwined, they vaguely condensed into a phantom. Under the shroud of the phantom, the sword light seemed to have turned into an object that seemed like a banner, yet not a banner, like an axe yet not an axe. As the sword descended, the hazy darkness was completely split apart by the bright splendor. Boundless astral winds appeared. They were between pre-celestial and pre-celestial, warm and biting cold. Within the contradiction, there was boundless profundity and terrifying power. Where the astral winds passed, they forcibly stopped the chaotic space-time in the Heaven Emperor's sleeve. However, right after that boundless thick earth appeared. It was also between pre-celestial and pre-celestial, as if it could support all things, but also as if it could crush and shatter the world. The usually sharp and fierce edge of the sword actually revealed a domineering aura that could crush everything. It was as if the Kunlun Mountains were collapsing, the grand heavenly Dao heavens were collapsing. Nie Jingshan's sword light seemed like it could never be destroyed, it could never be worn down, it would never weaken. As a result, it was indestructible and hard to block. Whoever dared to block it would be like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. They would definitely be crushed. The Heaven Emperor was stunned. The world in his sleeve had actually been forcibly sliced apart. The world before Nie Jingshan's eyes returned to normal. With a leap, he escaped from the area enveloped by the Heaven Emperor's sleeve. He retracted his sword light and released it again, immediately chopping towards the Heaven Emperor. This is the Jade Illusory Heaven Opening Sword. The Heaven Emperor was slightly shocked. As his thoughts raced, he decided not to dodge, purposefully taking Nie Jingshan's sword. The body of a true immortal was hard to injure in the mortal world. However, the Heaven Emperor's figure wavered from Nie Jingshan's attack. His waist even arched slightly, as if he could not bear the burden. Although the Heaven Emperor was prepared, he still felt uncomfortable. He originally wanted to rely on his advantage in cultivation to defeat his opponent with a method that would cause both sides to suffer. Therefore, as his body wavered, he still grasped the chance to counterattack Nie Jingshan. However, after Nie Jingshan's sword had failed, he immediately retracted his sword light. Streams of illusory chi interweaved, formless and formless, once again blocking the Heaven Emperor's attack. Where the sword light passed, it completely broke apart the Heaven Emperor's attack formed of immortal chi. Nie Jingshan's domineering sword opened a new path. No matter how many techniques you used, I would break them all with a single sword. The Heaven Emperor's figure shifted through space-time, temporarily pulling apart the distance between him and Nie Jingshan. You have walked your own path, and your future achievements will not be lower than the exalted gold luminaries at the very least. If you don't die young, as your cultivation base grows higher and higher, and this sword Dao that belongs to you becomes more and more complete and profound, your future. Heaven Emperor overpraises me. This Nie doesn't dare to accept it. Nie Jingshan stood in the air, holding his sword horizontally across his chest, as he calmly looked at the Heaven Emperor. The Heaven Emperor shook his head. This humble Taoist believes that His Majesty the Sword Sovereign will have the same judgment. With his eyesight, he could naturally tell that although Nie Jingshan was going all out against him, he had not reached the point where his life was at stake. This was a young man who became stronger the stronger he was. And the more he fought, the braver he became. Of course, as a martial sage, he could not fight a true immortal to the death. When immortals descended into the mortal realm, they would definitely be invincible. The Heaven Emperor naturally had divine abilities that allowed him to casually form a formation. Still, after exchanging a few blows with Nie Jingxian, he gave up on trapping him with a formation. He had come here to attempt to retrieve the later Earth text. If he focused on controlling the formation, he might be able to trap Nie Jingxian for a longer period of time. Still, he would not have the time to retrieve the later Earth text. If he did not focus on controlling the formation, it would be like when he had battled with the female emperor Jie Mingkong previously. Nie Jingxian would be able to charge out of the grand formation in an instant, and the Heaven Emperor would not be able to retrieve the later Earth text in such a short amount of time. While Nie Jingxian would not be able to harm him, with Nie Jingxian's interference, he would also be dreaming if he wanted to retrieve the later Earth text. The situation fell into a stalemate for a time. Kunlun's God-shocking dragon. You live up to your reputation. The Heaven Emperor let out a long sigh as his gaze completely calmed down. Still, he was not in a hurry to make a move, as he just stood silently within the air. Seeing this, Nie Jingxian raised his brows slightly. While I made an agreement with someone that it would be either Yen Di or you to tie down Broad Creed Mountain's people, or Broad Creed Mountain's helpers, this humble Taoist will definitely not obstruct Southern Nie from leaving just like this, the Heaven Emperor said mildly. Nie Jingxian raised his brows. What are you trying to say, Heaven Emperor? You should have long since heard of that black-clothed Fu Jinxiu, who went to the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion. The Heaven Emperor smiled. Still, you might not know this. The Earth Exalt has personally brought the Yin-Yang Earth Mountain River diagram out of Qilin Cliff. Originally, he was prepared to intercept you. Still, this humble Taoist understands what he is thinking by letting you go. It is just that he hopes to have a greater chance of success on his side. The white-clothed Brocade Emperor and the female Emperor were both unable to make a move. Even if the Heaven Emperor was unable to fight 1 against 2, as long as Nie Jingxian did not possess the origin opening sword, he would not be in any danger. The Heaven Emperor said slowly, while it was by chance that Yen Di was not at Broad Creed Mountain, the Earth Exalt was still able to intercept him. At the end of the day, it was merely the 4 of us exchanging opponents. Meanwhile, that snow crane will not be able to escape this tribulation at the end of the day. At the end of the day, her cultivation base is still a little low in our eyes. Nie Jingxian gazed coldly at the Heaven Emperor. Your target is Senior Apprentice Uncle Yan's wife. That is the Earth Exalt's target, not this humble Taoist's, the Heaven Emperor said calmly. His target was naturally the later Earth text. Just like how Wang Zhengqing had watched as Nie Jingxian went to reinforce the southeast, the Heaven Emperor did not mind Nie Jingxian going to save Xue Chuqing. The black-clothed Brocade Emperor had intercepted Yin Zhaoge without retreating, because he wanted to make use of this chance to analyze Yin Zhaoge's Tai Fist. The Heaven Emperor had nothing to ask of Nie Jingxian. The Heaven Emperor would be extremely happy for Nie Jingxian to leave this place to save Xue Chuqing. With no one obstructing him, he would have sufficient time to retrieve the later Earth text. That is why this humble Taoist said earlier that if Southern Nie wants to leave, this humble Taoist will definitely not obstruct you. The Heaven Emperor stood amidst space. It is true that the Yen father and son possess outstanding strength. Still, this humble Taoist should warn you again. Upper Chin is currently observing. It is not that there is no possibility of him making a move. With that, the Heaven Emperor spoke no more as he just stood there calmly. While he was unable to do anything to Nie Jingxian was unable to do anything to him as well. Hearing the Heaven Emperor's words, Nie Jingxian was unmoved as he said slowly, Qilin Cliff has the Yin-Yang Earth Mountain River diagram, while my Jade Capital Crag also has the origin opening sword. At the end of the day, the Royal Reed Sea is still much further away from Jade Capital Crag than Yuanzhou City's Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion. The Heaven Emperor was silent for a moment before he said, I believe that the disciples of your lineage will not be prejudiced against one another at a time like this. After all, Yan Zhaoge and his son can be considered half a fellow disciple of yours. Nie Jingshan suddenly laughed. Heaven Emperor, you seem to have misunderstood. When I came to the southeast, I also sent a message back asking senior apprentice brother not to give me the sword. Chapter 1150. Hearing Nie Jingshan's words, the Heaven Emperor's frown deepened. He pondered for a moment before saying, From what you say, could it be that the Yen father and son have improved again recently? But if this humble Taoist does not remember wrongly, only 3 to 5 years have passed since they raised their cultivation bases previously? A look of surprise flickered within the Heaven Emperor's gaze. During Broad Creed Mountain's opening ceremony that year, junior apprentice brother Yin once said that one day, even if he had yet to push open the door to immortality and leave the royal reed sea and the later earth text, you would still be unable to do anything to him, Heaven Emperor. And that day is not far away. Nie Jingshan smiled. While it sounded arrogant at the time, the facts proved that he would never speak without thinking about proper matters. Now it is time for the prophecy to come true. It will indeed only be a few years. Hearing his words, the Heaven Emperor's heart sank slightly. He turned to look in the direction of the central June Heaven territory, gazing at the horizon as he was silent for a long time. At this moment, space suddenly split apart in the eastern vast Heaven territory. A wound of the sky that overflowed with light was formed. 2 men walked out from within, one garbed in purple and the other in white. The purple-clothed man had a rather lazy expression on his face, though his gaze was filled with interest. The white-clothed man had a helpless and vexed expression on his face, as well as a look of pity. They were naturally the upper exalt Chen Qianhua and the earthly young master Chen Kuanhua. Big brother, why did you have to make a trip here? While your injuries have healed, all your previous secluded cultivation has gone to waste. The white-clothed Chen Kuanhua said helplessly. Even if you wanted to come, you should have waited for Qilin Cliff to urge you to make a move first. That way, you might have a chance to obtain the heaven-opening scripture. That is not important. Chen Qianhua looked around. I discovered that I was a little too lazy earlier. Perhaps many interesting things were right in front of me, yet I neglected them. For example, even with my help in concealing the heavenly secrets, that snow crane was actually still able to detect it, thus fleeing half a step ahead. Besides that half a river diagram, this person's attainments in earlier heaven divination are also very high. This is truly a pleasant surprise. Chen Qianhua smiled. Speaking of which, there's an old saying between her and that Yan Zhaoge father and son. People who aren't from the same family don't enter the same door. Chen Kuanhua's face was filled with helplessness. Brother, if you had acted back then, that snow crane's cultivation would not have been as high as it is now. It would have been very easy to find it. That's true. Chen Qianhua suddenly understood. Isn't this considered unintentional? Not bad, not bad. In this way, life won't be so boring. It seems that I should stand by and watch more in the future. After many years, perhaps there will be more surprises. However, today, this snow crane ends here. He seemed regretful, but also indifferent. He raised his head towards the sky. Chen Qianhua's eyes flickered slightly. In the sky, streaks of originally invisible emerald light appeared and shuttled through the air. Naturally, there was a huge difference in the effectiveness of handing over the talisman to someone else to use and using it himself. Having returned to the world beyond worlds, Chen Qianhua's gaze flickered as jade-green light intermingled all over the sky. After a long time, the radiance dimmed once more, dissipating into nothingness. All right, the earth exalts and the others don't have to worry about finding anyone now. Just tracking them is enough. There's only physical work left. Chen Qianhua smiled. His younger brother Chen Kuanhua was just about to say something when his expression suddenly changed slightly. He retrieved a talisman and lit it. The talisman burned, green smoke emanating from it which condensed into words in mid-air. Chen Qianhua reverted to that lazy, indifferent look of indifference. Looking at the words, Chen Kuanhua was greatly shocked. How is this possible? Huh? The purple-clothed youth's interest was piqued now as he swiveled his head and glanced at it. The words originated from the earth exalt Wang Zhengcheng. He had requested Chen Qianhua to personally make a move this time. This was because the cultivation bases of Yin Zhaoge and his father had surpassed their predictions. From the news of the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion in Yuanzhou City, Yin Zhaoge's cultivation base had actually successfully advanced to the 9th level of the Martial Saint realm, the late Immortal Bridge stage. More importantly, Yin Zhaoge's strength as a 9th level Martial Saint directly suppressed the black-clothed Brocade Emperor. While he could not be certain of Yin Di's current strength, connecting Yin Zhaoge's bizarre improvement and Yin Di's similarly rapid advancement earlier, Wang Zhengqing discovered that he had to adjust his previous predictions. The difference in strength between the two sides had already undergone a massive change. If Chen Qianhua did not personally make a move, they might not be able to succeed this time. Oh, there really is a pleasant surprise? Chen Qianhua's gaze instantly lit up. Still, how could it be so fast? Chen Qianhua was rendered wide-eyed and tongue-tied. If I remember correctly, Yin Zhaoge only attained the 8th level of the Martial Saint realm in the 9 underworlds over 4 years ago, right? Oh wait. His father Yin Di seemed to have used even less time to advance from the 8th to the 9th level of the Martial Saint realm. In that case, he shouldn't have. Chen Qianhua looked shockingly at his elder brother. Even in places with abundant spiritual qi like Jade Capital Crag, Qilin Cliff and restful Immortal Valley, it should not be possible for him to advance so quickly, right? However supreme a genius they are, however superior their environment is, there are still some things that require time to be spent on. It is impossible to be saved no matter what. He suddenly thought of something as his expression turned solemn. Could it be that this broad creed mountain grasps the thick spirit essence condensing art like us? It shouldn't be, right? The world beyond worlds should not be able to gather the foundational materials for a second set of the thick spirit essence condensing art. Who knows? Chen Qianhua said. Thick spirit essence condensing art, immortal ascension stairway, 7 paths centered mechanism, devilish divinity empowerment. There are only those few methods. Who cares about them? I only know that things are getting more and more interesting, haha. Amidst his loud laughter, Chen Qianhua soared into the skies, vanishing from the spot. At the same time, someone else returned to the world beyond worlds from another wound of the sky, traversing extra-dimensional space. This person looked to be in his 30s or 40s, his temples tinged with starlight as his gaze was sharp and arrogant. It was none other than Yin Di. Not long ago, he had left Broad Creed Mountain and gone to the infinite space outside the world beyond worlds, establishing a new foreign dimension. Now that he had received news from Yin Zhaoge, he had hurried back as quickly as he could. Yin Di's gaze was bright as it had never been before, yet also icy cold. He lowered his head to look at the compass in his hand. The needle of the compass was clearly a jade hairpin, the head of which was a snow crane. The needle swayed lightly as Yin Di sped along in accordance with its direction. Now, streams of jade green light suddenly flickered in the sky up above. Yin Di's gaze focused as he saw the needle of the compass, which had originally been rather unstable, suddenly stably pointing in a certain direction. He sucked in a deep breath, increasing his speed further as he advanced at full speed. Soon, Yin Di arrived at Fog Tea Mountain in the vicinity of where the Eastern Vast Heaven Territory and the Central June Heaven Territory intersected. The needle indicated that he needed to head a little further north. Yet, dim earthen yellow light suddenly surged before him, obscuring the heavens and the earth as it formed an egg-shaped clump of light. Chapter 1151. The oval-shaped clump of light enveloped over towards Yin Di, seeking to envelop him within. Yin Di was expressionless, not moving in the slightest. However, it was as if an invisible blade had appeared out of thin air, directly splitting the dull yellow light ball in front of him into 2 halves. The earthy yellow light scattered to both sides, revealing the figure of an old man. It was the Earth Exalt Wang Zhengqing. He sighed and said, "This old man sincerely hopes that the problem can be solved silently. I really don't want to meet with Sect Master Yen like this and hurt the relationship between our 2 sections. If you have anything to say, Earth Exalt, we can slowly talk about it later. Even if you do not look for this yen will still look for you," Yin Di said coldly. "Right now, This yin has no time to waste with you. Wang Zhengqing slowly shook his head. Some people have made a mistake, and the one who bears the responsibility is not just him alone, but many others as well. In order to make up for his mistake, we can only do some unreasonable things. This old man cannot give way today, and I hope that Gate Master Yin can forgive me. There is no need for you to give way. A cold light shot out of Yendi's eyes. I will naturally sweep you aside. He straightened his palm like a blade and raised his arm. Then, he took a step forward and instantly appeared in front of Wang Zhengqing, slashing down with his blade. I'm not surprised that Sect Master Yin doesn't understand, but since you're already here, I'll have to offend you today. Wang Zhengqing said as he retreated. Streaks of light suddenly flashed around his body. Amidst the radiance, everything was revealed. There were mountains, rivers, deserts, and oceans. Wang Zhengqing's figure seemed to have retreated into another world. That world wasn't small and weak like an ordinary foreign dimension or a lower realm. Instead, it actually seemed as vast as another world beyond worlds, as the power of dimensions surged, shockingly beginning to compress the space-time of the world beyond worlds from within, causing the heavens and earth, where the central June Heaven territory and the eastern vast Heaven territory intersected, to shake intensely. Yendi's saber descended, directly cleaving the heavens and earth before him into two. However, as the shattered void circulated, endless mountains and rivers were formed once again. The tall mountain roared, expanding unceasingly as though it possessed a life of its own as it surrounded Yendi. This is the Yin-Yang Earth Mountain River diagram? Yendi asked coldly. Although he had never seen it before, he had heard of the leakless immortal weapon that the earthly sovereign carried with him in the past. This old man has no intention of fighting with Gate Master Yin. I only hope that Gate Master Yin can stay here for a while. Amidst the towering mountains and winding rivers, Wang Zhengqing's voice rang out. As the mountains and rivers surged in reverse, they sought to draw Yendi into the diagram as well. Seeing this, Yendi did not evade as he continued forward. Earth exalt, you can't keep me here. With every step he took, the domineering and sharp aura around his body rose by a notch. In the end, Yendi's entire body was filled with light, his aura surging as even the Yin-Yang Earth Mountain River diagram was actually unable to obstruct him. It was as if an ancient god had awoken from its slumber. It slowly opened its eyes and stood up. Every single step he took formed an unstoppable, unchangeable, and unparalleled imposing aura that crushed the mountains and rivers before him. The vast and boundless world seemed to crack bit by bit, and then it continued to expand. Yendi's body resembled a complete, independent, true universe that circulated on its own, completely breaking away from the starry sky of the outside world, as it formed its own entity. Seeing this from within the Yin-Yang Earth Mountain River diagram, Wang Zhengqing's heart sunk slightly. He actually really caused all the acupoints of his entire body to break through space, seeing true divinity. The acupoints of his entire body, be they major acupoints or hidden acupoints, had all seen divinity. He was just a single step away from the immortal realm, the peak of the martial saint realm, the peak of the 10th level of the martial saint realm, a human exalt. The Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion had stirred up winds and clouds over the past 3 years, drawing the gazes of countless people. Meanwhile, Yendi, who had been quiet and kept a low profile, seldom continuing to expand in even the southern blazing heaven territory, had successfully broken through the bottleneck these past 3 years, stepping into the human exalt martial saint realm. He had slain the southern exalt Zhuang Shun at the 8th level of the martial saint realm that year. From that day onwards, everyone in the world beyond worlds had felt both anticipation and fear. They had been anticipating when Yendi would be able to step into the human exalt realm, fearful of how powerful he would be when he did so. Still, no one could have expected that this day would actually come so early that everyone had been taken by surprise. After learning of Yin Zhaoge's situation, the Earth Exalt Wang Zhengqing had been somewhat mentally prepared for this. Still, when he truly faced it, he still felt shocked. Even the world formed of the Yin-Yang Earth Mountain River diagram actually appeared weak before Yendi, who was finally displaying his true strength now. The heavenly dragon saber was unsheathed, landing in Yandi's hand. Yandi did not cease in his footsteps, as he brandished his saber horizontally. The heavens and the earth instantly shook simultaneously, resembling a canvas that had been neatly cut into two from the center. Mountain peaks were reduced to ash, rivers directly severed. The new waves of the river surpassed the old, the new replacing the old. For the exalted gold luminary, to have a descendant like this, congratulations indeed. As the mountains and rivers shattered, Wang Jingqing's figure reappeared as he said softly, "Sadly, fate makes fools of people." A great amount of soil suddenly appeared amidst the shattered world of mountains and rivers. The soil reconstructed the mountains and rivers, continuing to block Yandi's path. Yin Yang Earth Spirit Soil? Yandi's expression did not change as he instead asked, "I heard that the essence of the Yin Yang Earth Mountain River diagram lies in the derivation of the Yin Yang Earth Golden Lotus. Can you do that, Earth Exalt?" Amidst his words, he raised the saber in his hand high before chopping downwards, opening the heavens and punishing the heavens, the birth and destruction of worlds. The unstoppable saber light that resembled the changes of creation was majestic and tyrannical, as it forcibly broke through the layers of soil before him. Wang Zhengqing stood at the center of the black-yellow soil, his palms moving together in a seemingly slow, yet continuous manner. A supreme martial art of the earthly sovereign's direct lineage, the Nine Heavens Breath Palm, merged with the power of the Yin-Yang Earth Mountain River diagram, as it met Yandi's saber. As its name suggested, the Nine Heavens Breath Palm was a supreme martial art that had finally been formed by analyzing and imitating the profundities of the Nine Heavens Breath soil. When used for defense, it would fluctuate with the enemy's attacks, changing like external enemies. You big I big, you small I small, it would shift and shift, tough and dense as it was invulnerable. When used for offense, thunder would be born from the palm, pressing and rubbing against the enemy as the enemy's body and soul would be extinguished. However, as Wang Zhengqing executed it now, he only defended and not attacked as he coordinated with the Yin-Yang Earth Mountain River diagram to defend against Yandi's saber. This immortal artifact was proficient in defense and trapping enemies in the first place. Now that Wang Zhengqing was wielding it, it complemented each other perfectly. Yet, Yandi ignored this completely. Regardless of what lay ahead, he chopped down with his saber, using creation as a saber to hack out a great straight path. Where the majestic, tyrannical creation saber passed, the tough, dense and seemingly invulnerable layers of soil before him were consecutively broken through as well. Even more soil filled in, only to be hacked apart by an even more ferocious saber light. While the thick soil was boundless, the changes of creation were even more unstoppable, as the vast ocean was forcibly turned into mulberry fields, the thick soil into clouds and smoke. You are strong, I am stronger than you. A foot-tall soil, a foot-tall saber. Chapter 1152. Yandi's saber light descended unceasingly, breaking apart the black-yellow soil formed of Wang Jingqing's Nine Heavenly Breath Palm and the Yin-Yang Spirit soil. The speed at which the soil was replenished was unable to keep up with the descending speed of Yandi's saber light, as it was forcibly hacked apart. Wang Jingqing's expression was grave as he took a deep breath. While Yandi would not be able to harm the Yin-Yang Earth Mountain River diagram itself, breaking through the spiritual force of the Yin-Yang Earth Mountain River diagram might be able to harm him as its user. The instant the saber light was about to land on Wang Jingqing's head, he suddenly put his palms together and curled his fingers into fists, forming a fist stance. Streams of black and yellow air swirled around Wang Jingqing's body before gathering together to form an air barrier. The strongest defensive secret art of Qilin Cliff, the mysterious yellow origin returning Mother Fist. Wang Jingqing's stance was even stronger than when he used the Nine Heavens Breath Palm to defend himself. The layers of Yin-Yang Earth Spirit soil in the Yin-Yang Earth Mountain River diagram gathered with Wang Zheng as the center and continuously strengthened it. Although Wang Zhengqing could not nurture the Yin-Yang Golden Lotus, the power of the Yin-Yang Yang Mountain River painting bolstered his heaven and earth origin returning Mother Fist, immediately forming a shocking defense. At this moment, Wang Zhengqing seemed to have transformed into the mortal world, silent and deep, and he seemed to be able to bear all pressure. The creation of the world seemed to have returned to the earliest moments after the creation of the world. The source of all things, the primordial earth. Black and yellow enveloped it, untainted and unclean. Yandi's saber descended, the chi of heaven and earth overflowing as the great earth shattered unceasingly. However, Wang Zhengqing managed to receive this blow. However, at this moment, he had completely given up on attacking and focused on defending. Seeing this, Yandi instead raised his brows. Looks like you're really unable to wield the yin-yang earth mountain river diagram to produce the golden lotus, earth exalt. Is it really because you haven't pushed open the immortal door? I am ashamed. The chi of heaven and earth revolved, turning into a perfectly round sphere that floated in the air. Wang Zhengqing's voice came from the sphere. The sphere was not large in size. Facing Yandi's attacks, it was even shrinking further as its power grew more and more condensed and sturdy. However, in your current state, how are you going to stop me? Yandi said mildly. Without the yin-yang golden lotus, even if you brought the yin-yang earth mountain river diagram with you, so what? As he spoke, he ignored Wang Zhengqing and continued to head north without stopping. Still, Yandi's saber shook, Wang Zhengqing's palms forcibly breaking apart. Sometimes, some things, even if I have to go against the trend, this yin will not hesitate to do so. As his saber hacked downwards, the layers of yin-yang earth spirit soil were completely broken apart. The earth exalt Wang Zhengqing's face was revealed beneath the shattered earth. The two stood facing each other, barely a foot away from each other. Yandi did not hesitate as he hacked downwards with his saber once more. Wang Zhengqing executed the heaven and earth origin returning mother fist. Still in his haste, he was unable to form a perfect defense. Beneath Yandi's saber, blood immediately flowed. Protected by the yin-yang earth mountain river diagram, Wang Zhengqing could only stagger backwards as he attempted to regroup. In the distance, spiritual qi suddenly surged, resembling the surging tides of the sea. Then, a purple-clothed youth seemingly disregarded distance as he suddenly appeared between the two of them. Yandi ignored this completely as he struck out with his saber once more. That purple-clothed youth's figure drifted indeterminately as he seemed incorporeal. Yet where Yandi's saber light passed, his tyrannical saber intent forcibly squeezed his opponent out of the realm of incorporeal, breaking through his grand beginning bright emptiness form, and causing it to turn illusory into real once more. What tyrannical saber arts! Seeing it once is better than hearing about it 100 times. The purple-clothed youth's gaze instead emitted a strange light, as he extended a hand just like that. He spread his fingers apart, yin and yang circulating on his thumb, space shaking on his index finger, time flowing like water on his middle finger, myriad objects intermingling on his ring finger, and life forms flourishing on his little finger. His palm bulged slightly, resembling a small drum, whilst also resembling a human heart as it beat unceasingly, rhythmic sounds emanating from within. Hearing this sound, one's soul seemed to shake along with it. It was none other than the later Heaven 6 scriptures, of the primordial heavenly scriptures, being executed simultaneously. The newcomer was naturally the upper exalt, Chen Qianhua. Having already clashed with Yin Zhaoge and Ye Jingshan, I too want to see what it is like to fight you, he smiled. Chen Qianhua used his bare hands to block Yandi's creation saber, bolstering his palm with the foundation of the world, as he forcibly received Yandi's creation saber. Yandi said coldly, "Scram." The foundation of the world of the jade clear lineage's later Heaven 6 scriptures merged as one, bearing the transformations of earlier heaven, as it was most proficient in dealing with earlier heaven martial arts. Yet, Yandi's creation saber changed from earlier heaven to later heaven, from later heaven to destruction. Chapter 1153. Yandi brandished his saber mightily, advancing with indomitable will. The saber light swept through everything in its path, as it battled the strongest of the world beyond world's 10 exalts, the upper and lower exalts, within a single day. Your saber and Niejingshan's sword are so powerful. Chen Qianhua exclaimed in admiration. I really want to see how the two of you fight. Even as the foundation of the world was unceasingly broken apart by Yandi's saber light, Chen Qianhua was in no hurry. His other hand struck out towards Yendi. The palm seemed to be collapsing, and heaven and earth were overturned. It was the flipping sky seal. Yendi had cultivated in the cyclic heavenly scripture as well. However, he had mostly used it to accumulate his true essence and temper his fleshly body, absorbing a portion of its principles for his own use, and infusing it into his saber arts. Yendi could also see through Chen Qianhua's cyclic heavenly seal. However, this cyclic heavenly seal of his was not aimed directly at Yendi, instead resonating with the palm of his other hand. Under the mysteries of the flipping sky seal, the foundation of the world, which had begun to collapse and was heading towards its end, actually stopped declining. Not only did it stop its decline, but the flow of spiritual qi in the foundation of the world had also reversed. Due to Yendi's saber, the foundation of the world, which had been heading towards the end of later heaven, vaguely returned to later heaven at this moment, returning to its most primitive state. This move was similar to Yin Zhaoge's cyclic heavenly seal, executing the returning to earlier heaven variation. It could be said to be a variation of reversing later heaven. Although it wasn't as powerful as return to Khanate, it could be used to stabilize the foundation of the world and play a defensive role. Seeing this, Yendi raised his brows slightly. His response was to strike again and continue to strengthen his attack. The incomparably domineering creation saber slashed down, and Chen Qianhua's foundation of the world immediately collapsed. Wherever the saber light went, the process of creation's transformation was almost impossible to reverse. Even if Chen Qianhua wanted to go against the flow, he would find it hard to do so. He could only watch as the vast saber light surged forward, sweeping everything in its path. Although the flipping sky seal combined with the power of the foundation of the world had slowed down the process, it was still not enough. However, the advance of the tide was unstoppable. No matter how slow he was, he would never stop. Chen Qianhua took a deep breath. 2 streams of air, one red and one white, spurted out from his nostrils and circulated around his body. It was the prime clear direct lineage's bright crimson tribulation scripture. Then wisps of plain-colored mist emerged from the acupoints all over his body and surrounded him. Grand plainness, immeasurable body? Yendi's gaze focused slightly. Chen Qianhua smiled. No need to find it strange. I exchanged my walking stick technique with that black-clothed brocade emperor. As he spoke, his figure began to become illusory. He had once again used the bright beginning body of emptiness. With the fusion of Tai Su and Tai Shi's 2 great techniques, Chen Qianhua's defensive power immediately rose rapidly. More importantly, after using the bright crimson Calamity Sutra to temporarily replace the Taiji Yin Yang palm, the heaven flipping seal's transformation was complete. Starting from the heaven flipping seal, he went against the flow. With the heaven flipping seal as a link, he went through Taiji and Taisu to Taishir. Although it could not be traced back to Tai and Taichu, it had already traced back the scene of the creation of the heavens to the realm of concrete immaterial. With that, it was able to resist Yendi's creation saber to a great extent. Even when the saber light finally broke through the foundation of the world and broke through, it was no longer as unrivaled as before. Chen Qianhua's multi-pronged attack seemed to be going against the will of the heavens. If my son Yin Zhaoge uses it, there might still be a chance. Yendi was unmoved in the least. You merely have the looks. As he spoke, he raised the saber in his hand once more. Then, thousands of sabers slashed down consecutively like a thunderstorm. The domineering saber light seemed to be able to open up a world before destroying it. Numerous saber lights struck down on every single detail of Chen Qianhua's fist intent, causing him to be fatigued in dealing with them. They were both knowledgeable and proficient in many supreme martial arts. Still, the greatest difference between Yin Zhaoge and Chen Qianhua was displayed at this moment. The former was fused together, while the latter accumulated and accumulated. While they usually seemed similar, it was the result of 1 + 1 = 2. Still, when Chen Qianhua executed many martial arts at the same time at a critical moment, it was hard for him to achieve complete control over the details. The various martial arts were clearly separated at the end of the day. These boundaries would become the focus of the opponent's attacks, resulting in the phenomenon of 1 + 1 being less than 2. Meanwhile, under the same circumstances, Yin Zhaoge was instead 1 plus 1 being more than 2. Of course, in order to make use of this, one's cultivation base could not be lower than Chen Qianhua's. How many people in the entire world beyond worlds dared to say that Chen Qianhua only had the looks? Meanwhile, Yin Di could not be clearer about this, as he was also better at making use of it than others. It's really hard to restrain and block your saber. A rare look of defeat appeared on Chen Qianhua's face, as he seemed dissatisfied with his own performance. Since that is the case, I can only meet your attacks with attacks. Amidst his words, his figure abruptly spun. As he executed the Jade Clear Lineage's spatial heavenly scripture, Aeon Light Heavenly Scripture, and the Grand Clear Grand Beginning Bright Emptiness form, Chen Qianhua's figure began to turn indistinct at times. After abandoning the foundation of the world, and no longer focusing solely on defense, Chen Qianhua began to unleash the miraculous effects of the spatial heavenly scripture, Aeon Light Heavenly Scripture, and other supreme martial arts on their own, their power increasingly manifesting. His entire person became agile and swift, as he no longer attempted to forcibly block Yin Di's saber head-on, as he instead began attacking Yin Di from various angles, clashing with him. Yin Di's expression did not change as his condensed saber light began to expand, shattering the sky. Both sides gradually left the world beyond worlds, their battlefield extending into extradimensional space. Space grew vast, but Yin Di's saber light was even more majestic as it seemed to occupy the entire surrounding space. Ever since he had started cultivating in martial arts, he had never been afraid of clashing head-on with others. Moreover, he now possessed the Grand Simplicity Splendor Cloud. This treasure that had accompanied him for life grew more profound and powerful as his cultivation base increased. The pervading starry clouds seemed to bloom as they hovered above Yin Di's head. Whether it was the cyclic heavenly seal, the scepter, the bright crimson divine palm, or the grand beginning bright emptiness form, all of Chen Qianhua's attacks were dissipated into nothingness as they landed on the Grand Simplicity Splendor Cloud. This even made Chen Qianhua feel like he was facing off against leakless true immortals like the Heaven Emperor and the Encompassing Emperor. Still, the more this was so, the more his interest was stimulated. After testing out Yin Di's attacks, Chen Qianhua wanted to see if he could break through the defenses of the Grand Simplicity Splendor Cloud. Yin Di looked coldly at Chen Qianhua. Whether Chen Qianhua used the Heavenly Heart Ruler or not, it would not affect Yin Di's full power. He had no interest in knowing what Chen Qianhua was thinking, nor did he have any obligation to cooperate. He was in a rush to save someone a life at stake. If someone was playing this game for fun, he would let them know that this was a game that they could not afford to play. Yin Di's thoughts were very simple. He would sweep away all obstacles that dared stand in his way. After gradually familiarizing himself with the rhythm of Chen Qianhua's shifting of space, the light of thunder abruptly surged on the tip of Yin Di's saber. R. Chapter 1154. Yin Di brandished his saber, the light of thunder on its blade rippling outwards, causing the surrounding space to shake as well. Wherever the ripple like lightning went, space seemed to be completely frozen. Even with Chen Qianhua's cultivation, his movements were immediately hindered and slowed down. Void spatial thunder? Chen Qianhua immediately reacted. Back in the 9 underworlds, Yin Zhaoge had collected a portion of the thunderclouds of the grand illusory spatial thunder and brought it back to the world beyond worlds. Yin Di's mastery of grand illusory spatial thunder stemmed from this. Still, didn't Yin Zhaoge tell you about it? Chen Qianhua did not mind. I also gained something from that grand illusory spatial thunder. As he spoke, lightning surged from his body, forming a bubble-like existence. As soon as the bubble appeared, Chen Qianhua was able to move freely again. Yin Di seemed unconcerned about this. He only stared coldly at Chen Qianhua. At the same time, the torrential saber intent was getting stronger and stronger. Chen Qianhua's gaze lit up slightly. Still, due to the Grand Simplicity Splendor Cloud, he was unable to see through Yin Di's intentions. On the other side, a bad premonition rose in the heart of the Earth Exalt, Wang Zhengqing. After Chen Qianhua had clashed with Yin Di, Wang Zhengqing had retreated to the side. To him, He did not necessarily have to defeat Yin Di in this battle. All he had to do was delay Yin Di here. If not for Yin Di constantly suppressing Chen Qianhua, Wang Zhengqing would actually be more willing to go block Yin Zhaoge, who was suppressing the black-clothed brocade emperor, or just go look for Xue Chuqing directly. Yet, Yin Di's actions before him caused his heart to palpitate. Numerous arcs of thunder overlapped space as they condensed on Yin Di's saber, actually vaguely forming an even sharper saber. Then, Yin Di drew out his saber, drawing the heavenly dragon saber from within that saber of thunderbolts. Then he put it away. Yin Di's movements resembled drawing a saber from its scabbard. However, when this scene entered the eyes of the two supreme beings, it actually produced the same type of strange feeling. It was as if the heavenly dragon saber was the scabbard. The formless blade that stood in the void without dispersing was the real blade. The surface of the heavenly dragon saber that Yin Di had kept was currently riddled with numerous fine cracks. Chen Shangfang's attack did not land on his blade. Wang Zhengqing's heart skipped a beat. These scars were all caused by his own blade intent? Wait, could it be? Wang Zhengqing was horrified. Chen Qianhua's eyes shone as he stared at Yin Di. Is this your true saber? Yin Di did not answer as he made a grabbing motion with his empty hand, catching that formless saber formed of thunderbolts. In an instant, boundless radiance burst forth from the formless blade, illuminating the surrounding dark void. Then Yin Di raised his lightsaber. Then it slashed down. Like a heavenly tribulation, the blade slashed towards Chen Qianhua. Chen Qianhua felt that no matter how he moved, he would not be able to avoid this strike. Still, he had not intended to evade in the first place, as he instead took the initiative to meet it, golden flames surging within his palms as he struck out towards Yin Di. The innately fired divine palm landed on the Grand Simplicity Splendor Cloud, and finally, the Grand Simplicity Splendor Cloud trembled and even weakened. But in the end, it did not pierce through the Grand Simplicity Splendor Cloud. Meanwhile, that saber of light had already arrived above Chen Qianhua's head. The saber was like the unstoppable momentum of the heavens and the earth. Also, it was different from Yin Di's saber intent in the past. Creation went from creation to destruction, its momentum unstoppable, as it was originally already an irreversible process. Even as Yin Di's saber manifested this process, it was shockingly pushing forward unceasingly, accelerating this process unceasingly. It made it faster, fiercer, more tyrannical, more unstoppable. Creation saber, instantaneous heaven annihilation. Chen Qianhua inhaled deeply, executing the grand plainness immeasurable body, and the grand beginning bright emptiness formed together to buy time. His left hand manifested the profundities of the spatial heavenly scripture, while his right hand manifested the aeon light heavenly scripture. Grand illusory spatial thunder surrounded him as he exerted his final effort, finally allowing him to shift through space, barely avoiding his vitals. Even so, however, Yin Di's saber light still heavily hacked down on his body. Fresh blood instantly filled the air. Chen Qianhua was sent flying backwards, a saber wound running from his right shoulder to his left waist, blood and flesh splattering everywhere. Such saber intent and saber arts. Wang Zhengqing was shocked as he watched this scene. Cough, 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 cough. It's true that those who are not of the same family are not of the same family. Chen Qianhua instead smiled, even looking rather joyful. Battling with those of similar cultivation bases, it was only when I fought with Yin Zhaoge last time that my injuries were worse than today's. Cough, cough. Boosted by the foundation of the world alone, Chen Qianhua discovered that his injuries were recovering at a much slower rate than he had expected. The remnant saber intent of Yin Di's creation saber suppressed his foundation of the world to a certain extent. He simultaneously unleashed multiple pre-celestial supreme martial arts. Only with the combination of pre-celestial and post-celestial supreme martial arts could the foundation of the world exert its effects, causing Chen Qianhua's injuries to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. I still couldn't break through your Grand Simplicity Splendor Cloud. Chen Qianhua felt rather regretful about something else now. I really feel rather regretful now that I don't know the heaven-opening scripture. Wang Zhengqing dared not hesitate as he hurriedly stepped forward, standing between the two. Chen Qianhua possessed the foundation of the world. If he did not die from a single blow, there would still be hope for him to recover. Still, it would be impossible for him to do so in a single stroke. It was just that Wang Zhengqing had no confidence in facing Yan Di's saber earlier. The saber of light in Yan Di's hand dissipated, returning to formlessness. After glancing coldly at Chen Qianhua and Wang Zhengqing, Yan Di did not linger as he headed north. He was still concerned about Xue Chuqing at the end of the day. Her life was at stake as every second counted. Wang Zhengqing, Chen Qianhua, the black-clothed brocade emperor, and the heaven emperor aside. The other side definitely still had people dealing with Xue Chuqing. Looking at Yan Di's departing figure, Wang Zhengqing inhaled deeply, preparing to follow. While Yan Di's saber had left him incomparably shocked, Wang Zhengqing had to do his best to delay Yan Di for the sake of his plan, even if his life was at risk. You can chase after him. He is likely unable to consecutively unleash that saber earlier, Chen Qianhua chuckled. Still, I cannot say for sure how long the interval will be. Wang Zhengqing looked at Chen Qianhua. Upper exalt you. I've already had my fill today. The Yan father and son are indeed extraordinary. Before the other party could finish speaking, Chen Qianhua chortled as he drifted off into the distance. Wang Zhengqing sighed towards the heavens. Now he suddenly sensed something. Swiveling his head in another direction, he saw infinite radiance suddenly surging amidst space. Amidst the radiance, two figures were entangled as they approached the battlefield. They were none other than Yin Zhaoge and the black-clothed brocade emperor. While he was unable to shake off the black-clothed brocade emperor, the latter was still unable to truly obstruct Yin Zhaoge at the end of the day, as he could only slow him down. The two fought as they moved. Fog Tea Mountain was not far from the central June Heaven territory in the first place, as they had already reached this region as they clashed. Seeing this, Wang Zhengqing's heart sank even further. Chapter 1155. Yin Zhaoge's cyclic heavenly seal descended, forcing the black-clothed brocade emperor into retreat once more. Then, he swept his gaze across the vast void before him. Creation saber, the foundation of the world. With the great battle having just ended earlier, there were still remnants of auras in the air that Yin Zhaoge could barely distinguish. It looks like you are unable to keep my father here? Yin Zhaoge gazed at the earth exalt Wang Zhengqing. What about Upper Chen? Did he go after my father? Wang Zhengqing sighed. Without saying a word, he prepared to head north as well. Yin Zhaoge's figure flickered as he had already intercepted him. Since the Earth Exalt did not manage to keep my father here, this Yin will have to ask the Earth Exalt to stay. Since his father had successfully broken through the encirclement first, Yin Zhaoge was no longer in a rush. On the contrary, if she could obstruct both the black-clothed brocade emperor and the Earth Exalt Wang Zhengqing here, there would be fewer variables on Yan Di's side, and Xue Chuqing's situation would be safer as well. I have already done my best. Please forgive me, Earth Exalt. The black-clothed brocade emperor's expression was as calm as ever, just that his gaze that was on Yin Zhaoge was filled with caution and solemnity. You are too polite, Your Majesty. It was this old man who had miscalculated. I had not thought that my opponent's cultivation base would actually soar once more in just a few short years. Wang Zhengqing first nodded towards the black-clothed brocade emperor in greeting, before swiveling his head to look at Yin Zhaoge with a complex expression on his face. The father and son of the Yin family are both fallen deities. Nian Anfang's words are definitely not an exaggeration. After the great calamity, it is truly a joyous matter for our Taoism to have produced talents like you and your father. What a pity, what a pity. If your father had not married the snow crane back then, if the fallen deity had not become the successor of the dim radiant emperor that day, it would have been great. His hands behind his back, Yin Zhaoge said quietly. Elder Wang's words now are rather meaningless. You are right, exiled immortal. This old man is just lamenting that fate makes fools of people. In dim radiance, and Hu Tongming have left behind endless evil. Wang Zhengqing sighed. Whatever you say, Elder Wang, Yin Zhaoge said nonchalantly. Anyway, this Yin will still do whatever I have to do. For example, I really want to kill you right now. Yin Zhaoge's tone was very relaxed. But the killing intent contained within was bone-piercing cold, not concealed in the slightest. The Earth Exalt Wang Zhengqing had lived for thousands of years, and had experienced countless storms and waves in his life, facing countless life and death situations. However, this was the first time Wang Zhengqing encountered a young man who was less than a fraction of his age, saying that he wanted to kill him. The crux of the matter was that while the other party was only a late immortal bridge martial saint, but Wang Zhengqing also had to admit that this was not a bluff, but a real death threat. Just looking at how even the black-clothed brocade emperor had actually been unable to defeat Yin Zhaoge, Wang Zhengqing knew that even with the yin-yang earth mountain river diagram, as long as he was the slightest bit careless, he might still be slain by Yin Zhaoge on the spot. Does the Earth Exalt think that we father and son are easy to bully? Yin Zhaoge gazed coldly at Wang Zhengqing. Wang Zhengqing shook his head. I wouldn't dare. In his plan, it would be best to hide it from Yin Zhaoge and Yin Di, soundlessly killing Xue Chuqing and erasing her from the face of this world. After that, no one knew what had happened to Xue Chuqing. As a result, Yin Zhaoge and Yin Di still believed that Xue Chuqing's whereabouts were unknown as she wandered about. Finding Xue Chuqing would not be easy as a disturbance was bound to be caused. Wang Zhengqing and the others also knew that Yin Zhaoge and Yin Di were also searching for someone, as they would definitely react to the disturbance. Therefore, they had hoped to make use of the disturbances in the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion and the Royal Reed Sea to draw the attention of Yin Zhaoge and the others before launching a diversionary attack. Sadly, Yin Zhaoge and the others had reacted very quickly. Also, surpassing Wang Zhengqing's expectations was that the other side's strength had improved by leaps and bounds within a short period of time, such that they were instead lacking in manpower, as they were unable to continue. While Wang Zhengqing had yet to give up, there were already signs of failure on the verge of success. Amidst space, Wang Zhengqing still could not help but look towards the world beyond worlds before him as his heart burned with anxiety. Where are you looking, Earth Exalt? Yin Zhaoge's figure suddenly filled his field of vision. The next moment, a palm descended from the heavens. Wang Zhengqing took a deep breath, and a powerful force suddenly erupted from his aged body. He assumed a fist stance with his left hand, sinking it into his dantian, before clenching the fingers of his right hand into a fist and punching upwards. Beneath this fist, numerous graceful streams of qi surged from the acupoints of his entire body, intermingling as they vaguely condensed into an illusory figure. Enveloped by the illusory figure, Wang Zhengqing's fist seemed to have transformed into an object that resembled a banner, whilst also an axe. Where the force of his fist passed, dim space broke apart, emitting bright light as boundless thick earth appeared that was between earlier and later heaven. At this moment, it was not that the sky was collapsing. Instead, it was that the great earth was rising. The thick great earth rose unceasingly, rising as high as the heavens, conforming with the heavens as it even seemed like it wanted to shatter the very heavens. Qilin Cliff's direct lineage martial art, yin-yang earth heaven-breaking hammer. Wang Zhengqing was a conservative and prudent person. When he had clashed with Yin Di earlier, it had only been to obstruct him. Therefore, he had fought extremely conservatively, as he had been focused on delaying for time. Now that he was facing Yin Zhaoge, the position of the intruder and obstructor having been swapped, this most veteran martial saint of the world beyond worlds could no longer be bothered with maintaining his composure, as he directly unleashed his most powerful killing move. The yin-yang earth mountain river diagram expanded, numerous layers of yin-yang earth spirit soil enveloping it, combining with the great earth formed of Wang Zhengqing's fist intent and true essence, as its power increased exponentially, becoming heavy to the point of being incomparably heavy. Bolstered by an immortal artifact, this fist of Wang Zhengqing's was something that even emperors would have to take seriously. Yet, Yin Zhaoge ignored it as he mightily smashed downwards with a cyclic heavenly seal. As the two sides collided, it was like the heavens and the earth, one sinking while the other rising as they approached each other before mightily colliding. This is reversing creation. Wang Zhengqing's expression changed. Martial saints can execute the reversing creation of the cyclic heavenly seal? The collision of the heavens and the earth shockingly ended with the heavens crushing the earth. Of the jade clear direct lineage's earlier Heaven 3 scriptures, the heaven-opening scripture possessed the greatest offensive power, as it surpassed the cyclic heavenly scripture by a level. The yin-yang earth heaven-breaking hammer of the lineage of the earthly sovereigns Qilin Cliff originated from the yin-yang earth heaven-opening art. It was a manifestation of the heaven-opening scripture of the earth, water, fire and wind, developing its own style as it flourished. Still, the superiority of martial arts was one aspect. There were also differences in the people who executed them. Yin Zhaoge's attainments in the cyclic heavenly seal were so great that even many immortal realm experts would be hard-pressed to reach him. Having already cultivated in this supreme martial art to an extremely high level, he was naturally able to unleash a terrifying might that far surpassed the imagination of martial practitioners of the same cultivation level. Even the earth exalt Wang Zhengqing, who had been immersed in the yin-yang earth heaven-breaking hammer for many years, was hard-pressed to withstand the might of Yin Zhaoge's cyclic heavenly seal now. The great earth shattered unceasingly while the sky continued collapsing downwards. Bolstered by the true intent of the Taiji yin-yang palm, the black-clothed brocade emperor's grand commencement divine finger instantly broke free of the influence of the profundities of Yin Zhaoge's yin-yang heavenly scripture, pointing towards him once more. On the other side, the earth exalt Wang Zhengqing took a deep breath. His left fist, which was at his waist, could not be bothered to defend himself. He struck upwards with a backhand palm. It was also the flipping sky seal. While his attainments were not as deep as Yin Zhaoge's, Wang Zhengqing did not expect his cyclic heavenly seal to defeat Yin Zhaoge's cyclic heavenly seal. He wanted to deal with Yin Zhaoge's palm force from the side, helping to relieve some of the burden of executing the yin-yang earth heaven-breaking hammer with his other hand. Open! Yin Zhaoge was unafraid as he abruptly changed his stance. Light and darkness were separated. The darkness melted away and light shone brightly. In the next moment, the light shattered, and the great Tao no longer existed. Its powerful destructive power forcibly shattered the black and white Taiji diagram, formed of the black-clothed brocade emperor's Taiji yin-yang palm, smashing apart the heavy earth created by Wang Zhengqing's yin-yang earth heaven-breaking hammer. Both of them frowned. What a violent fist technique! The black-clothed brocade emperor retracted his move. The grand commencement divine finger could be used both offensively and defensively, as it met and blocked Yin Zhaoge's fist. The figure of the earth exalt Wang Zhengqing sank completely within the dense yin-yang earth spirit soil, as he once more executed the heaven-earth origin returning mother fist to resist Yin Zhaoge's attacks. Having gained the initiative with a single move, Yin Zhaoge roared towards the heavens, changing his stance once more. He simultaneously raised his hands, a sword appearing within each of them. The cloud circulating heavenly light sword on one side, and the evil sword Taotai on the other. The next moment, the two swords simultaneously descended, chopping towards the black-clothed brocade emperor and Wang Zhengqing respectively. Streams of true essence surged above Yin Zhaoge's head, yin and yang intermingling as the turtle and snake coiled, tough and soft coexisting. The true spirit of true martial manifested, suppressing the many heavens. The avatars of true martial also condensed on the tips of Yin Zhaoge's swords. The next moment, blood spilled from true martial. Countless ferocious swordlights shot out from the bodies of the two Xuanwu tortoises, transforming into sharp flashes of light as they hacked towards Yin Zhaoge's two opponents. This sword art. The black-clothed brocade emperor immediately discovered something unusual. He had previously seen Yin Zhaoge's slaying azure dragon. Yin Zhaoge had integrated some of the profundities of the immortal exterminating sword into his slaying azure dragon back then as well. Now, however, it was a sword art that was completely executed by the immortal exterminating sword. The yin-yang heavenly scripture of the jade clear lineage nourished the image of the turtle and snake coiling Xuanwu formed of the Xuanwu fist scripture, before slaying the Xuanwu with the immortal exterminating sword, collapsing yin and yang, as it broke through various principles. While referencing the swords of the prime clear lineage, the sword arts of the prime clear lineage were not externally manifested, as they were instead converted into supreme martial arts of the Jade Clear and Grand Clear lineage, as swords that broke through all arts. It was not brutal and decisive like the slaying azure dragon which slaughtered all life forms. Still, it was more proficient in attacking, as it specifically targeted opponents with strong defenses. As his fingertip clashed with the tip of the cloud-circulating heavenly light sword, the black-clothed brocade emperor emitted a muffled groan as he stumbled backwards. While he was still uninjured, radiance flickered on the tip of his index finger, which had forcibly received Yin Zhaoge's sword earlier, circulating unceasingly as it was hard to condense. With just a thought, the black-clothed brocade emperor actually felt as though he was unable to unleash the grand commencement divine finger for the time being. Meanwhile, the evil sword Taotai was devouring the yin-yang earth spirit soil on a large scale, as its sharp slaying Xuanwu sword broke through the layers of soil, arriving directly before the earth exalt Wang Zhengcheng. Beneath that sword, if not for the timely protection of the yin-yang earth mountain river diagram, Wang Zhengcheng's forehead would very nearly have been pierced through by Yin Zhaoge's sword. The two experts surrounding Yin Zhaoge roared in unison, as they both retreated to the side. They stabilized their footing, gazing at Yin Zhaoge as they both felt heavy-hearted. If one were to say that Yan Di, Nie Jingshan and Chen Qianhua were all shockingly talented, being able to resist true immortals as human exalts, then, how could one describe the terrifying might of Yin Zhaoge, who was merely a 9th-level martial saint? In this clash just now, Yin Zhaoge had no longer relied on the yin-yang heavenly scripture to teleport, as he had instead forcibly repelled the two of them in a head-on clash. Even though his sword arts were supreme and profound, how much accumulated true essence would he have to have been able to sustain him in executing such a powerful attack, simultaneously clashing head-on with two experts? Even though the black-clothed brocade emperor and the earth exalt Wang Zhengcheng were knowledgeable and experienced, they still found it hard to comprehend this at this moment. Cyclic heavenly scripture, life creation heavenly scripture, yin-yang heavenly scripture, taiji yin-yang palm. Even with the grand plainness immeasurable body, and the grand beginning bright emptiness form, they would still be unable to sustain his expenditure like this. The two looked at Yin Zhaoge with inconceivable expressions. How did he do it? Yin Zhaoge exhaled slowly after simultaneously repelling the two experts with his two swords. His aura was black and white as it flowed in an endless stream. As he inhaled and exhaled, his aura flowed far and wide as it rapidly recovered to its peak state. He pointed his sword towards the two opponents before him. While he did not say anything, his meaning was clear. The black-clothed brocade emperor and Wang Zhengcheng glared at Yin Zhaoge. Now in the distant world beyond worlds, a distortion suddenly occurred at the edge of the boundaries of the world. A tyrannical, majestic saber light passed through the power of dimensions, as it virtually seemed about to transmit into extra-dimensional space. Accompanying it was a dense chi of blood and death. Yin Zhaoge did not look back as he said slowly, "This is the second human exalt to perish beneath my father's saber." Chapter 1157. Feeling that resolute killing intent, and the scattered death chi amidst space, a shocking glow erupted from the gaze of the earth exalt Wang Zhengcheng. He gazed at the gradually healing boundaries of the world beyond worlds, gazing at that gradually fading saber light, and feeling that withering life force, not speaking for a long time. Wang Zhengcheng clearly knew that Yin Zhaoge was not bluffing. Instead, another human exalt had truly been slain by Yan Di after the southern exalt Zhuang Shen. Having just clashed with Yan Di, Wang Zhengcheng would definitely not be mistaken about that majestic, tyrannical saber light. This saber had already declared that today's matters had come to an end. It was just that had their scheme succeeded or not. Had Yan Di rushed to kill Xue Chuqing before she died, saving his wife, or had he been a step too late, helplessly killing to vent his anger? So it is the Eastern Exalt, Taoist One Heaven. Yin Zhaoge said mildly. After Zhuang Shen perished, other than Upper Chun and Yu, the Earth Exalt, there is only Taoist One Heaven who cultivates in the longevity martial scripture, who could still possess such dense, vigorous life force. He gazed at Wang Zhengcheng. Did my mother's master perish because of Taoist One Heaven? Wang Zhengqing was silent as his gaze shifted between Yin Zhaoge and the distant world beyond worlds. After a while he shook his head. Since the outcome had already been decided, there was no longer a need for him to continue battling Yin Zhaoge. Daoist One Heaven had perished, Xue Chuqing dead or alive. Yin Di had already arrived now. Even if Wang Zhengqing chased after him, he had no confidence of being able to do anything against Yin Di's saber. The reason he had been able to persuade the black-clothed brocade emperor to act aside from a deal was that he himself hoped to analyze the Tai fist through clashing with Yin Zhaoge. Therefore, the black-clothed brocade emperor would only be fighting Yin Zhaoge this time. He would not participate in fighting anyone else. Wang Zhengqing's greatest regret now was that he had been too conservative earlier. He had sought too much stability in intercepting Yin Di earlier. Opening the heavens countered Tai. Bolstered by the Yin-Yang Earth Mountain River diagram, Wang Zhengqing's Yin-Yang Earth Heaven-breaking hammer could instead pose a threat to Yin Di. In a one-on-one battle, he only wanted to delay and entangle his opponent. On the other hand, it was true that he rarely had the opportunity to take the initiative to attack. After the upper exalt Qin Qianhua had arrived, the most suitable method was actually for him, Wang Zhengqing, to be the main attacker, while Chen Qianhua was the main defender, the two of them joining forces to deal with Yin Di. At first glance, it actually seemed like the entire Kunlun Mountain had been shifted outside of the world beyond worlds, into this region of space. The earlier clash had already allowed them to sufficiently witness Yin Zhaoge's strength. If the origin opening sword were to fall into Yin Zhaoge's hands now, it would definitely rise to an incomparably terrifying level. Even though Yin Zhaoge was not of Jade Capital Crag's lineage, this being his first time coming into contact with the origin opening sword. Still, with his cultivation base and attainments in the Tao of the sword, if he were to obtain the origin opening sword, neither the black-clothed brocade emperor nor Wang Zhengqing would have an easy time. The origin opening sword had to be intercepted. If they could temporarily snatch the origin opening sword, even if they were unable to use it, it would still be better than if it had fallen into Yin Zhaoge's hands. As soon as he saw the sword light of the origin opening sword, Yin Zhaoge's figure immediately descended meeting it. Yin Zhaoge did not evade Wang Zhengqing's obstruction. The dazzling purple light of thunder instead erupted from within his pupils. An instant's thunder. All light abruptly dimmed amidst space for an instant. There were only thunderbolts that shocked the heavens which mightily erupted at this instant. Yin Zhaoge's entire body was enveloped by thunderbolts as he transformed into a streak of thunder, mightily descending, piercing through the mountains and the great earth that obstructed him. The radiance did not cease in its momentum as it pursued the black-clothed brocade emperor. The black-clothed brocade emperor did not halt as he expanded the grand beginning bright emptiness form, shifting space as he first arrived beside the origin opening sword. Relying on his leakless true immortal body, he attempted to forcibly receive Yin Zhaoge's blow, as he still persisted in grabbing towards the origin opening sword. Yet, red light flickered within Yin Zhaoge's eyes, as he secretly circulated the profundities of the immortal trapping sword manual, instantly arriving beside the black-clothed brocade emperor. Then, a heavy cyclic heavenly seal descended, directly sending the black-clothed brocade emperor flying downwards. Yin Zhaoge halted, standing in midair as he made a grabbing motion. An ancient sword that was pure white in color, and flickered with a faint golden radiance, landed within Yin Zhaoge's palm. Seeing that the origin opening sword had fallen into Yin Zhaoge's hands, the black-clothed brocade emperor did not hesitate in the slightest as his figure flickered, immediately fleeing far away. Yin Zhaoge slowly brandished his sword, space before him being split into two wherever his sword light passed. Black-clothed brocade emperor, receive another sword of mine now. An unprecedentedly massive azure dragon traversed extra-dimensional space in pursuit of the black-clothed brocade emperor. Chapter 1158. Yin Zhaoge executed a slaying azure dragon that was ferocious to the extreme, the sword glow of the origin opening sword skyrocketing, transforming into a mournful blood-red glow, which hacked straight towards the black-clothed brocade emperor. The black-clothed brocade emperor did not even look back as he fled amidst space. But with a muffled groan, dark red blood could still be seen spurting out from the dark universe. The splattered blood was shining with a faint golden light. The blood droplets exploded in the void, turning into blood-colored taiji diagrams that did not dissipate for a long time. A perfected immortal great emperor had been severely injured. Yet, the black-clothed brocade emperor did not resist, nor did he stop as he instead accelerated forward, instantly vanishing amidst pitch-black space. Yin Zhaoge, who had caused a true immortal to bleed, had a calm expression on his face as he gazed towards the other side. There, seeing that the origin opening sword had ultimately fallen into Yin Zhaoge's hands, the Earth Exalt Wang Zhengqing sighed helplessly. Just like the black-clothed brocade emperor, Wang Zhengqing no longer put up any effort as he swept along the Yin-Yang Earth Mountain River diagram and fled towards the distant world beyond worlds. Now that things had come to this, he had no other choice. There was no point in staying any longer. After forcing the black-clothed brocade emperor away with a sword, Yin Zhaoge did not pursue him, as he instead pursued the Earth Exalt Wang Zhengqing. One fleeing, one pursuing, the two rapidly broke through the power of dimensions, returning to the world beyond worlds. The misty tea mountain area of the eastern vast heaven territory reappeared in front of them. The scenery was still the same, but the mood of the people involved was completely different. Wang Zhengqing did not dare to tarry in the slightest. He passed through the border between the central June Heaven territory and the eastern vast heaven territory, rushing towards Kunlun Mountain as fast as he could. The Qilin Cliff lineage's martial arts inheritance specialized in being forceful and heavy. They had no advantage in terms of speed. However, at this moment, Wang Zhengqing unfurled the Yin-Yang Earth Mountain River diagram, sinking his entire body into the ground and using the earth movement art. Borrowing the power of the earth escape, his speed was extremely fast, far surpassing that of ordinary martial artists. Sadly, while he was fast, Yin Zhaoge was even faster. Experiencing consecutive peak battles, and having just unleashed an instant's thunder, Yin Zhaoge vaguely felt his strength being depleted at this moment. However, with the help of the origin opening sword, his figure was still extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he successfully caught up to Wang Zhengqing. Yin Zhaoge gazed at the emperor before him and suddenly yelled. The majestic sword light slashed through the air and landed on the ground, creating a huge rift in the ground. The rift stretched across the horizon, and one couldn't see the end of it. The sword light was like a barrier, landing right in front of Wang Zhengqing, who was using the ground travel technique, blocking his path. Yin Zhaoge raised his palm and slammed downwards, causing the great earth to collapse as the fertile soil of the mountains and rivers all shattered. Wang Zhengqing had no choice but to stop. He rushed out of the soil and returned to the surface. Looking at the vast Kunlun mountain range that had already appeared in his field of vision, but it seemed to be so close yet so far away, Wang Zhengqing was silent. Earth Supreme, old Mr. Wang Zhengqing. Sword in one hand, the other behind his back, Yin Zhaoge stood before Wang Zhengqing. Not having stained your hands with blood, do you think that the matter of killing someone has nothing to do with you? Taoist One Heaven has been executed, but this matter isn't over. It's like that for our family of three, and I believe it's the same for you. Yin Zhaoge looked coldly at Wang Zhengqing. Even if my mother was fortunate enough to escape this tribulation today, and you managed to keep your life, I'm afraid that you still wouldn't let the matter rest, right? That's right. Wang Zhengqing was silent for a long time before he finally said candidly, "This matter does not concern this old man personally. I really cannot ignore it. I admire your honesty and stubbornness. Still, it is precisely because of this that the two of us are irreconcilable." Yin Zhaoge said mildly, "Unless the concealed sovereign emerges from seclusion or the earthly sovereign returns, you are dead for sure today." His calm words contained a resolute killing intent that was not concealed in the slightest. Wang Zhengqing's expression was calm. It was not this old man's wish to offend you and your father. Still, fate makes fools of people. Knowing how difficult it is, this old man cannot back down. Looking at Yin Zhaoge, appraising him once more, he sighed emotionally. So young. So young, so brimming with talent. So long as you do not die prematurely, you will definitely become the new pillar of our Taoism. It is truly a blessing for our Taoism to have you and your father appear. Yet, it just so happened that it was ruined at the hands of dim radiant Yin and bright connection Hu. What a pity, what a pity. Wang Zhengqing slowly shook his head. While you met with a calamity because of the immeasurable heavenly Lord, your future was ruined. Your father has also stably displayed outstanding flair. If you are given time, your futures will be limitless. I have troubled you, Earth Exalt, Yin Zhaoge said indifferently. For the world beyond worlds to be able to attain its current state all these years, it must have been thanks to your efforts. You, Earth Exalt, have always been watching over the world beyond worlds. You have also worked hard. It is just that with regards to the immortal court, other matters aside, whether it is my father or I, as the people involved, cannot possibly compromise and tolerate the matter of my mother. Wang Zhengqing's gaze was distant. Compromise and tolerate in this world. There are some things that we must persevere on. Yet there are also some things that we can only tolerate. This old man does not dare to claim any credit for the world beyond worlds being able to achieve its current state. That is the result of the countless efforts of my master and the countless sacrifices of many seniors in exchange for its current stable situation. Amongst them is also your ancestor, the exalted gold luminary. Looking at Yin Zhaoge, Wang Zhengqing finally felt a little agitated as he said rather painfully, "It is only through the sacrifice of countless seniors, your ancestor included, that the world beyond worlds of today has been able to achieve the current state of Taoism, that the future and hope of our generation exists. And now, all of this may be ruined by Yin dim radiant and bright connection Hu. A great mistake has already been made. If we do not think of mending the pen after the sheep is lost and make up for it, when it is truly irreversible, it will all be too late for regrets." Wang Zhengqing said in a heavy tone. Yin Zhaoge's expression was calm. "I originally thought that it was precisely because we had experienced those dark, dangerous times that the older generation understood the principle of being prepared for danger in times of peace. Instead, it was us of the younger generation who were born in relatively peaceful times, who were more prone to making the mistake of forgetting to fight and being doomed to die. No, the mistake you are more prone to make is youthful arrogance, biting off more than you can chew, being impetuous and blindly optimistic." Wang Zhengqing sighed. "While you have been to the immortal court, you probably still do not know how many bigwigs and experts there are in the immortal court, how deep and terrifying their power is. You do not even know how heaven-piercing the cultivation base of the immeasurable heavenly Lord is. What sort of existence do you think he must have been able to stand against the future Buddha?" Looking at Yin Zhaoge, Wang Zhengqing said in a heavy tone, "We of the three clear lineage will never submit to the external Tao or the false Tao. Still, if we want to set things right, we cannot just rely on our hot-bloodedness. We need time, we need accumulation, we need fortuitous encounters." Looking at Wang Zhengqing, Yin Zhaoge suddenly smiled, just that his smile was rather cold. "Very well said, Earth Exalt. I almost forgot that it was you who sent Taoist One Heaven to find trouble with my mother." Chapter 1159. Intending to leave behind the heavenly essence stone fragment, it shows that you, the Earth Exalt, also know its importance. Yin Zhaoge looked at Wang Zhengqing. After a moment of silence, Wang Zhengqing said, "For the immeasurable heavenly Lord to think so highly of it, it must be something extraordinary. Although I am not sure of its specific effects, it is an important treasure." Yin Zhaoge said coldly, "If it really is as the dim radiant emperor says, his merits are immeasurable, while your actions are truly disappointing. If the immeasurable heavenly Lord has truly obtained the heavenly essence stone fragment, and can illuminate even immortal realm experts of our Taoism, then the dim radiant emperor's actions would indeed be of great merit." Wang Zhengqing nodded. "However, even if that's the case, everything that follows is unavoidable. After all, the situation is stronger than the person. The immeasurable heavenly lord losing the heavenly essence stone fragment only made him unable to take a step ahead of us, and slowed down his pace. Wang Zhengqing said calmly, "If our orthodox Dao sect wants to revive as soon as possible, we still need time. While I might be unreasonable, there is nothing I can do about it. On one side are a few people while on the other is the entire world beyond worlds. This old man has no other choice," Wang Zhengqing said. "In order to buy more time, in order to set things right in the end, there are some prices we have to pay." Yan Zhaoge raised the origin opening sword in his hand, saying indifferently, "Since that is so, I invite you, Earth Exalt, to pay this price. If you need me to give up this body of mine, I won't say anything. Unfortunately, the immortal court doesn't want my old bones." Wang Zhengqing's expression was calm. Yan Zhaoge pointed at the tip of his nose. "My mother is a descendant of the Bright Connection Emperor, while I seem to be viewed as a descendant of the Dim Radiant Emperor. Misfortune may be accompanied by fortune, and misfortune lurks within." Wang Zhengqing was silent for a moment before he said, "Sometimes, fortune is also a calamity. Fallen deity, you really shouldn't have coveted the legacy of the Dim Radiant Emperor back then. What will happen to me? Earth Exalt, don't worry about me anymore. Worry about yourself," Yin Zhaoge said coldly. "If the immortal court doesn't accept your old bones, I'll take it." The magnificent sword light descended from the sky, broke through the layers of yin-yang spirit soil, and slashed towards Wang Zhengqing. Wang Zhengqing did not resign himself to his fate. He rolled up the yin-yang earth mountain river diagram, and tried to rush to Mount Kunlun. As long as he could return to the Kirin Cliff successfully, he would be safe due to the restrictive spell left by the earthly sovereign. However, at this moment, Yan Zhaoge's sword light turned from sharp and fierce to light and agile, traversing through the layers of soil. Then within the sword light, wisps of white gas suddenly appeared, a terrifying aura that could exterminate all living things. Celestial slashing sword. You really do know the prime clear swordsmanship. Wang Zhengqing was shocked as he saw the layers of spirit soil shattering under the white qi. Yan Zhaoge roared in a low tone, the sword light flying out of his hand and circling in midair, as it forcibly separated Wang Zhengqing from the yin-yang earth mountain river diagram. Then, he took a step forward and struck with the flipping sky seal. Wang Zhengqing blocked with both hands. Yet, without the yin-yang earth mountain river diagram, how could he withstand Yan Zhaoge's cyclic heavenly seal? He was immediately sent flying by a palm strike. Yan Zhaoge ignored the yin-yang earth mountain river diagram that was currently entangled with the origin opening sword, not halting in his footsteps as he came before Wang Zhengqing once more. The young are frivolous, the old will regret. Wang Zhengqing's arms were broken, blood leaking from the corners of his mouth as he coughed repeatedly. "It is just that your talent as a fallen deity has been wasted, being wasted, ugh." Before he had finished speaking, Yan Zhaoge had already punched out once more, striking him squarely in the chest. The terrifying destructive power of the great shattering brightness fist directly shattered Wang Zhengqing's flesh and blood. Yan Zhaoge's fist resembled the sharp tip of a great spear, as it pierced through Wang Zhengqing's chest. It was all thanks to the dense and vigorous martial arts of Qilin Cliff that Wang Zhengqing had not died despite having his chest pierced. Even so, with his cultivation base and the toughness of his fleshly body, he was currently unable to move at all. Fresh blood spurted out unceasingly from his mouth and nose as he breathed in more than he breathed out. "Whether I am talented or not is my own business. Even if I am ruined, it will not be by your hands. You should worry less about this, Earth Exalt," Yan Zhaoge said mildly. "Instead, you should be more concerned about yourself. The current situation really concerns your heart," Meng Qi said. Wang Zhengqing was virtually already unable to speak. Still, he could clearly feel that his heart was being gripped in someone's hand. His chest had been pierced through by Yan Zhaoge, a large hole opening up. From the front, Yan Zhaoge's arm was pierced through his chest. From the back, Yan Zhaoge's hand could be seen amidst the mangled flesh and blood on Wang Zhengqing's back, grabbing a beating heart. As Yan Zhaoge's fingers tightened, Wang Zhengqing's face instantly turned from pale to purplish red. "Show mercy. Now." A cry resounded from the distance, as someone was rapidly approaching from Kunlun Mountain. The encompassing emperor. Show mercy, fallen deity. Do not be rash. The encompassing emperor wanted to approach, but Yin Zhaoge exerted force with his fingers as Wang Jingqing's face virtually turned purplish-black. Helpless, the encompassing emperor could only halt, saying anxiously, "You must not be rash, fallen deity. Otherwise, things will truly get out of hand." Yin Zhaoge had a calm expression on his face. "Forgive this Yen for not being able to meet you now, encompassing emperor. Let's not talk about that." The encompassing emperor smiled bitterly as he said anxiously, "Release the earth exalt first. With how heavily injured he is now, his life will be in danger if he is not treated in time." A baffled expression appeared on Yin Zhaoge's face. "I was prepared to beat him to death in the first place. Fallen deity, your future is bright. Do not make a mistake," the encompassing emperor said in a heavy tone. "This old man already knows about what happened earlier. It is not that there is no way to turn things around. Still, if the earth exalt dies at your hands, things will truly get out of hand." "I am still not very certain about my mother's current safety," Yin Zhaoge said mildly. "If she is harmed, things will already be out of hand." The encompassing emperor said, "There is still a chance. Still, if the earth exalt dies at your hands, even the sword sovereign will not be able to protect you." Yin Zhaoge looked calmly at the encompassing emperor, a hint of a smile suddenly appearing at the corners of his mouth. "If you really wanted to mediate, encompassing emperor, why did you not first dissuade the earth exalt and the heaven emperor from doing so? When they were obstructing me and my father, attempting to kill my mother, what were you doing, encompassing emperor?" The encompassing emperor was silent for a moment. "I understand. If they could silently kill my mother without my father and me noticing, you would actually have tacitly agreed to it," Yin Zhaoge said calmly. "Still, if we had detected it, you would not have wished for Wang Jingqing's group to succeed, resulting in an official conflict between the two sides." The encompassing emperor had just wanted to speak when Yin Zhaoge suddenly smiled. "I should be thanking you, because I learnt something through you. From the direction you came from over at Kunlun Mountain, it was not your cave manor, the myriad phenomena cave of round intelligence ridge. Instead, you came from the concealed sovereign's restful immortal valley." Hearing his words, the encompassing emperor's expression changed slightly. "It looks like the concealed sovereign has indeed yet to emerge from seclusion." Yin Zhaoge turned to look at Wang Jingqing, his smile growing wider as he revealed a mouthful of neat white teeth. "It looks like your luck is not good enough." He exerted force with his fingers, Wang Jingqing's heart instantly transforming into a mist of blood. Chapter 1160. Yin Zhaoge exerted force with his fingers, the powerful force crushing Wang Jingqing's heart, shattering it along with his other organs. The force traveled along his blood vessels, shattering all the blood vessels, meridians and bones of Wang Jingqing's entire body as well. Wang Jingqing's body aged completely at this moment, becoming decayed. Finally, he dissipated along with the wind like ash. His divine soul was also annihilated along with it. The oldest martial saint since the founding of the world beyond worlds, the earth exalt Wang Jingqing, had been extinguished in body and soul on this day. Yin Zhaoge retracted his palm, his fingers clean as not a single speck of blood could be seen on them. Wang Jingqing's body vanished before him, as if it had never existed in the first place. The yin-yang earth mountain river diagram and the origin opening sword that were entangled in battle shook simultaneously. An unprecedentedly powerful aura erupted from the yin-yang earth mountain river diagram, jolting the origin opening sword back before the diagram transformed into a streak of light, flying in the direction of Kunlun Mountain's southern high peak. This treasure belonged to the earthly sovereign at the end of the day. After its current owner Wang Jingqing had died, the restrictions left behind by the earthly sovereign within had been activated, causing it to automatically return to Kunlun Mountain. Yin Zhaoge ignored this, as he simply kept the origin opening sword, before turning to look at the encompassing emperor. This true immortal was not as weak as the black-clothed brocade emperor, who had been split apart. At the same time, He was accompanied by an immortal artifact. If not for the fact that he had already restrained Wang Zhengcheng and held his life in his hands, Wang Zhengcheng might have been able to escape if the encompassing emperor interfered. Still, seeing that Wang Zhengcheng had been killed right before his very eyes, the encompassing emperor did not intend to act out of embarrassment or anger. A stunned look appeared on his face as he wanted to assist Wang Zhengcheng, yet it was already too late. The encompassing emperor looked at Yin Zhaoge with a complex expression on his face. After a long time he said slowly, "Fallen deity, you were really too rash this time. Even if the Sword Sovereign is willing to offend the earthly and concealed sovereigns for you and your father, he will not be able to bear that pressure." The encompassing emperor said in a low voice, "There are many rumors that the reason why His Majesty the earthly sovereign is the head of the three sovereigns is because His Majesty the concealed sovereign has always supported him. It is because His Majesty the earthly sovereign himself has the greatest seniority. However, those are not the most important reasons. The most important reason is that he truly possesses the greatest cultivation base amongst the three sovereigns, being the current undisputed #1 expert of the world beyond worlds. Even the concealed sovereign who was one of the Kunlun 9 luminaries that year is inferior to him. Although your ancestor was also one of the 9 luminaries back then, there were still differences between the 9 luminaries. The relationship between the concealed sovereign and the earthly sovereign was far deeper than the relationship between the earthly sovereign and your ancestor." The Sunluo emperor sighed. If there was a conflict between the two, the concealed sovereign would definitely choose to help the earthly sovereign. If you didn't kill the Earth Exalt, the concealed sovereign might still be able to mediate between the two and be impartial. However, the Earth Exalt has already died in your hands. If the Earth Exalt makes things difficult for you, the concealed sovereign will only support him. The encompassing emperor looked helplessly at Yin Zhaoge. This old man thought that you were aware of the situation. While you, fallen deity, have occasionally acted frivolously in your youth, this old man has been observing you all these years. Still today I do know the relationship. Yin Zhaoge said mildly. I also know that the earthly sovereign and the concealed sovereign both possess tranquil immortal artifacts. The tranquility of Taoism and the tranquility of Buddhism were two different concepts in this world. The tranquility here referred to the cultivation level of Taoist immortals. Since you are aware of this old man is even less able to understand. The encompassing emperor sighed. It is true that the concealed sovereign has yet to leave seclusion, and the earthly sovereign is far away in a foreign dimension. Fellow Taoist Jia of Jade Sky Peak will not make things difficult for you. And this old man also does not intend to get involved too deeply. Father and son can do as they please in the world beyond worlds for now. Still, the earthly sovereign will return at the end of the day, and the concealed sovereign will leave seclusion one day. What do you intend to do then, fallen deity? Go to the roving jade heavens. The encompassing emperor looked at Yin Zhaoge with a complex gaze. He naturally did not wish for outstanding talents of the younger generation like Yin Zhaoge and his father to be forced to leave the world beyond worlds and head to the roving jade heavens. If Yin Zhaoge had become a descendant of the dim radiant emperor, due to the dim radiant wheel aside, Yin Di would truly be a fool of fate. The roving jade heavens? Yin Zhaoge was non-committal. The encompassing emperor said slowly, if your broad creed mountain really intends to head to the roving jade heavens, they will probably welcome you there. Still, while you can go, the sword sovereign cannot. Who knows how many descendants of the prime clear lineage died beneath the origin opening sword that year. A proud disciple of that old grand master of the roving jade heavens died beneath the sword sovereign's sword as well. Even if the profound sovereign and the dragon spring emperor do not care about this, countless experts of the prime clear lineage, that old grand master included, have never been able to forget this. The encompassing emperor shook his head. While the profound sovereign is powerful, that old grand master was her master at the end of the day. The deceased were also of her lineage. While the roving jade heavens may accept your broad creed mountain, it is definitely impossible for them to accept Jade Capital Crag. If you intend to join forces with Jade Capital Crag and the roving Jade Heavens to attack the world beyond worlds, it is likely that the roving Jade Heavens will join forces with Chelan Cliff to make things difficult for Jade Capital Crag. Having slain the Earth Exalt, you can head to the roving Jade Heavens. What will the Sword Sovereign do then? The encompassing Emperor sighed. Fallen deity, you have really been too rash this time. Yin Zhaoge calmly listened to the encompassing Emperor's words before smiling. Thank you, encompassing Emperor. This Yin will first go check on my mother's condition. Forgive me for taking my leave. With that, he cupped his hands towards the encompassing Emperor before turning and leaving with the origin opening sword, heading east. The encompassing Emperor looked helplessly at Yin Zhaoge's departing figure. Does he think that this old man is just bluffing and scaring him? It would be best if he kept this in mind. After thousands of years of peace, I wonder how this great chaos will end. After taking his leave of the encompassing Emperor, Yin Zhaoge hurried back to the eastern vast heaven territory. Like Wang Zhengqing and the black-clothed brocade Emperor, Yin Zhaoge too could not know whether the Eastern Exalt Taoist One Heaven had died to Yin Di's saber. Had Yin Di arrived in time to save him, or had he been a step too late and could only helplessly kill him to avenge his wife? Therefore, after taking care of the Earth Exalt Wang Zhengqing, Yin Zhaoge could not be bothered with anything else as he hurried to the Eastern vast heaven territory. He had naturally not ignored the encompassing Emperor's words. While he had not been certain of some details previously, Yin Zhaoge had already known what the consequences of killing Wang Zhengqing would be. Knowing the consequences did not mean that Yin Zhaoge would show mercy to Wang Zhengqing. He would not regret it even if he did. Still, since he knew that there would be negative repercussions, Yin Zhaoge naturally had to think of a way to deal with the aftermath. Whether or not the method would be effective was another matter. Just waiting for death to come was definitely not an option. Chapter 1161. As Yin Zhaoge sped along the way, he pondered what he should do next. Joining the roving Jade Heavens was naturally one option. Still, Yin Zhaoge did not intend to do that unless he had no other choice. It was not that he would lose face by running away. Instead, he had always been operating in the world beyond worlds, developing his sect and maintaining his connections. It would be a pity if he had to start anew now, especially with everything having happened so suddenly. It would be hard to take care of everything. Not to mention that it would make things difficult for the Sword Sovereign Yu Jinbei. Yin Zhaoge had relied on the origin opening sword to kill Wang Zhengqing and the black-clothed brocade Emperor at the end of the day. Jade Capital Crag would not be able to escape responsibility for Wang Zhengqing's death at the end of the day. Taoism had many things to do and sovereigns were hard to come by. If there was no core conflict that could not be resolved, the earthly sovereign and the concealed sovereign would not attempt to kill the Sword Sovereign. Still, the Sword Sovereign would definitely have to think of a way to protect his disciples Wang Pu, Nie Jingshan, and the others. If Yin Zhaoge's family ran away, the conflict would shift to the Sword Sovereign and the Earthly Sovereign, with the Sword Sovereign bearing the blame for Yin Zhaoge. While the Sword Sovereign would most likely bear this burden for the Yin family, for the sake of the exalted gold luminary. Still, Yin Zhaoge could not be at ease with this as it was something that should be done. Still, no matter what, Yin Zhaoge had to first ensure Xue Chuqing's safety. Xue Chuqing's safety was naturally the best outcome. It was just that Yin Zhaoge could not help but feel a little awkward if they met again later. To be honest, to him, his mother was more like a symbol or a story than a living person. While he had seen her before and knew what she looked like, even having some childhood memories deep within his heart. But strictly speaking, this was actually a person he had never met before and had never truly interacted with before. It would be fine if it was anyone else, but it just had to be his mother. This was very awkward. Yin Zhaoge currently had a very deep relationship with Yin Di, with Ahu, with Yuan Zhengfeng, with Su Fei, and even with Fang Zhuan, Si Kongqing, and Fu Inshu. Still, this was built on the foundation of having gone through so many trials and tribulations together for so many years. Back in the Eight Extremities world, when his consciousness had just awakened, he had been together with Yin Di and who for almost half a year before his awkwardness and caution had gradually faded. Now all of this might have to happen all over again. Yin Zhaoge felt rather helpless. While Yin Zhaoge had still been extremely young when Xue Chuqing and Yin Zhaoge had separated, many years had already passed since then. But blood was thicker than water. Yin Zhaoge really found it a little hard to grasp what was appropriate here. He had never experienced such a situation before. It was easy to act in front of outsiders. With his mother's safety at stake, whether or not they had been separated for many years, Yin Zhaoge naturally had to go all out. Moreover, Yin Di would definitely go all out. While Yin Zhaoge was a stranger to Xue Chuqing, his relationship with Yin Di over the years was truly deep. It was just that, facing Xue Chuqing, he couldn't help but feel a little awkward. It just so happens that the situation is quite urgent right now. After a simple greeting, we'll get down to business. Yin Zhaoge punched his right fist into his left palm. Let's talk about proper business first. With proper business done, we won't be able to care about private matters. In the future, we can slowly get to know each other better. Actually, he yearned for the kinship of his parents very much. That was why he had been able to close the gap between him and Yin Di so quickly back then. Yeah, let's do that then. Yin Zhaoge nodded repeatedly, feeling immensely proud of his wise decision. Then, light suddenly flickered in the distance. Feeling its aura, Yin Zhaoge knew that it was Yin Di. Clearly, Yin Di had the same thoughts as Yin Zhaoge after the Eastern Vast Heaven territory had come to an end. After learning that Yin Zhaoge had chased Wang Zhengqing back to the world beyond worlds, Yin Di had immediately hurried over to the Central June Heaven territory. As the two met, Yin Zhaoge could only see Yin Di's figure as he was slightly shocked. Still, seeing that there was no sorrow on his father's face, as there was instead unsuppressible joy between his brows, Yin Zhaoge relaxed. Father, this is... Yin Zhaoge looked around. Where's my mother? Is she all right? Yin Di appraised Yin Zhaoge with a glance. Seeing that Yin Zhaoge was also fine, he smiled. She's fine. I arrived in time and slew Taoist One Heaven. His smiling expression was rarely seen in his life, causing Yin Zhaoge to click his tongue in wonder. As for your mother, Yin Di could not help but smile. She is a little shy of returning home, not knowing how to face you. Before his words had landed, a woman's voice resounded amidst space. How could I? It is just that the current situation is unclear, and I am busy thinking of a countermeasure. Yin Zhaoge was taken aback. This line of thought and reasoning were so familiar. The grand simplicity splendor cloud above Yin Di's head bloomed like a lotus flower. A woman leapt out amidst the numerous petals that resembled clouds of stars, arriving before Yin Zhaoge. Gazing over, Yin Zhaoge saw that the woman appeared to be in her 30s. She had elegant features and a noble air about her. It was none other than Xue Chuqing, whom Yin Zhaoge had seen in images countless times. It was just that the Xue Chuqing in the images appeared to be in her 20s, as she appeared a little more mature now. As compared to the images, she appeared even more elegant in person. Her gaze was intelligent and seemed a little crafty, yet also bright and magnanimous as she appeared a little unrestrained. Mother, mother? Yin Zhaoge braced himself and called out in a rather pained manner. While Xue Chuqing appeared magnanimous, she was actually sneaking glances at Yin Zhaoge as she said dryly, Zhaoge, you are already so big. Clearly, she did not know how to face her son who had long since grown up. When she had left back then, Yin Zhaoge had still been a 3-year-old child. Over the years she had roamed alone. Apart from her disguise, her daily life was actually not much different from when she had been a young girl. She needed some time to adapt to the sudden appearance of such an old child. While she had occasionally heard news of Yin Zhaoge and Yin Di over the past few years, she had felt happy and proud of them. Still, now that they were truly face to face, Xue Chuqing felt rather panicked. She felt rather guilty. She had been separated from her flesh and blood for so many years. Her son had already grown up, yet she had never been by his side, never having fulfilled her duties as a mother. It was a regretful thing for her, and extremely unfair to her son. Xue Chuqing's expression had not changed even when she had been chased all over by the world beyond worlds and the immortal court. Yet, facing Yin Zhaoge now, she really felt rather helpless. Yin Zhaoge was actually pretty much the same. Right, let's talk about other things later. Yin Zhaoge still decided to act according to his own plan. I just killed the Earth Exalt Wang Zhengcheng. This matter has many implications. We still need to quickly come up with a plan on how to deal with the aftermath. Xue Chuqing said virtually at the same time as Yin Zhaoge. We can talk about the feelings of separation later. The other side will definitely not let this matter rest. We still need to prepare for a rainy day. Partway through their conversation, mother and son could no longer continue as they stared at each other for a time. Beside them, Yindi burst out laughing. Chapter 1162. Yin Zhaoge and Xue Chuqing stared at each other for a while, both in a daze. Before they met, they hadn't thought that they would actually use the same method to resolve the awkwardness. Such tacit understanding made them even more awkward in an instant. However, after a while, they miraculously relaxed and looked at each other with more warmth in their eyes. Of course, Yindi's laughter was even more piercing. Yin Zhaoge looked at Yindi speechlessly. His father's expression was even rarer than a solar eclipse. Xue Chuqing glanced at Yindi discontentedly. He actually laughed at her in front of her son. That was intolerable. Being stared at by the two at the same time, Yindi laughed even louder. For so many years, today was the happiest day of his life. Yin Zhaoge and Xue Chuqing couldn't help but shake their heads and laugh helplessly. Facing each other, they still felt a little awkward. However, they finally relaxed a little. They didn't deliberately start chatting again. Instead, they just continued talking about the previous topic. If possible, I don't intend to go to the roving Jade Heavens. Yin Zhaoge said first. That way, although we will be safe, the pressure will be transferred to senior apprentice Uncle Yu and Jade Capital Crag. With earthly sovereign and concealed sovereign together, senior apprentice Uncle Yu will be in a difficult position. Yindi also stopped smiling and said solemnly, That's right. It's not without reason that I haven't been to the roving Jade Heavens all these years. Xue Chuqing smiled bitterly. Great Grand Master has a deep grudge against the roving Jade Heavens. As she said this, she suddenly looked at Yindi with some hesitation. Yindi and Yin Zhaoge both looked away tacitly. They had also thought about the seniority problem brought by the exalted gold luminary and the exalted wood luminary. Therefore, they should just pretend to be ignorant about this matter. Concealed sovereign and earthly sovereign are close. Senior apprentice Uncle, you can't do it alone. Yin Zhaoge coughed and continued seriously. We need to find someone who can help senior apprentice Uncle you share the pressure. Yindi's eyes flickered slightly. Astro Sovereign. That's right. Yin Zhaoge nodded. Rumor has it that the Astro Sovereign and my grandfather are very close. If we can get him to help us, senior apprentice Uncle, you will feel less pressure. However, I don't know how to contact Astro Sovereign with the limited clues I have. Although I guess he is in the world beyond worlds. It's not easy to find him after so many years without any news. Yin Zhaoge pondered as he said, I don't know who will return first, senior apprentice Uncle Yu, or the earthly sovereign. Therefore, we can't just keep waiting. When the need arises, we can only go look for the female emperor. She might not get along well with that senior Chu, but since it's related to the Astro Sovereign, female monarch will definitely pay attention to it. At least she can get some clues. Hearing this, Xue Chuqing asked softly, What is the basis for saying that the Astro Sovereign is in the world beyond worlds? Yin Zhaoge immediately told him about Chu Lily's matter. I see. Xue Chuqing pondered for a moment before saying, If that's the case, we might as well head to the northern profound heaven territory. The northern exalt might know some things. Yin Zhaoge and Yindi both felt taken aback. I don't know much about the situation of the Astro Sovereign, and I don't know much about that senior Chu either. But my master once mentioned her name when he was still alive. Xue Chuqing explained. Yin Zhaoge's interest was aroused. What do you mean? Even Wang Pu and the others of Yu Jinbei's lineage didn't know much about Chu Lily's situation. That senior Chu seems to be related to the demonic Tao and the 9 underworlds. Xue Chuqing said solemnly. 9 underworlds? Yin Zhaoge frowned slightly. Thinking of Chu Lily's appearance, he felt rather surprised as he hadn't noticed anything wrong with her at the time. Xue Chuqing said, I'm not so sure either. But this should be a clue. The Astro Sovereign vanished rather suddenly back then. There must be a reason for this abnormality. Yin Zhaoge and Yin Di nodded slowly. The reason why Xue Chuqing suggested looking for the Northern Exalt was also very obvious. There were often dimensional passageways leading to the land of tranquil streams in the northern profound heaven territory, which was the front line of the world beyond worlds in contact with the 9 underworlds. One of the responsibilities of the Northern Exalt was to monitor these unstable dimensional passageways that appeared from time to time. If the matter of the Astro Sovereign and Chu Lily was related to the 9 underworlds, then the most likely place to find the Astro Sovereign was not the Kunlun Mountain of the Central June Heaven Territory, but the Northern Profound Heaven Territory. It's still uncertain whether we can find the Astro Sovereign. Yin Zhaoge lightly rubbed his temples. Even if we find him, the Astro Sovereign might not help us. It wasn't that the Astro Sovereign didn't want to help. Instead, there was most likely some special reason for him to vanish mysteriously back then. If his attention was tied up and he couldn't get away, he might not have the time to help. Yin Di said slowly, there's another problem that we have to consider. The possibility of the earthly sovereign and the concealed sovereign advancing to a higher level. Yin Zhaoge's eyes flickered. Unlike the sword sovereign, Yu Zhenbei who rose up later, the earthly sovereign and the concealed sovereign had already been sovereigns for thousands of years. They had long stood at the peak of their realm. Who knew when they would succeed in taking a step forward? Therefore, we have to think of other methods as well. Multitasking is the right way. As Yin Zhaoge said this, he secretly glanced at Xue Chuqing. Xue Chuqing understood what he meant. She shook her head and said, don't look at me like that. I don't know where the Great Grand Master is either. The Great Grand Master she mentioned was naturally the exalted wood luminary of the Kunlun 9 luminaries. Then what about the Bright Connection Emperor? Yin Zhaoge asked. The Bright Connection Emperor might not be able to help alleviate the pressure brought by the earthly sovereign and the concealed sovereign. Still, if the Bright Connection Emperor knew where her master, the exalted wood luminary was, that would be great. Grand Master has already passed away. Xue Chuqing sighed. Sorry. Yin Zhaoge instantly smiled bitterly. Xue Chuqing shook her head. It's fine. She said slowly. It's not like there's no way at all. While the Great Grand Master's situation is unclear, we can try to contact someone else. It's just that after receiving the message, we can't guarantee whether the other party will respond. Also, Xue Chuqing paused for a moment before continuing. I have some doubts about contacting the other party. Yin Zhaoge and Yin Di both grew interested. What do you mean? Firstly, the other party has long since left the world beyond worlds. We don't know how far or where he is. He also didn't leave behind any keepsake. If we want to contact him, ordinary methods won't work, Xue Chuqing said. If we want to contact him, we have to use a special method. This method wasn't passed down from my lineage. Instead, I obtained it from somewhere else. After analyzing it in private, I feel that it isn't so simple. Xue Chuqing explained. Actually, I have already made preparations for this as I roamed the lands all these years. It's just that my progress has been limited due to limited conditions. Connecting the places where you have been previously, we will be able to obtain something special. Yin Zhaoge's eyes lit up. Because there are too many illusions that you have left behind, it is very difficult to distinguish the true location. Therefore, I still can't tell what exactly you are setting up. From what you've said, there is indeed something special about it. Chapter 1163. Xue Chuqing was rather astonished as she stared at Yin Zhaoge for a while. Zhaoge is really not simple. You can even tell this. Her gaze was rather playful. This is not just a matter of cultivation base. Instead, it involves many unknown secrets. I've been running all over the place these past years, having had many fortuitous encounters. Don't underestimate me. Yin Zhaoge curled his li. He secretly appraised Xue Chuqing. I was still guessing that it might be some grand formation that could blow the entire world beyond worlds apart. What nonsense are you thinking? Xue Chuqing did not know whether to laugh or to cry. If we really dared to do that, the Sword Sovereign would have already taken care of us before the earthly sovereign and concealed sovereign could make a move. Yin Zhaoge asked, "What exactly is it used for?" Xue Chuqing answered, "Its foundation is the area-latitude formation. Above that, there are some other adjustments." The area-latitude formation was a famed bewildering formation of pre-Great Calamity times, as it formlessly bewitched others. Within a single inch, it could encompass the heavens and the earth. Simply put, if Xue Chuqing set it up properly, as the one who set it up, coupled with the help of the river diagram, there would really be very few who could find her beneath the heavens. This area-latitude formation of hers encompassed the entire world beyond worlds, and even many lower worlds. The beauty of the area-latitude formation was that after it was completed, it could only be dispelled, not broken. Unless the foundation of the formation was leveled, that would be equivalent to destroying the world beyond worlds, along with many lower worlds. Of course, it was naturally not an easy thing to set up such a massive area-latitude formation. One also had to prevent others from detecting it before it was successfully set up and sabotaging it. Therefore, Xue Chuqing was still slowly plotting in secret even now. Yin Zhaoge sighed in admiration. She could be said to be careless, yet still cautious, not revealing any flaws. She could be said to be cautious. She was clearly being pursued, yet she could still set up such a massive formation. Still, he was more concerned about the latter half of Xue Chuqing's words. Other adjustments? Is it the special method of contacting others that you spoke of just now? If it was just a simple area-latitude formation, Yin Zhaoge would have been able to see through it earlier. Other experts with high attainments in formations might have been able to see through it beforehand as well. Amidst all these illusions that could confuse one's senses, there were also additional changes that caused Yin Zhaoge to be momentarily unable to distinguish them. Not bad. You've integrated it with the base of the area-latitude formation, Xue Chuqing said. Only with such a massive foundation can we support the ritual, sending messages in a situation where we can't determine the target in the early stages. Yin Zhaoge said knowingly, it is equivalent to reversing the area-latitude formation, first finding someone before sending a message. The area-latitude formation that can envelop the entire world beyond worlds is naturally incomparably powerful. Xue Chuqing nodded. That's right. It's just that I can't help but feel a little strange when I set up the formation according to this method. It's as if there's some sort of profoundness hidden within, but I can't see through it right now. Oh. Hearing his words, Yin Zhaoge couldn't help but take it to heart. In the past, the Exalted Wood Luminary had been famous for his vast knowledge among the Kunlun 9 luminaries. As his direct descendant, Xue Chuqing had perfectly inherited this trait of the world beyond worlds martial saints. Regardless of their strength, Yin Zhaoge could not think of anyone else besides himself and Chen Qianhua, who could be mentioned in the same breath as his mother. If even she had doubts, it meant that there really was a problem. I'll keep this matter in mind, Yin Di now said. In this world, there are gains and losses. It's rare to have the best of both worlds. It's just weighing the pros and cons. Yin Zhaoge stroked his lower chin. Who are you going to contact? The Exalted Fire Luminary. Hearing this name, the first image that appeared in the minds of Yin Zhaoge and his father was a heavenly halberd that pointed towards the heavens and drew the earth, wreathed in blazing fire. If it's the Exalted Fire Luminary, he seems to be the loneliest of the Kunlun 9 luminaries? Yin Zhaoge asked a little uncertainly. Even if we contact him, will he be willing to help? It was said that the Exalted Rahu Luminary, Jin Shenhua, was rather independent in her actions. In terms of being eccentric, it would be the Exalted Fire Luminary. According to the information that Yin Zhaoge currently had, while this bigwig expert was one of the Kunlun 9 luminaries, he rarely participated in the matters of the world beyond worlds. His deeds were the least circulated amongst the 9 of them. Even if they were not diluted, there was very little information about the Exalted Fire Luminary. However, no one dared to say that he was just there to fill the numbers. The few times that the exalted fire luminary had made an appearance, all of them had shocked the heavens and shook the earth. It was just that he was a loner. No one had ever heard of him being especially close to anyone. This matter is very secretive. Very few people know about it, Xue Chuqing said. I once heard Master mention that there seemed to be some grudges between Great Grand Master and the exalted fire luminary. It's just that Master doesn't know the details. He only heard Grand Master mentioning it in the past. Yin Zhaoge noticed Xue Chuqing's wording. Grudges. That's right. Xue Chuqing nodded. Therefore, even if we contact the exalted fire luminary, it's hard to say what kind of response he would have. However, since someone pointed me to try to contact him, it means that there is hope. Xue Chuqing paused for a moment. It's just that the one who pointed you to find the exalted fire luminary might have other intentions. Yin Zhaoge continued. It shouldn't be targeted at you. With you being wanted, the situation can't be any worse. Therefore, there should really be hope of contacting the exalted fire luminary. And the one who pointed you out is actually aiming to find the exalted fire luminary. Xue Chuqing said. That's right. This is another reason for my doubts. Speaking of which, who is the one who pointed you to find the exalted fire luminary? Yin Zhaoge raised his brows. There is no hope in finding him. Since he urged you to find the exalted fire luminary, he definitely wouldn't appear to help you. Xue Chuqing first looked at Yin Zhaoge before answering. Yin Zhaoge was initially rather puzzled. Still, his heart jolted slightly as he vaguely thought of something. Indeed, Xue Chuqing said. While I concealed my identity and hid everywhere previously, I still heard some rumors about you and Broad Creed Mountain. One of them was that you obtained the extreme Yang Seal Zhaoge? Yin Zhaoge realized. The exalted solar luminary Gao Han. Yin Zhaoge was extremely familiar with this name, even though he had never seen the other party in person. Still, of the Kunlun 9 luminaries, the one he was most familiar with was the exalted solar luminary, Gao Han. The extreme Yang Seal was currently in Yin Zhaoge's hands. Zhaoge, how did you obtain the extreme Yang Seal? Xue Chuqing asked. After Yin Zhaoge told her what had happened, Xue Chuqing sighed. It was only a guess earlier. Still, since the exalted solar luminary has long since left that crevice to the 9 underworlds in the 8 extremities world, the one who pointed me out back then was most likely him. Chapter 1164. Exalted Solar Luminary Gao Han. Yin Zhaoge felt displeased even as he pondered. There was no doubt that someone was plotting against him. While the other party's true target might not be him, he was still considered a part of the plan. Yin Di frowned as well. It's fine. Yin Zhaoge pondered for a moment before suddenly smiling. Let's just take what we need. What matters is who will have the last laugh. There must be a reason why he wanted to use you to sweep the exalted fire luminary away. Once we understand the root of the problem, we might be able to do something about it. Xue Chuqing said leisurely. The greatest possibility is that it's because of the differences in ideologies in the world beyond worlds. Due to the fact that the lineage of the Bright Connection Emperor was in a terrible situation, the descendants of the Bright Connection Emperor's lineage often taught everything they knew to their disciples, just in case their lineage was suddenly cut short. Therefore, Xue Chuqing knew many secrets that others did not. The original world beyond worlds experienced much bloodshed, darkness and many twists and turns before the situation gradually stabilized. Xue Chuqing said. Still, differences of opinion appeared among the bigwigs who were in charge of the matter. In the end, it caused a rift. Some left and some stayed. Those who stayed ultimately completely stabilized the situation of the world beyond worlds until now. At this point, Xue Chuqing suddenly paused. I already know about Buddhism, the Immortal Court, and the Immeasurable Heavenly Lord. Yin Zhaoge smiled. Hearing his words, Xue Chuqing's expression changed greatly. You have yet to reach the human exalt martial saint realm. Yin Zhaoge waved his hands towards her. Relax, I'm fine. Just like how you are safe with half of the river diagram protecting you, I have my ways too. While the dim radiant emperor's dim radiant wheel was not completed, I have carefully analyzed the concept of peerless infinity within it. With the combination of man and treasure, the seed of the immeasurable heavenly Lord would not have been planted. Hearing his words, Xue Chuqing's expression eased greatly. Still, she was still very worried. You should continue talking about the world beyond worlds. Yin Zhaoge changed the topic. Xue Chuqing gave him a deep look before she let out a long sigh. Since you already know, there is no need for me to hide it. She said slowly. The grand clear direct lineage is rare. The new Kunlun 9 luminaries who established the world beyond worlds were all of the jade clear direct lineage. However, there were disagreements between them. In the end, the disagreements were irreconcilable, and they finally parted ways. One faction is inclined towards stable development, accumulating silently, and waiting for an opportunity to revive our orthodox Taoism. The other faction is relatively radical. They believe that accumulating their own strength is important, but they also need to beat around the bush and obstruct the development of the immortal court heretics. Xue Chuqing said. There is no need to say much about the former. The earthly sovereign and the concealed sovereign were both of this faction. The astro sovereign, who had also stayed in the world beyond worlds afterwards, was relatively neutral. The latter faction consists of the exalted solar luminary, the exalted lunar luminary, and my great-grand master. Eunuch and the exalted Rahu luminary perished earlier, so we don't have to mention them. As for the exalted fire luminary, just like the astro sovereign, he remains neutral. Xue Chuqing paused for a moment before saying, according to Grand Master, rather than saying that the exalted fire luminary is neutral, it is not that he does not have a clear stance. Yin Zhaoge looked at Xue Chuqing. Mother, please wait a moment. If the exalted wood luminary is a radical, then the bright connection emperor's lineage. Of course he intentionally disguised himself, and then concealed himself. Xue Chuqing said confidently. Yin Zhaoge's face twitched slightly. Yes, he concealed himself very successfully, and even dragged the dim radiant emperor down with him. Xue Chuqing said solemnly. The dim radiant emperor's merits are immeasurable. He sacrificed himself for justice. We disciples of orthodox Taoism should remember this in our hearts. So the rumors are true? Yin Zhaoge's expression immediately turned solemn as well. What exactly is the use of the heavenly essence stone? Xue Chuqing said slowly. If the immeasurable heavenly Lord obtains the complete heavenly essence stone, he would be able to easily illuminate our orthodox Taoism. Even experts who have pushed open the door to immortality would have their soul imprint engraved upon hearing his name. As long as the immeasurable heavenly Lord is willing, we would immediately become his believers with just a single thought. Yin Zhaoge lightly tapped his forehead as countless thoughts instantly flashed through his mind. There had been no information regarding the heavenly essence stone within the martial repository of the heavenly court's divine palace. Was this a product of post-Great Calamity times, or was it that its origins were even more secretive than he had thought? Mother, where is the fragment of the heavenly essence stone now? Yin Zhaoge asked softly. Is it really in your hands? Xue Chuqing shook her head. It was, but it is no longer. She seemed to be referring to something as she scanned the surrounding heavens and earth. It is everywhere now. Junior apprentice sister Sikong and the others are really. Junior apprentice niece Sikong and the others are really. Yin Zhaoge and Yin Di immediately understood. It looks like a child has entered Broad Creed Mountain. You have come into contact with more than one as well. Xue Chuqing nodded. Yes, that's right. It is just as you guessed. Yin Di said slowly. Since that is so, the world beyond worlds is also a beneficiary of the dim radiant emperor's actions. The earthly sovereign and the others might not be unaware of this. Xue Chuqing sighed lightly. Even so, it would be hard for them to admit it openly. Perhaps only time will be able to give the dim radiant emperor and Grand Master justice. What exactly is the background of the immeasurable heavenly Lord? Yin Di asked in a heavy tone. When did Taoism produce such a figure? Xue Chuqing shook her head slowly. No one knows exactly where he came from. Still, it is certain that he is definitely a heavenly Lord of our Taoism. Otherwise, Even with the assistance of the heavenly essence stone, it would still be impossible for him to illuminate descendants of our orthodox Taoism so easily. Yin Zhaoge gazed upwards. Heavenly Lord, is it? The Heavenly Lord here was more of an honorific than a cultivation base. The Heavenly Lord in the titles of the founders of the three purities was naturally not the same as the Heavenly Lord in the titles of the Lord of Broad Accomplishment, the Lord of Plentiful Treasure, the Lord of Manjushri, and the Lord of Taoism. Meanwhile, while the legendary Taoist Luya, the primordial suppressing child, and the four imperials of Taoism did not have the word Heavenly Lord in their titles, no one would doubt their strength. Peak bigwigs might not necessarily have the title of Heavenly Lord. Still, experts who could have the title of Heavenly Lord would definitely be extraordinary. Being able to stand toe-to-toe with the future Buddha. Does that mean that he has improved upon his original foundation? Yin Zhaoge muttered to himself. Still, if he has taken that step, doesn't that mean? He rubbed his temples, saying, there are only those few peak bigwigs of Taoism. I wonder how many of them have survived the great calamity. At the end of the day, they are just one of the limited few. Those who are capable of taking that step are even fewer. Still, too many bigwigs of Taoism have vanished without a trace, their whereabouts unknown. Therefore, it is hard to estimate the true identity of the immeasurable Heavenly Lord, Xue Chuqing said. As for those who are definitely still alive, I know of 3. Chapter 1165. Oh. Looking at Xue Chuqing, Yin Zhaoge asked interestedly, which 3? Yen Di gazed over with some seriousness in his eyes as well. Xue Chuqing raised 3 fingers. First, the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor. Speaking of which, my lineage is one of the direct lineages of the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor. The Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor was also known as the Jade Clear True Monarch. His full name was the Supreme Divine Firmament Jade Clear True Monarch Longevity Emperor Heaven Origin Sage Heavenly Venerate. The second is the North Star Monarch, one of the 4 imperials of Taoism, alongside the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor. North Star Great Emperor's full name was North Star Upper Palace Heavenly Sovereign Great Emperor. The North Star Emperor, the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor, the North Star Emperor, and the Earth Queen were known as the 4 imperials of Taoism. They were all top-notch figures of Taoism. The third one, in terms of seniority and history, is even older. Xue Chuqing said. She is the source of the roving Jade Heavens lineage, the personal disciple of the prime clear Lord of Numinous Treasure Heavenly Ancestor, the incongruence Divine Mother. Yin Zhaoge and Yen Di both lightly recited the names of these 3 bigwigs of Taoism, gradually comprehending some things. The incongruence Divine Mother doesn't need to say much. She's the big shot behind the roving Jade Heavens, Yin Zhaoge said. As for the other 2, the Exalted Wood Luminary, Exalted Solar Luminary, and Exalted Lunar Luminary, the one standing behind them is the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor. Yen Di asked, the Heavenly Lord behind the Earthly Sovereign and the Concealed Sovereign is the North Star Emperor? That's right, Xue Chuqing said. The 3 of them often reside in extra-dimensional space. Still, the world beyond worlds and the roving Jade Heavens are inseparable from them. Yin Zhaoge and Yin Di both nodded in understanding. In the world beyond worlds, the roving Jade Heavens, and even lower worlds like the 8 Extremities world, the North Star Emperor, and the others would be easily located by the immeasurable Heavenly Lord in such a stable world. They floated outside, always existing in the foreign void. They even changed their state of existence, entering a state of half-sleep and half-drifting. In this state of existence and non-existence, even the immeasurable Heavenly Lord found it difficult to track them down. Not to mention that the immeasurable Heavenly Lord was still competing with the future Buddha. With this, they would be able to ensure the safety of the world beyond worlds, the roving Jade Heavens, and the other worlds of Taoism, while preserving their strength. Between everyone, a fragile balance was formed. The Immortal Court was also willing to focus most of its energy on the Buddhist sect. While the North Star Emperor sought stability and avoided conflict with the Immortal Court and the immeasurable Heavenly Lord as much as possible, he would definitely not remain in the world beyond worlds and entrust his safety to others unless it was absolutely necessary. Still, as Xue Chuqing had said, the relationship between them and the world beyond worlds and the roving jade heavens was something that could never be severed. When the Kunlun 9 luminaries had read the heaven-opening scripture together and established the world beyond worlds, it was with the secret support of the North Star Emperor and the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor that they had finally established a safe haven for Orthodox Taoism. As for the roving Jade 7, the roving Jade Heavens was also backed by the incongruence Divine Mother. Back then, the reason why the new Kunlun 9 luminaries split up was because the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor and the North Star Monarch had different opinions. In the end, the Exalted Wood Luminary and the others who supported the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor left the world beyond worlds. This was also an unavoidable result. After all, the immeasurable Heavenly Lord and the Immortal Court would definitely deal a greater blow to the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor's faction. This went without saying. The roving Jade Heavens are even more radical than our faction. Xue Chuqing sighed. Therefore, all these years, the number of peak experts of the roving Jade Heavens has always been less than that of the world beyond worlds. Many of them have perished in their conflicts with the Immortal Court. That old Grand Master of theirs has been injured time and time again. It is likely that he will not be able to recover from his injuries. Yan Zhaoge stroked his lower chin. Actually, I have always had a question. It is not just the Immortal Court. There is also Buddhism. While they oppose each other, we disciples of Orthodox Taoism could all be illuminated by them. Even if they do not touch the comparatively gentle world beyond worlds, they should not tolerate the violent roving Jade Heavens, right? Yan Zhaoge had passed by many other Buddhist worlds besides the obscured Wei world when he had first arrived at Buddhism. From this, it can be seen that Buddhism is not just outwardly strong but inwardly weak. Instead, it is truly powerful. Due to the protection of the future Buddha, Buddhism had not suffered a great blow to its vitality like Taoism had. Its foundation was even better than that of the Immortal Court and the Orthodox Three Clear lineage. For the Immortal Court in Buddhism, Orthodox Taoism, which has at least 3 heavenly lords in this world, is not something that can be extinguished with a flick of a finger. Yan Zhaoge waved his palm lightly. Since that is so, why don't they first join forces to illuminate and divide us of the 3 Clear lineage before they decide the victor amongst themselves? Xue Chuqing shook her head. There might be some hidden reasons behind this. I am not sure about that. The waters are deeper than I had thought. Yan Zhaoge muttered to himself. Many thoughts flashed through his mind in an instant. It was just that most of them were guesses that could not be verified at the moment. Thus, he could only temporarily toss them to the back of his mind. Yan Zhaoge regained his wits. Looking first at his father and then at his mother, he spread his palms apart. There are 2 most important problems that we have to face now. Firstly, are our opponents in the world beyond worlds only the earthly sovereign and the concealed sovereign? Or might the North Star Emperor personally make a move? Secondly, will the Immortal Court make use of this chance to make a move? Yan Zhaoge lightly rubbed his temples. On the other hand, will the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor just sit by the side and watch the show? It's hard to say. It depends on the situation between the Immortal Court and the Blessed Lands, said Xue Chuqing. Yan Zhaoge clapped his hands lightly. Then, let us focus on the present. Previously, I was wandering around everywhere and had to pay attention to hiding my traces. It took a lot of time and effort to set up the area latitude formation. Xue Chuqing said. Now, thanks to you guys, I can move freely within the world beyond worlds. It would be much faster if I want to set up the formation. Only, even if we know that the exalted solar luminary might have something up his sleeves, are we still going according to our original plan? Yin Di said slowly. At the very least, our opponents might be from the same side. So it's fine for us to move forward first. The key is in the future. Xue Chuqing nodded. Then let's try contacting the Exalted Fire and see if he would reply. Mother, try contacting the Exalted Fire here. I'll go look for the Astro Sovereign, said Yan Zhaoge. However, at the same time, a voice quickly appeared in his mind. Gaohan's thoughts are crafty. He seldom plays useless chess. He might not do it intentionally, but I might do it intentionally. Mars Halbert's words from back then appeared in Yin Zhaoge's mind again. This is a huge pit. Yin Zhaoge narrowed his eyes. Let's see who gets buried in it in the end. He suddenly thought of something and asked Xue Chuqing. Right, mother, there's one more thing. Xue Chuqing asked. What is it? How much do you know about the great calamity? Yin Zhaoge asked softly. Chapter 1166. I don't know much, Xue Chuqing answered. The limited information was told to me by Master when she was alive. What she knows should be from Grand Master and Great Grand Master. Most of those involved are no longer around. I only know that it's probably related to Buddhism. It might be the result of the conflict between Buddhism and Taoism before the Great Calamity. Only the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor and the North Star Emperor might know a thing or two about it. Yin Zhaoge nodded silently. The image of that massive palm that had descended upon the heavenly court's divine palace before the Great Calamity appeared in his mind again. Mother, you have half of the river diagram. Can you find someone deep within the 9 underworlds? Yin Zhaoge recovered and continued asking. It's rather difficult. After all, the 9 underworlds is different from the human realm. Xue Chuqing said. Still, it depends on the situation. If the person hasn't fallen to the dark side, and his cultivation base is rather low, we might be able to find some clues. Yin Zhaoge told her about Feng Yinsheng. Even Xue Chuqing felt surprised. The exalted Rahu luminary is truly unexpected. Then, her gaze towards Yin Zhaoge became even more complicated. After so many years of not seeing each other, now that they were reunited, her son was actually about to have a wife. Still, she quickly shook off such thoughts and became serious once more. The exalted Rahu luminary has made arrangements. It's hard to find traces of her. Xue Chuqing's left eye shone slightly. After a long while, she said with a solemn expression, I can't do anything before there are definite clues. After all, that's the 9 underworlds. Yin Zhaoge nodded. He too knew that some strong people were capable of doing so. Still, he wasn't willing to give up on any possibility. Xue Chuqing glanced at Yin Zhaoge rather worriedly. She didn't know much about Feng Yinsheng. Still, she knew quite a lot about the exalted Rahu luminary, Jian Shanhua. She couldn't be optimistic about Feng Yinsheng's chances of winning against such a figure. We don't know when the concealed sovereign will emerge from seclusion. We don't know who will return to the world beyond worlds first, earthly sovereign or senior apprentice Uncle Yu. Yin Zhaoge smiled. We shouldn't consider things that are too far away. We should focus on the present. I'll take care of the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion before heading to the northern profound heaven territory to try and find the Astro Sovereign. Father, why don't you and Mother finish setting up the area latitude formation? It's such a big formation, and it'll take a lot of effort to set it up. It's a rare reunion for you too, so you can spend some time together. Yin Di and Xue Chuqing did not say anything in response to Yin Zhaoge's teasing. They were reunited now, but Feng Yinsheng's whereabouts were still unknown. At this time, words of comfort were better than nothing. Instead, it made her even more worried. The situation is not peaceful. Let's put business first and private matters first. We can slowly talk about our parting feelings. You should be careful on your journey north, Xue Chuqing said gently. Yin Zhaoge smiled, nodding. I will be careful. Yin Di smiled mildly and said, with Taoist One Heaven dead, our sect will occupy the eastern vast heaven territory. In this way, it is in line with the name of Broad Creed Mountain Taoism's East Peak. He had an arrogant and domineering personality to begin with. Now that he had found Xue Chuqing and gotten rid of all his worries, his drive was even greater than before. That's great. Yin Zhaoge clapped his hands in admiration. Despite the pressure brought by the earthly sovereign and the concealed sovereign, Yin Zhaoge and Yin Di's confidence did not diminish at all. Instead, their fighting spirit increased. Contacting the Astro Sovereign, or the Exalted Fire Luminary, is also a good strategy. Yin Di said, our own improvement is always the most important thing. Zhaoge, you have always done very well in this aspect. I won't say anything more. Just like your mother, I will only say one thing. You should be careful and pay attention to your own safety. Yin Zhaoge smiled. It is better to rely on yourself than on others. I naturally understand this principle. If they had not gathered the materials and forged the 7 paths pivotal instrument in time, allowing their cultivation bases to rise rapidly in a few short years, today's battle would probably have ended differently. The earth exalt Wang Zhengcheng, and the others hoped to kill Xue Chuqing without Yin Zhaoge and Yin Di knowing about it. Because Yin Di and Yin Di were also paying attention to Xue Chuqing's movements, it was hard for Wang Zhengcheng and the others to act in secret. It would not be easy to find Xue Chuqing, as it would definitely cause a great disturbance. Therefore, Wang Zhengcheng needed to contact helpers to draw the attention of Yin Zhaoge and the others. To him, a better method might be to concentrate their forces and surround the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion. This way, Yin Di, Nie Jingshan, and the others would be drawn to the central June Heaven territory, where they would face off against each other and even clash. They would make use of attacking the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion to make others think that Qilin Cliff was dissatisfied with the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion, helping Jade Capital Crag. Thus, they would cover for Taoist One Heaven, who was truly pursuing Xue Chuqing. Sadly for them, the Heaven Emperor would not have acted if they had not gone to the Royal Reed Sea to obtain the later Earth text. It was true that he had enmity with Yin Zhaoge and Yin Di. Still, he valued the later Earth text more. If he could not obtain the later Earth text, even if Xue Chuqing died, the Heaven Emperor would not feel that there was much meaning in it. To a certain extent, the enmity between him and Yin Zhaoge had not reached the point where he would harm others without benefiting himself. The Heaven Emperor still wanted to benefit himself first before harming others. With that, Wang Zhengcheng could only settle for the next best thing, acting independently as they obstructed and restrained Yin Zhaoge and the others. This way, it would be easy for Yin Zhaoge to see through Wang Zhengcheng's true intentions. Even so, Wang Zhengcheng's arrangements could still be said to be comprehensive. The female emperor and the white-clothed brocade emperor were unable to come. The encompassing emperor was neutral. The Heaven Emperor had gone to the Royal Reed Sea. The black-clothed brocade emperor had gone to the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion. Wang Zhengcheng had brought the Yin-Yang Earth Mountain River diagram with him, and the upper exalt Qin Qianhua could act at any time. He had even arranged for people to obstruct and delay Jade Capital Crag from retrieving the Origin Opening Sword. It could be said that if Yin Zhaoge had still been an 8th-level martial saint, and Yin Di had still been a 9th-level martial saint, Wang Zhengcheng's plan would have succeeded. At the very least, it would have been very likely to succeed. The rapid rise of Yin Zhaoge and Yin Di was within Wang Zhengcheng's predictions. Still, he had not thought that Yin Zhaoge would actually reappear the long-lost 7 paths pivotal mechanism. As a result, the speed at which Yin Zhaoge and Yin Di rose once more far surpassed everyone's predictions. Thus, Yin Zhaoge's family of 3 reunited in a joyous atmosphere. Meanwhile, Wang Zhengcheng, the black-clothed brocade emperor, the Heaven Emperor and Qin Qianhua's lot all met with tragedy. Xiao Ai is currently in the central June Heaven territories Yuanzhou City. If she knows that you have returned, she will definitely be overjoyed. Yin Zhaoge smiled as he said to Xue Chuqing. Other than that, Aunt Yin has always been thinking about you in the floating life world. The Aunt Yin that Yin Zhaoge spoke of was naturally Su Yin, Xue Chuqing's maidservant when she had remained in the floating life world. After things have settled down here, I will naturally go visit Yin. She is a child who values relationship. She has been very thoughtful these past years. Xue Chuqing's gaze was gentle. Since Xiao Ai is in the world beyond worlds, it would be convenient for us to meet. Chapter 1167. I'm going to Kunlun Mountain to return the Origin Opening Sword. Yin Zhaoge smiled. The matters of the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion also have to be taken care of a little. When I see Xiao Ai and mention it to her, she will definitely come straight here without a second word. Xue Chuqing also smiled slightly. That child. Right, mother. Do you want to see junior sister Sikong? Yin Zhaoge asked. Right, there were also a few people who resembled her. I inadvertently found them, and brought them all back to Broad Creed Mountain. Xue Chuqing shook her head lightly. To be honest, I feel guilty towards them. I am the one who has affected their lives. Yin Zhaoge suddenly thought of something else as he asked. Mother, when you scattered the heavenly essence stone fragments, was there no pattern to it at all? Or was there a certain pattern? If there is a pattern, is it based on the average number of worlds, or based on the population of each place? Based on the initial reaction, the greater the population of a world, the more such characters will appear. Xue Chuqing was rather taken aback. Of course, I hope that it can be divided equally among the various worlds. Otherwise, the number of worlds in the world beyond worlds would probably surpass the sum of all the lower worlds. That would be too conspicuous. Sadly, this is not something that I can decide. She was keenly aware of something. In order to avoid being seen through by others and finding them because of me, I have always avoided contact with such people. What do they look like? Yin Zhaoge and Yin Di exchanged glances. Yin Di swiped through the air with his palm, a row of images appearing. Looking at Si Kongqing, He Ying Yu Baoqi, and the others whose facial features were exactly the same, Xue Chuqing was speechless. Her looks are so outstanding. Yin Zhaoge and Yin Di both looked like they didn't know whether to laugh or to cry. Not only is his appearance outstanding, his talent in martial arts is also superior by a notch. However, he has to refine his qi into oroqi and reach the martial scholar realm before it can be displayed, Yin Di said. Xue Chuqing had a gloomy look on her face. I only realized today that I did something stupid back then. People like Si Kongqing and the others with outstanding looks and outstanding talent were so numerous. Yet they all looked exactly the same. It was hard not to notice them. Even if many of them were buried, there were too many of them. And they could still be discovered by people with ulterior motives. If he had an average-looking face, then so be it. If he were to be thrown into a crowd, he would be the first to be noticed. How could he be hidden? This was especially so in the world beyond worlds. Due to the population, there were probably hundreds or even thousands of such people. From what you said earlier, it seems that they are not commonly seen in the world beyond worlds. Xue Chuqing quickly reacted. At least, it's much less than I expected. I've only seen 2 of them so far. Yin Zhaoge said solemnly. If it is really as you say, that there are more people in the world beyond worlds who look like junior apprentice sister Xiao Xikong than there are many lower worlds combined, this should have long since drawn the attention of others. From there, it spread to many lower realms, searching for people like Si Kongqing. It wouldn't have been so calm until now. Either my initial judgment was wrong, and it wasn't based on the equal distribution of population, but on the equal distribution of different worlds. Xue Chuqing's expression became extremely serious. However, the possibility of this happening is very low. I shouldn't have been mistaken back then. Yin Di pondered for a moment before saying, or someone has long since discovered this, and has been secretly searching for these people who resemble junior apprentice nephew Xikong. Moreover, he has already found many of them, just that he has not made it public. This matter is worth paying attention to. Yin Zhaoge smacked his Li Yin Di and Xue Chuqing both nodded slightly. After discussing for a while more, the family of 3 went their separate ways according to their previous plan. Yin Zhaoge took his leave of Yin Di and Xue Chuqing, returning to the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion first. Due to his battle with the black-clothed brocade emperor, the auction of the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion had been forced to a halt. Everyone, and the local residents of Yuanzhou City, had retreated from the city, lest they be affected by the battle. After Yin Zhaoge and the black-clothed brocade emperor had left, they did not return to Yuanzhou City, as they instead remained where they were and silently observed the situation. No one knew what the final outcome of the battle would be. They did not know if Yin Zhaoge and Si Kongqing would return to Yuanzhou City as they battled. Before the dust had completely settled, everyone was prepared to play it safe. If they were affected by the battle between immortal experts, they would not even be able to complain if they died. Still, just the battle before the 2 sides had left Yuanzhou City had already greatly broadened everyone's horizons. Yin Zhaoge, a late immortal bridge martial saint, had actually directly suppressed the black-clothed brocade emperor into retreat. This was something that no one had ever seen before. It was virtually unheard of at all. Even if Yin Zhaoge had not been victorious in the end, just the scene of him beating the black-clothed brocade emperor into constant retreat and leaving Yuanzhou city in defeat was already sufficient to be recorded in the annals of the world beyond worlds history, becoming an eternal legend. Everyone eagerly wished to know what the outcome of this battle would be. Meanwhile, the detailed or rough news that was continuously transmitted back afterwards refreshed everyone's understanding time and time again. Chapter 1168. Having just attained the human exalt stage, Yin Di had defeated the exalt Wang Zhengsheng and the upper exalt Chen Qianhua in succession. When the news came, everyone was horrified. But when he thought about it carefully, although it was unexpected, it seemed reasonable. After all, that was someone who had slain the previous southern exalt Zhuang Shun at the 8th level of the martial saint realm. I heard that when sect leader Yin was in the lower worlds, others didn't dare to call him by his name directly. Instead, they used a homonym and added an extra wu in between his name. They called him Invincible Yin, meaning that he was invincible among grandmasters and great-grandmasters. The Manor Lord of Wind Thunder Manor, Heng Xianda, sighed emotionally. In the world beyond worlds, this title was even a joke at first. It was only after Chief Yin slayed the previous southern exalt that no one mentioned it anymore. But today, I'm afraid I'll have to bring up the same topic again. Moreover, it would no longer be a joke. Everyone in the world beyond worlds would have to seriously evaluate this figure, who had suddenly risen up like a comet. He had once been the son of the exalted gold luminary, and was likely invincible amongst martial saints now. At the very least, he was one of the people closest to this honor. The news that followed was more shocking than the last. The Eastern Exalt Taoist One Heaven had been slain by Yin Di in the Eastern Vast Heaven territory. Following the death of the previous Southern Exalt Zhuang Shun, another human Exalt had been slain by Yin Di. Afterwards, the origin opening sword of Jade Capital Crag had emerged, landing in the hands of the fallen deity Yin Zhaoge, as the black-clothed brocade emperor had been utterly defeated. What shocked everyone the most was that the Earth Exalt Wang Zhengsheng had been domineeringly slain by Yin Zhaoge. As this news spread, the entire world beyond worlds fell silent for a time. Everyone's first reaction was not shock, but confusion. Even the death of the upper exalt Chen Qianhua would not affect the world beyond worlds as greatly as it did now. On one hand, it was because Chen Qianhua was a loner and rarely interacted with others. On the other hand, it was because he had only been famous for a little over 100 years. As for the Earth Exalt Wang Zhengsheng, he was virtually the founding figure of the world beyond worlds, having weathered so many storms alongside the world beyond worlds for so many years. When the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors had reigned supreme, it had been the Earth Exalt Wang Zhengsheng who had interacted with the various powers of the world beyond worlds most of the time. His prestige came not only from the earthly sovereign, but also from himself. Wang Zhengqing had left behind a deep imprint in the entire history of the world beyond worlds. He was someone who was destined to be unable to avoid discussing the world beyond worlds. If there is an urgent need, please be patient. He would be busy with other things, and his time was not stable, so he could not stay in Dragon Butterfly Valley for artifact refining. Usually, when he opened the pavilion to sell treasures, he had the stock to support it. As for the customized service, he would have to wait until he had time. After asking Qiu Jiahai and others to help deal with the aftermath of the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion, Yin Zhaoge went to Kunlun Mountain. When Wang Pu entered Kunlun Mountain with Yin Zhaoge and saw a high peak standing in the distance, his face suddenly fell. I can go there by myself. Senior apprentice brother Wang, please wait, Yin Zhaoge said with a smile, and then walked in the void towards the peak. Ahu stayed where he was and asked Wang Pu curiously, Mr. Wang, where is that? The illusory coming peak, Wang Pu said with a painful expression. The mountain gate of Heaven Emperor. This was the illusory coming peak of Kunlun Mountain, where the Heaven Emperor's mountain gate was located. Looking at Yin Zhaoge's back, Wang Pu's expression gradually became solemn. After thinking for a while, he already understood Yin Zhaoge's intention. Yin Zhaoge came here not only to vent his anger, but also to make a voice to the whole world beyond worlds. A silent declaration. A declaration that would shake the current situation of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors in the world beyond worlds. After Yin Zhaoge killed Wang Zhengcheng, everyone in the world beyond worlds was in a dilemma, and they were all watching the follow-up developments. Yin Zhaoge and the Broad Creed Mountain were now giving these onlookers a clear statement. They did not intend to bow down to the Qilin Cliff and beg for forgiveness. The Broad Creed Mountain moved to the eastern vast heaven territory, became the Lord of the East, and solidified the name of the East Peak of Taoism, which was the first step. And now, Yin Zhaoge was taking the second step. Heaven Emperor has visited my Broad Creed Mountain twice, which is a great honor. I dare not forget it. Yin Zhaoge walked in the air and came to the top of the illusory coming peak. Today I come to return the favor. I wonder if Heaven Emperor is in the mountain? He raised his palm upward, and then his palm fell on the illusory coming peak below. The towering mountain towered into the clouds. But at this moment, under Yin Zhaoge's palm, it instantly became small, like a teacup. Chapter 1170. The Heaven Emperor had traveled to the southeastern Yang Heaven Territory's Royal Reed Sea, intending to obtain the later Earth text hidden there. However, in the end he was stopped by Nie Jingshan. Afterwards, news of Yin Zhaoge and Yin Di consecutively defeating the black-clothed brocade emperor, Chen Qianhua, and Wang Zhengcheng spread. This was especially so when Yin Di had slain the Eastern Exalt Taoist One Heaven, and Yin Zhaoge had slain the Earth Exalt Wang Zhengcheng. After learning of the situation, the Heaven Emperor knew that there was nothing he could do. He had hoped that Nie Jingshan would be lured away by Wang Zhengcheng and Chen Qianhua. But in the end, while Nie Jingshan was as steady as Mount Tai, he was the first to break down. While Nie Jingshan would not be able to do anything to him, if Yin Zhaoge returned to the southeastern Yang Heaven territory with the origin opening sword, the Heaven Emperor would not be able to remain as calm as he was now. Therefore, he could only come in high spirits and return in disappointment. Seeing that the later Earth text was right in front of him, he could only return empty-handed. Yin Zhaoge did not know where the Heaven Emperor had gone after leaving the Royal Reed Sea, but that didn't stop him from knocking on the door today. The flipping sky seal hit the illusory coming peak of Emperor Qian's Taoist field without hesitation. Almost at the same time as Yin Zhaoge made his move, there was a flash of light over the illusory coming peak. The dark yellow light revealed strands of clear radiance that were condensed, heavy, and full of vitality. Light and shadow fluctuated before Yin Zhaoge's eyes, as a solidified Great Earth seemed to appear, which was comparable to when the Earth Exalt Wang Zhengcheng had opened the Yin-Yang Earth Mountain River diagram back then. Above the ground, an enormous tree that reached into the heavens appeared. Its branches and leaves swayed, covering the dome and supporting the sky. Yin Zhaoge's palm landed on the crown of that massive tree. Amidst the rumbling sound, all the branches and leaves of the huge tree that seemed to be supporting the heavens were bent. Even the thick and straight tree trunk was trembling. Heaven Emperor, please. Back then in the Royal Reed Sea, this Yin once said that even if I did not push open the door to immortality one day, you would not be able to do anything to me. Yin Zhaoge stood towering amidst space, the ancient tree that was as thick as a heavenly pillar resembling a blade of grass beneath his palm. Now that this Yin has come to fulfill his promise, does your majesty not intend to personally test it out? His palms continued to press down, and the towering tree was gradually being pressed down by his palms. At this time, the earth around the illusory coming peak suddenly shook. Streams of light flowed on the ground one after another, forming a complex and profound formation pattern. With the illusory coming peak as the center, a pillar of qi suddenly broke out of the ground and rose to the sky like a fountain. The 4 pillars of qi were green, red, white, and black. The cyan energy pillar was brimming with life force and endless life energy. The red pillar of energy was as hot as fire. The essence of raging fire wantonly spread out. The white pillar of chi was sharp, and the will of metal cut through the void. The black pillar of energy was majestic and vast, and the boundless rivers, lakes, and seas gathered together. The illusory coming peak itself rose along with the 4 chi pillars. Streaks of yellow smoke rose like yellow dragons, hovering around the illusory coming peak, making the earth image more solid and heavy. The power of the 5 elements revolved at the same time. 4 small and 1 large formation patterns spiraled in the air, forming 5 halos of light that occupied the east, west, north, south, and center respectively. Under the effect of the great formation, the towering tree, which was about to be bent by Yin Zhaoge's palm, regained its vitality and gradually withstood Yin Zhaoge's palm and stopped falling. Yin Zhaoge looked at the great formation guarding the illusory coming peak with great interest and praised. Although I only saw it briefly in the Royal Reed Sea, I already knew that the Qian Emperor's attainments and formations were really extraordinary. Seeing this formation today, it is enough to prove that he deserves his reputation. However, my current cultivation realm is not comparable to that of the past. He shook his head with some regret. It's a pity that we can't compete face to face in formations. Wang Puyuan looked afar. Although the upper exalt broke through the mountain gate of the Brocade Emperor of the ingenious flying peak, and Zhaoge is strong enough, there are still differences between the ingenious flying peak and the illusory coming peak. The Qian Emperor has always been famous for his formations. His attainments in formations are likely to be the first among the 5 emperors of the world beyond worlds. Therefore, the mountain guarding formation and protective restriction of the illusory coming peak were actually more powerful than those of the ingenious flying peak. If the Heaven Emperor guarded his own mountain gate, he had the geographical advantage. Although he had no immortal weapon, even if other true immortal emperors had immortal weapons, it would be difficult for them to win. In the entire Kunlun Mountain, the geographical advantage of the illusory coming peak was probably second only to the cave of the 3 sovereigns. But it seems that the Heaven Emperor is not here. Ahu covered his eyes with his hands and looked at the illusory coming peak, which was trying its best to resist Yin Zhaoge. He scratched his big head and suddenly said, "Is he worried that the family head, the young master, and the Southern Supreme Nye will come together? If he has the origin opening sword, I'm afraid he has nowhere to run. Although the Heaven Emperor is not here, the great formation running on its own is already powerful enough. The illusory coming peak is not as good as the ingenious flying peak." Wang Pu smiled bitterly again and looked down at the origin opening sword in his hand. Not only did he kill the Earth Supreme, but he also wants to use it to break through the illusory coming peak today? Mr. Wang, you worry too much. Ahu gave a silly smile at this time. Since the Heaven Emperor is not here, the young master will definitely not borrow the origin opening sword. As for the formation in front of us, before Ahu's voice died away, Wang Pu opened his eyes wide. Yin Zhaoge pressed his palm down and suppressed the changes of the 5 elements below. As he said, the palm momentum of the cyclic heavenly seal in his right hand was still pressing the great formation from above. Then, Yin Zhaoge's left index and middle fingers stood together like a sword and made a stroke in the void. The turtle and the snake intertwined, and the yin and yang hugged. First appeared the image of the black tortoise. Then the black tortoise shed blood, and the fierce sword light fell on the illusory coming peak's mountain guarding great formation like a storm. On the illusory coming peak, a Taoist appeared and said with hatred, "Yin Zhaoge, you've gone too far. Is Kunlun Mountain a place where you can run wild? Your master has come to the Royal Reed Sea twice, and I've come to the illusory coming peak for the first time. How can I go too far?" Yin Zhaoge said with a smile, and the sword momentum suddenly changed. "It's hard to say whether I can run wild in this Kunlun Mountain or not, but you certainly can't." After the beheading the black tortoise, it was the beheading the azure dragon. His target was one of the 5 chi pillars supporting the great formation, the cyan chi pillar. The formation, which had already been weakened by the slaying black tortoise, suffered another attack from the slaying azure dragon. The green pillar of chi, was of the wood element of the 5 elements, being most fearful of martial arts like Yin Zhaoga's slaying azure dragon. The circulation of the 5 elements was interconnected, so it wasn't that easy to restrain them. However, Yin Zhaoga was also proficient in the changes of the formation. His sword moves were not just a strong attack, but full of variations. He was specifically looking for the weak points of the illusory coming peaks formation. The combination of beheading Xuanwu and beheading Azure Dragon swept through the opponent like a storm. At the end of the day, the one controlling the grand formation was not the Heaven Emperor himself. Even if he exerted all his strength to unleash the variations of the grand formation, how could he possibly outmatch Yin Zhaoga? The more they clashed, the more Yin Zhaoga understood this formation.